We return with Golden Horde. What are we doing today? I mean, some people have said, it doesn't look like your country's done anything. In fact, it's like you've shrunk. Well, the country is doing very, very well, and I plan on making it even better. We have integrated quite a bit of our land, and we will continue to do so. We've expanded control around Sarai and the river down to Astrakhan. Population is good, stats are good, army is good, but most notably of all, we get tons and tons of money from diplomacy. I spent some time tinkering with things, and I came to some horrifying realizations. Last session, we spent a lot of time focusing on trade, and we make some pretty damn good money in trade. Pretty great, actually. But, and this is a big but, I was looking at my expenses and my income thinking, something isn't right here. And indeed, these costs, cost of the court, diplomatic spending, and stability, scale with economic base. Normally not a problem, right? Make more money. If you spend like 30 or 40% of that money, you still end up with more. But tribute is not economic base. So by improving my economy, I'm actually disproportionately improving my expenses, as in I'm spending more of them. And that's unacceptable. So I've actually realized that in order to hoard my money the best, we need to make our country better without making it richer. So I started looking into what exactly attributes towards economic base, and according to the game, and I checked the numbers, it seems to add up. It's the tax base, and it's the volume of trades. I don't know if that is further multiplied by your crown power on the trades. Could be if you do a lot of trading with low crown power, you actually do yourself in on economic base. Haven't tested that, someday I will, or if somebody tests it for me, all the better. The point is, all of this trade income that I felt really good about making, because I forced my subjects to give me their trade income, and I set up tons and tons of trade capacity, is actually hurting my country. I can't believe it. Well, maybe I can believe it. So, what is happening now? For now, I'm going to deactivate my trade optimization, and I am going to destroy all of my current trades. This is just Astrakhani market, isn't it? Yeah. Trade good, trade bad. You flip-floppity, Jake. Yeah. Just wait till next stream when I go, trade is the greatest thing ever. No, when I do not make most of my money from tribute, then it's going to be explosively good. So if I wasn't a horde, this would be really good. But I actually now believe that my trading should only be done in the interest of my population. So I should be doing trades that get me building needs and pop needs and nothing else. Fortunately, this is really handy recommended trading screen, which I can just go through. I don't know if there's a remove all trades button. Oh, but I need to make sure the market automation is completely off. No, and more no. You are not allowed to optimize my trade. Whoop. Okay, there we go. Does that automatically turn itself off? Who's to say? Bring it down and turn it off. Okay, it seems like it's much and such the same. So yes, all of these trades, away they go. And what we'll do is we will change these out for, yeah, pop needs. So sorry, gold. For some reason that feels kind of not great when your expenses are directly tied to your income instead of something else like population or size. But then if you have a massive population that aren't very productive, you're going to get absolutely hammered on expense. I think scaling it with income is actually fine. Because it's not necessarily income, it's tax base. So if you have a lot of people working but you ineffectively tax them, then your expenses can go way high. And it rewards you for running a pretty tight ship. Which is why I'd like to see if it's actually scaling on the amount that you make off of your trades. It does say trade volume, it doesn't say income from trades. So I am unsure about that. Oh, I forgot to turn off all my market automation. Oh, there's a handy wee button here. I can just go donk. So with no longer automating my trades, we're going to manually make sure that the right things come over. It's very nice of the game to tell us what would be a good idea. So suggested trades for building needs and for population needs. And I think I'll just take all of them. Yep. Oh, wow, that's... Is that already using everything? No, it's just that. That's all that I need for my population, apparently. So what are you guys after? Is that rice? Is that rice? Yeah, it's low value. And it's huge amounts of food. Strange that rice is such a huge amount of food. I was under the impression that rice is a very inefficient food given the labor that it costs to make. Why are you telling me about profit? Don't tell me about profit. For once, don't tell me about profit. So we're going to have a lot of unused market capacity. Almost paradoxically, I still think I'm going to be... don't have enough market capacity for all my stuff here. Almost paradoxically, I think I'm going to be still improving my market trade capacity, because at some point I will be able to make so much more money out of trading than tributaries, and then I will want to make the switch. So I want to have my country poised and ready for that. Here we go. We do care about building needs as well. Wait, we need slaves? Slaves over to Ryazan? Oh, for my slave market, no doubt. That's another thing I'm going to be looking into. I'm going to probably be coming to a worrying conclusion that slavery is actually bad. That's not a conclusion that I ever wanted to make. Food imports? Are you telling me that chimichangas up here don't have enough food? I'll be having none of it. I don't really care about my my markets over here, my colonies. Trebizond, on the other hand, I'm going to lose a lot of this market stuff. Yeah, sod food imports. If it's not needed for governments or buildings or pop needs, then we don't particularly care. Care a little bit about Kiev, though. Alright, nice. Yeah, finally moving on from automated trade. However, that also means that those countries that I told to give me their trade access, I actually don't want. After telling myself how great an idea it was to take it, I actually don't want to. So subject actions, cancel divert trade. Georgia, you can have your trade back. Same with Hungary. Give the merchants back to Georgia. Give the merchants back to Hungary. I won't bother with my own. Oh, right, Timmy. Timmy needs his ones back as well. That cost me all of my diplomats, sadly, but we'll get that fixed. That will at least make them happier. I also plan to revoke the support of loyalists, most likely. Although, maybe it's not too bad. We give loyalist support to 2 countries. I forget which ones they are. It's probably Hungary and Timmy. But with that, they'll have plenty of happiness, so it's okay. Hey, can I see who's what hegemon in this game? Where's hegemon shown, by the way? I don't actually know. Truly, I do not know. I remember we had about 2,500 gold. Where did all that money go? I invested in my country, and I will continue to do so. Getting all these... what are these things being built anyway? Market villages, yes. There's another frightening thing I've come to realize. I've been building market villages for market access. Seems sensible, right? But I was overlooking another building that I have access to. Of course, you know, I had the audacity to look under trade buildings. Obviously the Fun Duck, Market Warehouse, Marketplace. I saw this thing being kind of grayed out and just assumed I couldn't use it, but I can. What's the reason it's in a different color, though? I imagine it's because... well, actually, I have no idea why. That little icon is different on the top right. See this? Maybe because it requires some prerequisite. Point is, look at this thing. Trade capacity to the owner +1, as opposed to the... what am I getting out of these market villages? +0.1. Yeah, and this can be built... oh, you know... everywhere. It's looking very, very powerful for trade. It's also quite cheap, and it uses goods that I already have tons of easy access to. So yeah, this is what you want for trade access. Holy smokes, wasting my time with market villages, marketplaces, and these things can be placed rurally. Incredibly good. And it's quite overpowered, and so it seems. So I still want to build these things, and I might even still want some market villages, because those actually produce goods. But yes, we're going to build our nation up so that we are ready to transform, but until then we can still collect a lot of tribute. Speaking of collecting tribute, there are 2 main expansions that I want to do in Europe. One is that I want to beat up Genoa to take gas off of them, because I want to control the Kaffa market, and I want this province. It's got nice institutions that ought to be mine. And then I could maybe finally finish off Theodora. We'll think about that. And there is a big old nation here one of the richest in the world. Let's get a number on that. Bohemia is second only to France in terms of income. They are far too rich to be independent, so I think we're actually going to enslave the Bohemians. That's a big job. They're far away, and they got forts up the wazoo. Apparently we are perfectly balanced. We're going to have to put that one to the test. Means I'm probably going to want to expand my army as well. My army is already really rather nice, but it could be nicer. We'll save up some money and make that a reality. The game thinks I'm going to be hemorrhaging money by destroying almost all of my trade income. That is funny to me, but I'm quite certain it'll be a-okay. Rice has the advantage that you don't have to use herbicides. If you flood the field with water, you can grow rice like other crops, but you need to pay for chemicals to kill the weeds. Why use weeds? Just grow clovers. Clovers are a natural herbicide. Enslaving the HRE Emperor? Bold move. Yeah, I think this is kind of the golden age for Bohemia right now. You know, filthy rich, very powerful. Austria has not really formed into much. But another reason that I want Bohemia on my side is that they seem to be a good magnet for institutions. Look at that. They're significantly greener than my other subjects, notably Hungary. Bulwark of Europe, stopping any information from going through them. I mean, why? I could understand if it stops dead at the Carpathian Mountains, but it just reaches Hungary. They take one look at the mud pit that is Balaton and go, you know what, they don't need to know about banking, professional armies, Renaissance, meritocracy. Anything like that, let the Hungarians be. So yeah, that's not working out to my necessary advantage. Right, is there anything else I need to worry about? I want to start colonizing. Let's start with that idea. That said, I don't have much money. And I'm about to fail my parliament, and I'm low stability. Alright, we'll get colonizing once we have a bit more dosh in our pockets. And all those market villages, don't regret them, right? They still have output, but the Caravasani seems to be a whole lot better. Oh, there's an artist. They're working on a weapon. I don't remember it being a weapon. Maximum Argiosa in towns and cities. Excellent. More stuff I can build up for my people. Unused trade capacity. Yeah, very aware of that. We're going to have a lot of unused trade capacity, I imagine. I don't need to be welcomed. Children can have better education. Let me consider my line here. So my good child was suspiciously killed, and the good child was also having good children? An ambitious child. However, the new heir is going to be this heiress, and their only child is stupid. A complete baffling idiot. Well, I might as well try investing in that idiot. Expensive education to maybe overcome how much of a dum-dum they are. Actually, admin is more what I need than everything else. Let me consider that. What do we get out of this? Well, diplomacy helps the estates be happier. So let's try and get everything up. Military I care less about, but admin and diplo are really good. I actually think military is quite underpowered. Right, what do you get out of this? A little bit of morale. There's more than a little bit, but it's still, I don't think it's good enough. Point is, this little runt might eventually be running our country, so let's give them expensive education. I don't think that cost to the court is actually significant. Yeah, especially when I cripple my economic base. Look at that, by the way. I destroyed all of my trade income, and the amount of money we make in went from like 20 or 30 to 55. All because the stability cost, the diplo spending, the cost of the court all sank like a rock. So yeah, that when you make tons of diplo money, you don't actually want to make loads of tax base and trade money, is what I'm getting out of that. And what I'm further getting out of that is that more tributaries are even better for me now. I still have diplomatic capacity, and I'm strong enough to keep these people under thumb, so yes, I want to grab Bohemia. Bohemia is the HRE Emperor, though, so I need to take on Genoa first. And unfortunately, fighting Genoa means fighting even more Bohemia. So I reckon I'm going to have to fight Kaffa. I probably won't do show superiority. I don't know if Bohemia is going to run all the way over here. But I have a suspicion I'm going to make more war score if I actually do a conquest war here. I could do religious war, probably for Kaffa, because I want to take Tana, Kaffa, and Vospora. I wanted eventually And if I'm going to tributize the Kingdom of Bohemia, I better do it whilst whilst he's not my tributary. Otherwise, if I make Bohemia my tributary first, I'm going to be fighting him when I try and take this due to HRE nonsense. It should be fine. The Hungarians are sending you their entire book buying budget. Well, that's their problem. They should get cheaper books. RGOs are missing. Trade has run out of supply. Well, that's not really my problem now, is it? I wanted to dry up the supply. Somebody else is going to have to do that trading, because I don't want to make money off of it these days. Right, where are we going right now? We're going to the land of making money. And what better way to make money than to punch it out of my subjects? Oops, I can't do that because I have nowhere near enough diplomats. Yeah, we need to do something about that. Why am I building a spy network in Vladimir? I believe I had some kind of idea about wanting to annex Vladimir and feed it to Tver. Well, actually, I just wanted to annex Vladimir because they're not paying me my yoke money. So yeah, I can take that and feed it to Tver and see what Tver do with it, because Tver are actually integrating their land. Yeah, look at that. They're not doing too shabby a job of it either. In 98, they will have this integrated. In 03, they'll have this integrated. Yeah, they're not doing too bad. Just give them more land to work with, although I hope they don't just give it all away to their own subjects. Subjects of subjects of subjects. What a mess. Then again, maybe Vladimir's not a big deal right now. We've got other things to concentrate on, don't we? I've already started the spy network. We'll get our Casus Belli. What I need to do, however, is cancel support for loyalists, because I don't need to do so, do I? Let's double check that. I need a number on this. So how do you feel, Hungary? Hungary feel pretty fine. Do they feel fine enough to give me some money? If I had a diplomat, yes they would. They'd give me a lot of money. It's kind of tempting to keep the loyalists on Hungary just because of how bleeding rich they are. The Timmy, on the other hand, oh god, he gives me... I want to keep these because it's great for giving me money, but it's awful for my number of diplomats. I really wish I had access to more diplomats, because I struggle in that ever so much. There is a way to get more, but of course it's an age advancement that I don't have. I'm just weighing up whether or not I need to keep Timmy more on my side. How is the Timurids? How are the Timurids? They've already got some from events. Okay, I definitely don't need to do loyalist support for Timmy. We'll pull it on Timmy, we'll keep it on Hungary, and I'll keep punching them for money. Because again, that money is not being counted towards any of my spending stuff. So there we go. Now the Timmy's important, it's so small. They control Samarkand, and now that I've given them their trade back, they can continue to make buckets of ducats on Samarkand. Okay, a lot more buckets of ducats on Samarkand. Yeah, who would have thought controlling the most important site on the Silk Road would make them filthy rich? They also got a bunch of event troops, and these lands are actually really good. Well, you know, Sarai is actually more populous than Samarkand, but that's because of my slaving ways. So yes, happy to carry on, make some money, restabilize my country. I've still been eyeing up tearing out the spine of the chieftains. Primacy and nobility, I mean, it has to go. Tell you one thing that I do want to change that will make them considerably happier, though. Wait, you still think I need building needs done in Kaffa? Apparently they want a lot of books over there. Where's that missing things? One of these means missing goods for buildings, right? Yeah, here we go. They want books over there. Well, you know what? Everybody loves some books. Go and get some books. But yeah, wait, population needs here as well? I am willing to deal with population needs, but if you need beeswax... There's actually an RGO for beeswax somewhere around here. Did I click on it right immediately? No, of course I did not. But I was really freaking close. There we go. Mishurn does the beeswax. And Mashurn is... Oh, it's not in the Kaffa trade node. Well, that explains a thing or two. In fact, that's probably exactly why they want that stuff. Why can't other people do this trading for me? Anyway, here, go and have some more beeswax. And if you really want it brought over... I forget where the screen was for that. Yeah, quite a lot of these are our needs now. But we don't have much trade capacity available. Ah, screw it, I'm not going to bother with that. Timmy can blob ultra fast through immediate annexation. We got to him before it happened. Yeah, exactly. I didn't want them to become a real problem for me, so we just strangled them in the cradle. And you know what? I feel great for having done so. I've got my make tributary on Lithuania, which I'm still keen on doing. Am I still keen on doing that? I mean, more tributaries are better tributaries. It's just that Bohemia is going to be a big one. So maybe I could just let Lithuania go? Well, that wouldn't be it. That wouldn't be the Horde way to do it, would it? Yeah, losing even more stability because I can't get my parliament to work for me. Nobody is surprised. Hold on, I thought the patch fixed this. Stop trying to change the law here. We need to have assured defense of each other, auto-scum. The patch was meant to make it so that the AI stops doing that every single time. Right, what are my cabinet members up to? We are assimilating and we're integrating. The integration will carry on for quite some time. Do we get to know exactly how long that's going to take? Yeah, 1403. So it's almost a decade, but that's fine. You, on the other hand, are doing integration over here. Once all this is integrated, we'll move along. I just want to get all of my good development, good control land part of my core as well. There is another way to do coring, by the way. I could actually just make these people an accepted culture, then it becomes a core, then I kick them out. They'll become very unhappy, but it'll still remain my core. So if you can deal with some unhappy pops, that might be a way forward. I don't know how long they remain unhappy for. It is a big -50. Ooh, stability is very welcome. Traditional economy is not my problem. Capital economy and individualism? No, I don't think so. What is this anyway? Rapid change, traditional ways, revival of the agrarian community. Not as productive? I disagree. I think traditional economy is actually quite good for me. Raw material output. Population capacity up? Maybe that's not true. I mean, the raw material output doesn't do that much for me with the lack of control. But whatever, I will continue to keep it that way, because it's not worth changing right now. I see EU % has become as stable as it was always meant to be. Oh, yeah. I mean, of course, there's a honeymoon period right now, but I think even as time goes on, this is going to become a background game. Right, it's time to start expanding. I'm actually not sure if doing this expansion is going to be good for the country or not, because it's going to be more low control land, and the more low control land I have, the less crown power I'm going to have, because crown power is proportional to the control you have in a province, and all of this is going to be 15 control, and even that's asking a bit much. If I get my trade going a bit better and satisfy all the pop needs, it'll go up to 20%, but that's still minus 80% crown power. I could also raise towns if I find any around here. That way it's all rural stuff without much political power against me. But what I could also do is I could found more towns around here where I have a lot of control, as long as I deal with the food situation. Yeah, if you have too many towns, they can starve if you don't have enough food going around. And indeed, there's a lack of food here. That costs money for what it's worth. If we go to our balance, selling food is all well and good, but if there's a lack of food, like, where is Seun? Oh yeah, like up here, for example, you have to pay quite a bit for it. Like, I don't know why it's so much more expensive to be buying food than selling it, because the food price in the market is extremely low. But surely I would make that money selling it to market? I actually don't know what's going on there. Point is, more food is needed. Can't eat lumber, for some reason. But we can eat wild game. I think wild game is actually a surprisingly low amount of food. It's a very low amount of food. Well, whatever. Go and build that up. Wool is actually good amounts of food. 5 per. Livestock, I think, is even better food, right? Yeah, livestock is 8. Want to spend some time not having to buy food for my people. What about down here? Yeah, more wool. I have completely destroyed the wool economy. Fiber crops? You can't eat fiber crops. Whatever, expanded anyway. More wool. More wool, your majesty. Anywhere else still going hungry? Is this inside my nation? No, it's not. These people are straight up 0. Lumber and wool. Here, have some more wool. There's a deficit here. Again, more wool. Don't think you can eat... for some reason you can't eat horses, and I don't know why. I'd eat a horse. I mean, I've shopped at Iceland before. The shop, not the country. I'd buy that if I could. Oh no, we're only making 80 ducats profit. How will I survive? No, I'll survive a bit better if I can actually tax my people. Taxing those chieftains is proving difficult. They're not very happy after I revoked all their privileges. But I have an idea about that one. So, I was thinking about the chieftains quite a bit last night. You know, I hate them and I want to strip them of their power. They keep building troll castles all over my country and they take away hard-working peasants' money. Because money is divided between everybody in the estate. I thought it might be, you know, peasants work the RGO, or my slaves and laborers do, so they get the money. But no, all the money that's made gets divided between the estate power there. Now, chieftains are powerful here. Chieftains take almost half the money, and then I don't get to tax any of it. And the commoners, who I do tax, aren't making much here at all. And the traders have actually passed a lot of laws to make sure that my taxes are low on them, which could be good or bad. So, those chieftains, yeah, I gotta rip them apart, but at the same time, I do kind of need them to be at least a bit happy and stop building their damn troll castles. So I was looking at what affects them there. Free mobility of the common people is something I absolutely want to have up. Hunting permits, I could stand to lose. I don't care too much about that. The admin posts that have been granted, that can be taken away. It hurts the nobles and it doesn't do that much for cabinets, so sod that. But a big one I noticed is that our court language is a foreign language. I thought, oh, what's all that about? Remember that Kipchak that I was going, what the hell's a Kipchak, many, many hours ago? Well, it's a Turkic language that we speak in our courts, and I would ask, why do we do that? We could speak Arabic, but we could also speak Mongolian. And although I don't think the game shows it very well, in fact, I'm not sure it shows it here at all. Maybe here. Yeah, you don't get to preview it from what I can tell, but because this Kipchak is my court language, it just makes the estate unhappy for using a foreign language, and there's no benefit to it. If I were to change that to Arabic, it would be a powerful language. The aristocracy like that. I also think the traders like Arabic because it's a widely spoken language, so they can do better stuff. But if I do Mongolian, I can use our own language, which an ability also like. I hope that's the case, because I'm going to do it. It costs 20 whole stability. Boom. I don't know why it doesn't show the effects before doing it. Yeah, there we go. It's a common language, so the peasants are happy. Good, because I like to tax them. And it... Oh, crap. The nobility don't like that. I should have changed it to Arabic. But then I have to pay another 20 for that. Yeah, well, if I make Mongolian a strong language, then they'll like it. Alright, well, that's still +5. It could have been +10 if I'd chosen Arabic. But yeah, maybe all the more reason to force more people to speak Mongolian. Language family isolated, does not share a language, a family with other languages. Wonder what power it has to be for the nobility to be happy. Classic Arabic dialect sounds a bit oxymoronic. King's English regional. I wouldn't know much about Arabic at all. Okay, well, tanking my stability is a typical Golden Horde thing to do. Typical Horde life thing to do. But over time, that'll actually make the chieftains a wee bit happier, although the negative stability is hurting that a fair bit. Maybe I could just cheese off the Dhimmi while I'm at it. I'm going to get rid of this. The efficiency of the cabinet is not worth cheesing off the nobility for. Let's get rid of that, hurt our stability even more. And now the Dimi are absolutely stark raving mad. Do I want to bribe them into not being quite so mad? Yeah, because they cheese off a whole lot of my population. Let's just slip them a cheeky little fiver. Tell them the Tooth Fairy's been and gone. Is there anything else I was wanting to do around here? Maybe I should take another look at the chieftain satisfaction stuff. Favoring the ruler I can't do much about. Cruel is just what our ruler does. The negative stability will be fixed. Curious about those hunting permits. I give that to the commoners, right? Wait, what is this? Okay, noble power goes down from communal lands. Hunting permits gives me more wild game output, which isn't a big deal. I like free subjects. Do I like it enough to cheese off the nobility even more for, though? It does empower the common people, though, and an empowered common people and a happy common people are a more taxable common people. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. Doesn't seem like low nation stability is that bad here. No, it's quite bad. Never mind the populations joining the rebels. I mean, we can handle rebels. We've been handling rebels all game. But the estate satisfaction equilibrium swings enormously. You know, that's a whole lot more of them inciting against me, and that's a whole lot less of them paying their taxes. Mercenary size doesn't seem that relevant, though, but yeah, negative stability is quite bad. However, when it's low, it goes up faster. Look at that, just decay is pushing it up by, what's that, like 3.5 a year. But I am always max investing into it whenever I can. So yeah, not too terrible, but let's not take it for granted. You also can't declare war if you're below negative 50. And I do think I want to declare war on Lithuania. Oh wait, I might not have time. Make tributary by 1397. And if I were to declare war on you, Poland gets involved. We don't like the Poles, but I would quite like to add to my laundry list of tributaries by bringing in Lithuania. Positive stability gives you pop promotion speed, quite useful, yes indeed. In hindsight, do you think focusing on tributaries in the beginning was better than focusing on the economy right away? Yes, absolutely. Tributaries give you money with no strings attached. You don't get inflation, you don't increase the amount you have to spend on things that rely on economic base. It's just good. The thing is, it had opportunity cost. That was a lot of fighting these people instead of, well, investing within myself, but I don't think the investments in myself could have ever matched up to this. And it's got a bit of a leverage effect. Now that I'm making ridiculous amounts of money, I can do 2 RGO expansions a month if I wanted to. There's not really a need for it right now, but it's always there for me. And it allowed me to take more money to invest into my army to get more tributaries. I think it fed into itself very well. That's Horde life. If you want to expand, if you want to spend your money on yourself, play as one of these weak settled nations. But I love Horde life and Horde life loves me. Did you appoint a head of a cabinet? It increases crown power. I'm aware of that, but I don't want to. It costs too much money. Stuff that lowers your stability decay becomes bad for you when you're on negative stat by making it grow slower. Yeah, I believe so, yes. But I might be wrong. Maybe bonuses to stability decay are only good for you. I shouldn't claim to know if I don't know, so I'll just say I don't know. Children can have better education. Yeah, screw the kids. Nice to see the estate's doing some nice things for me that aren't just building those troll castles. We're working towards our civil society, so I can tax the peasants harder and become more conciliatory. And good. We're continuing on with the integration of our lands. Once I have a stack of cash, like a couple thousand or so, I'm going to start the colonization. And when I have some diplomats, and oh look, I have some diplomats, we're going to start demanding that dosh, the people that like me, ought to show how much they like me. With a little donation. Thank you, Timmy. We can use it much more effective than them. Georgia? Oh, thank you, Georgia. Hungary, you were the big one. Hungary love me. That's because I give them loyalist support. Hungary is just too big not to give loyalist support to. For now. Later on I will probably drop it in favor of Bohemia. Anybody else feel like giving me money? Come on, everyone feels like giving me money. Did I do Kiev? Oh, wow, Kiev's got money for me as well. Oh, it's just so nice. I'm wondering if I'm overestimating how important it is to keep them above 50. Disloyal subject. I'm not sure what disloyal subjects do. In EU4, it was such a cutoff. Like, they're disloyal, bang, they're going to get support for independence and join this and that. But maybe they only do that when they're at 0 loyalty. I'm unsure, and I do need to look into it more. It says disloyal subject. What do disloyal subjects do? It can no longer join your wars. I don't care. Cannot be annexed. I don't care. They pay a proportionately lower sum of tribute to you, and that maybe isn't so bad. But there is a different kind of subject, and that's like a mutinous subject or something like that. Test it out with a small nation. I think I'll test it out in a controlled environment, not with my wonderful horde. Less money, kill him. One of the other major advantages over EU4, says Sudoin, is the implementation of the estates. They actually feel essential here. Not a bunch of buttons you forget to push 90% of the time. Absolutely. The difference of building a game ground up with a mechanic in mind rather than bolting it on. And Paradox games, after a lot of development, feel like they have a lot of things bolted on. Possible defense. Don't think I care about little independent movements here. Not my concern. Reconciling differences. Nagai, love me. Oh, well, I love you too, Nagai. Funny the way that one goes. I've got loads of spy network on Vladimir. Although I could fight them anyway with prevent annexation. City rights cost. Oh, that's good. I actually want to make my capital into a city at some point, although maybe not right now. Create a Horde expansion Cassis on them. Then I can stop building a spy network. And then I can go, how long do I have to fight Lithuania again? I have until March. January, February, March. Oh, I'm not going to have enough diplomats for that, I think. Unless I... No, the lack of spy network should actually maybe make me have enough to do Lithuania. Yeah. Yeah, we'll have just enough to go for Lithuania if we want to. It's nice that investing into my culture allows my prestige to grow. Always felt like it was going down uncontrollably unless I kept bumping it up. Alright, great. I just love spreading my culture here and getting rid of the Astrakanis. I really do think it would have been a lot stronger to embrace Astrakanis at the start, but I didn't want to, and thus it wasn't done. Continue to assimilate pops. The A dropped out there for some reason. To Mongolian. Keep wanting to spread my glorious culture. A couple things about spreading culture. Got to do it in places that already have control, because that really, really crushes down the amount that you can do. And I should probably move away from spiritualist if I'm more focused on culture than religion. Religion just doesn't seem that important. I mean, religious unity is not nearly as crippling as it was in the olden games. Then again, it does affect pop satisfaction a lot, and I do have good tolerance. Those knacks could prevent me from going to war at some point. Another thing is, despite forcing slaves to... Where are some slaves? Here we go. Despite forcing slaves to convert, they actually, as far as I can tell, never convert culture or religion. I set up a save where I only had slaves to convert. I force converted them, and they wouldn't convert at all. I'm not even convinced they promote. Adopted a different social class, but immediately becoming slaves. There's something weird going on with slaves. But I have a cunning plan to get around all of that, and it's like what we did with the Ryazanis, and it's part of the reason why I'm planning on colonizing. I want to go to Asia and find a nice, populous monoculture. And wouldn't you know, we have Korea. How many Koreans are there? 2.5 million Koreans. They're going to see the world, I think. I actually want to colonize the Americas as well. I just want to explore more mechanics in the game. Right, let's begin by exploring colonization. Colonial charters have a large upfront cost. Like a Why do I pay inflation on anything? Say no to inflating. I'm not Dobson. Create the colonial charter. Yeah, that's a pretty hefty cost upfront, but the ongoing cost doesn't seem so bad. So what I think I will do is I'm going to start colonizing the lands up and around here. There's gold. I mean, gold is good. And we'll work my way over so that we just fill this land with gold and Horde. It'll make me feel good having a big blob on the map. And I'll stop people going, oh, what have you done in the game? Question is, where do people come from? Now, one would think I should send them from my capital, but I wonder if it takes wrong cultured people. There are a lot of people hanging around in my capital. Too many, frankly. Seems that you pay more money. Population cost goes up. The population cost seems the same everywhere. It's always 0.94. Oh, that's because of the foreign population, not who you're sending. So what matters is the distance of how far you're sending them. So if I send them from, say, Ufa, the distance is 16 from Ufa, but from my capital it's 16. Uh-huh. Yeah, you're the boss. Alright, send them away from the capital. I got too many people there anyway. People are flocking to settle this virgin territory. And I don't want to settle with just doing one. These are adjacent to my subject, so I assume it all counts as adjacent. Yeah, but I couldn't go here, for example, because no adjacency. Interesting. So maybe I could do Basert and Uktus and Kushva? Or how do I want to do this? I'd be a little interested in getting my way up and around here as well. Yeah, the time has come to blob. We'll also get an idea of how long this takes. Oh, now the population has changed, but it's because there's a different population there, isn't there? Wanted to have zero control right away. Ah, but you see, it's going to be my culture there, so it will be a core. So it won't be that bad on control. It'll be about as bad as the Crimea area is, and nobody says Crimea is bad. Could you expand your colonial nations? Yes, I could give these over to my colonies. I won't, though, because my colonial nations suck. They were just here to take care of this land. Unfortunately, I don't know of any way to integrate them, and I can't drop them as colonies, so they're always going to be here, except for Surgut. Surgut I can actually annex. And maybe for the sake of my borders I will. But yeah, they just administrate these lands for me. And I suppose what they do is they convert it. This used to be Uzbekir, and now it's largely Mongolian. And I think it used to be Tengri, and now it's largely Sunni, which is something I wouldn't have been able to do because I don't have control over this area. I still think it was a good idea to split these guys out. Maybe I could have done it not as colonies so that they would, what's the term? So that they could be integrated later on. But yeah, I actually think if you have large swaths of horribly unadministrable land, it's probably good to get rid of it, because it's a drain on you. You lose crown power from having all of this. You don't extract money out of it. You have to build up on them to get market access anyway, and in that case just do it from your capital, your towns. Not convinced that zero control land is all that great. But at least I'm going to have land about as controlled as this, because these are my cores, and as such, core gives you plus 20 control. And maybe I can satisfy them a bit better, because I think my religion and my culture will be a bit more prime around there. But that's what we're doing this to find out. I don't know. I don't have much experience colonizing. I pressed the button once while testing to go, okay, this button works, but that's about all I know. Notably, this is getting more expensive. Yeah, number of colonial charters increase the cost. Also, lots of people there increase costs. Fascinating. Now that I have a colony being sent here, I couldn't do this, could I? No, I couldn't. Oh, we can work our way up and along here. I mean, I could expand out from Surgut, couldn't I? Yeah, I could. Alright, keep sending those people over. I hope I don't, like, drain my capital too hard by doing this. But my capital has loads of people to send over, so I'm sure it'll be fine. And if I find that my capital is just drying out by doing this, then it'll be a valuable lesson learnt. Alright, let's have a bunch of them going and see how it works out for us. I love how this game is already more full of flavour than Victoria 3. Yes! One of the things I wanted to say about this game earlier was that it's a better Victoria game than Victoria 3. And I do honestly feel like that. Like, Victoria 3 might have slightly deeper systems for pop needs and taxation and such, but there's no payoff, and it's not fun to do. You're just watching numbers go up. Now, I'm not going to say that's not addictive, but addictive is not the same as fun. I've had a couple of sleepless nights just playing Vicky all night, but I come away thinking that was poor time spent. Whereas this game always gives me happy tickles in the brain. Well, always, you know, from the not very long time I spent playing it. I just lost my CB, didn't I? Damn it, I completely forgot about Lithuania. I know this sounds like, oh no, I forgot. Oops, I did actually want to tributize Lithuania. This is why I don't tend to play in high speeds, but maybe I just need to get better. And I did just barely have enough stability to do it as well. Oh well. You live and learn. I'm glad this game is out just to see Jake play some EU. It's good to be back. It is absolutely good to be back. Alright. I don't think I'll miss my war on Vladimir, though. I want to eat up Vladimir and just give it to Tver. Although I'm sure Tver will be absolutely thrilled to have even more land that it can't integrate. It'll get there eventually. So where are my colonies? Oh, so it doesn't actually show you as having the land until you settle it. We're currently settling Krasnowotsits. Oh, that is so cool. Actually seeing these guys come over. Now, who am I sending? Are they peasants or... Mongolian Sunni peasants, 84? 82, I just can't count. They have their own nobles here. Okay, so I'm taking the vast amount of peasants that I have sitting, smelling their own farts in Sarai, and I have a lot of them. Oh, and it shows their migration. Like, this is so cool, right? They could have abstracted so much of this, but no. There is actually a crummy, smelly, downtrodden peasant that I'm picking up and throwing away. Oh, yeah. I wonder what happens if you don't actually have enough of your own culture to send over there. But I think I have Mongolians everywhere. Well, that's not true. Is that not true? No, there are Mongolians to take from Nazran. I can't think of a province where I have absolutely no Mongolians. Is that true? Has to be an entire province, though. Kazani? Yeah, they're even around here. There are a few Mongolians. Poor guys. Give more land to Tver so they can stick it to you by giving it away. I'm curious to see how they will do that. At least if it's given away, it's to their own subject, which they might eventually integrate. Me integrating Tver is a pipe dream for a long time. I need them to just administrate the land, and it means I don't have a headache with Russian principalities. I don't have to watch them build forts, and I go, oh, time to tear forts down again. And they don't have any respectable amount of money. I make enough passive money not to care about beating them up for a spare 50 ducats here and there. And when I have Bohemia on my side, it's going to be even better. So yeah, the Russian princes have outlived their usefulness. And they must go. Have they made any progress? Yeah, we covered this earlier. They already integrated Moskva. And look at that, that's not too bad effective control for big old Moskva. On reflection, I should have torn Muscovy down first. I don't like it being a city. I could have raised it down into, well, not being a city. But I didn't do that. Speaking of cities and towns and whatnot, something I want to do is actually play around with making more towns. So an idea is don't make too much or else you might starve due to lack of food. But as long as I have food available, then it won't cost me in importing. And yeah, these guys have livestock and wool. There's livestock and wool again. So I think I'm going to establish 2, maybe even 3 more towns around my capital. Because controls are good around here. I can do it on 71, 80, 72. That's all pretty good. And then that gives me more locations to, in parallel, build up more buildings to get more good everything. So let's give it a go, shall we? How much does it cost to do this? 300 or so. I'll wait until I have about 2 grand and then go on a building rampage. Yeah, it just makes sense to me. Chieftains aren't happy, but at least they're not revoltingly unhappy. Stability will fix that. Same with the Dhimmi, not too unhappy. The knackers still want to rise up. Just let them. I mean, what are they going to rise up with? Those 2 provinces? Timmy loves me as much as Timmy possibly could. That's good. Is this game low IQ friendly? Yeah, because you can automate just about everything. Just push these buttons and the game will play itself for you. Just choose what you want to handle yourself. Currently, I want to handle just about everything. Now, the production methods I might someday care about enough to do manually, but if it's anything like Vicky, and a lot of the systems here are like Vicky, then I simply don't care. Jurisprudence, away from mysticism. But costing me prestige. I like prestige. Either way, these go to jurisprudence. Okay, we'll take my money. I've got loads of money. Do you have many roads? People keep asking about roads, and I think it's because they want to make me feel bad. I do not have a lot of roads, because roads are not very relevant right now. 24 people are dead. No, I'm not willing to lose good Mongolian lives. Where are my roads? You? I have a road from Sarai that goes north and south, going to Astrakhan. I tried to improve my proximity as much as I could here, but proximity really tapers out after a while. I could probably improve things a bit more by just putting a few roads north and south, and I probably will. But the rivers are doing most of the work for me. River comes down here all the way to Astrakhan. The road does as well, and actually I don't think the road does much of anything. But yeah, getting the road down to Azok was also a nice one. Roads only work for 5-ish tiles away from the capital, exactly, until we get better roads, and those are a long way away. So no, people who think that if I build a road from here up to Kazan, all of this is magically going to be as in control as this are delusional. That road would only be half as effective as a downstream river, and it would taper off, well, pretty much where control already tapers off. Not worth the investment when there are many, many better things to invest in. Like my colonies. Surely colonies are better. It's already about 10% done. You've come of age, have you? Are you the potential heir? Wait, who even is that? No, the potential heir down the line, in addition to being very stupid, is still only 6 years old and has god-awful skills. Not my concern. Why is this telling me this? Am I meant to tell this to not work anymore? What is this telling me? There's nothing left to export on my pepper from the Nashapur to Astrakhani market. So you're telling me this no longer works. Why did I want pepper anyway? Okay, but that just means we get rid of the trade. What other trades are? I guess these are, right? There are no more books to be had. And there's no more pepper to be had, so we just get rid of them. This is certainly why you'd want to automate trade. I just wish there was a setting on automating trade where... hold on, furniture, fine cloth, and more furniture? None of those are these things. How mysterious. Oh, right, 'cause it's under current trades. Yeah, books are out of style. This is why I'd rather have automated trade, but I wish there was a setting on automated trade to make it focus on pop needs and building needs. Because currently I think it only focuses on... that's what's happening. I see it now. It's only focusing on profit. Profit is good, but... not for me right now, funnily enough. Have we burned all the books? I actually want to start making some books. I feel like books in my own market are a little lacking. Speaking of my own market, I was humming and hoeing to myself for a while. What is better, a big market or lots of small markets? I actually think the optimum situation is a market for every province, because then you can do ungodly amounts of trading. However, there is a very keen thing to note, and that is market access. And you see it in a province if you're clever. Here we go. Never really paid much attention to this, but what is it? Market access to from Sapara to Astrakhan is 75%. What does that mean? What does that mean? Well, there's a very big thing here. It affects the amount of goods produced. And Sarai, strangely enough, has a very low market access to Astrakhan. And it's reducing the amount of goods that I make in my buildings by a staggering 46%. So we're producing just about half of what we could be producing in Sarai because of this. Now, I know I was saying I don't need more money made locally, but that just strikes me as wrong. So I think the right thing to do is actually to create a market in Sarai. How much does that cost? Wait, it doesn't say. Why doesn't it say how much it costs to make a market? I'm pretty sure it's expensive, right? It really doesn't want to say. Troubling. Well, let's do it and find out. It's going to hurt the Astrakani market size, but I really do think my capital of all places should have an easily accessible market. I do wonder why it's so low, this access to Sarai, though. Transportation distance. But there's a road here. Well, I guess it's a dirt road, so it's not very good. Maybe they should have taken the river. Why don't they take the river? The river is better. Anyway, let's try this out. Let's create a new market. I have $957 dues. And now I don't. Okay, well, I'm glad it warned me that costs 500 ducats. It didn't warn me. That's very funny. Alright, so I'll take a wee while, and then we will have a new Sarai market, and then this will all be rejiggered. I adore the dynamic markets here, just like EU3. You know, we're learning that EU3 already had all the best mechanics. They just needed to be made more presentable. Gosh, this will be done in no time. I thought it might even take a year, but it's not. Dissidents abroad. Anything for my chieftains, right? Yeah, go on then. Those patriots, come on. I wish I could antagonize them into rising up faster. Jake ever streamed EU3? No, I'm pretty certain I haven't. Lots of negative colony events. There we go, now we've got Sarai. Hey, it really eats into the Riazan market here, doesn't it? But notably, Sarai now has 100% market access in its own market. Also has pretty much the market value that Astrakhan used to have. Interesting. Tell me more, tell me more. Yeah, there we go. Now you're up to 100. And I believe that tax base just rocketed up because now I'm producing twice as many goods. I wonder if that means they also eat twice as many goods. Probably, right? There's no way you can't just make more from less that way. Fascinating. Anyway, now I've got my own market there. Probably hurts my income because my expenses go up from that. But it still feels good making all this dosh. Money cost, creation skills in the market, attraction to the local, stability cost none for creating a market, but destroying a market costs 50 stability. Prestige cost none for creating a market. Destroying, okay, wow, that's quite the expunge there, Alib. But yes, there we go, 100% market access. Surely can't be a bad thing for my people. Maximum diplomats can't be a bad thing for me either, because it means there's more money for me to be having. Timurids! You look a little too happy there. I think I need your money. Thank you, Timmy. Bulgaria. Bulgaria got absolutely... no, they didn't get ravaged. It was the Byzantine Empire that got ravaged. I can also request them to give me their institutions, which I would quite like. I wonder if that stacks with the institutions that I get from Serbia. Perhaps we could check this. It goes into Sarai. Receiving knowledge, 10%. Receiving knowledge, 10%. Receiving knowledge, 10%. Let's see if it boosts up to 20% then. Might need the turn of the month for it though. I'm willing to believe. Also, I don't know what institution they had. I should have checked that. Receiving knowledge, 20%. And you know, it doesn't have an ongoing cost or anything. You just tell your subject to give it to you. That's quite nice. Speed it up even more. Although it feels like it's 20% of not much. It's going to take a long time for that to spread meaningfully into my country. What does your new market look like on the trade map? Right here. Certainly dwarfs Astrakhan a bit. But yes, there's Sarai. And there's a little outcrop for Kaffa, but that's because it belongs to Gaz. Nice. That should improve market access for some of the locations around here as well. I don't think that's very relevant for them because they don't produce many goods, but yeah, they're still there. Buy goods, buy things. Low market access harms the profit of RGOs. Now that I didn't know. Anything relating to market access here? Laborers, RGO level, output. Output has no mention of market thingamajigger. Laborers, promotion, peasants, lumber. No, I have no idea. Why are the markets different shades of brown? Too much blue on the map. That was actually a thing we said before. Too much blue. No Prussian blue for you. Roads give market access. Yeah, you don't say, but my roads are still kind of crappy. Also, there's already a bloody road. People and their love for roads, right? Roads can be great, but there are better things for me to spend my money on right now. Or so I'll claim. All the output can't go into the market with low access, I think. Well, it doesn't matter. We've got tons of livestock as it is. I'd love to do even more colonization. How much is that actually costing me ongoing? Cost of colony. Ooh, it's not insignificant. And would you look at that? It is once again based on economic base. So by having a more tributary-focused country, I'm able to expand my colonies for cheaper. Beautiful. Oh, our ruler's husband died. Once again, mauled by a wild animal. That's how most of the deaths happen in my country. That are deeply suspicious hunting accidents. Not on the cabinet, though, so I'm not sure we care all that much. I care about this integration, though, don't I? Yeah, it's not done yet. So those knack patriots are going to cause me a bit of a grief, aren't they? Oh, I thought that when your rebels were above 95%, they would prevent you from declaring war. I'm certain I've seen that before. But it's not happening now. Maybe it has to be considerably above that. I'm going to have to deal with that slave uprising at some point. Just start clamping it down. The Tengri zealots are running out of steam. And then everybody else is just pitiful. Not worth knowing. The Balkar Patriots. Balkar. How are these tiny amounts of people even able to cause us any kind of grief? I'll have to burn them down for all my troubles. So I want to get a casus belli on Gaz so I can deal with them. But now I'm drowning in diplomats with no idea what to do with them. Does anybody not like me enough, and that really ought to change? Perm, for example, could stand to like me a good lot more. There is an idea that maybe I want to convert Perm to Mongolian as well, because they've been doing a pretty fine job doing conversions on the religious front. And that land could eventually be mine and be nice and cored. But Perm are so cute, I just like keeping them around in general. Could even make them into a march. Further jobs here. I want to be a slave trader. We're not creating new slaves right now because I don't think there's a persecuted... Wait, why aren't we making slaves actually? There are all these Astrakanis and Merias and Udmunts. I actually don't know why the slave-making building doesn't always make me slaves. See this thing? Monthly enslavement plus 20. Why is it not enslaving? We're not at our population cap, are we? No, not quite. bizarre. I don't know. Maybe they need to be discriminated. I'm pretty sure we discriminate pretty heavily against plenty of these people. Let's have a look. Society. Astrakani. The Astrakani is a discriminated culture, and I can't discriminate them any harder. Much as I'd like to try. Smolensk are tolerated. That's fine. I might want to accept them someday. I thought they'd fix this. The Ottomans have once again proposed that we change the defense. They voted for possible defense. And now what do they want? They want automatic defense. Well, I want assured defense. This alliance is proving to not really be worth its time. I thought you would at least tolerate the Astrakani, given they let you live in their lands. Nope, not at all. This has been one big Astrakani removal operation. Currently my cap again. Well, it's nice having diplomats, but it's a famine. It's a feast or a famine when it comes to them. Running out of people to even punch more money out of. I feel like it's been a while since I've gone to Serbia to demand a bit more money. They disagree, though. They disagree vehemently. Oh, I noticed this got added here. If a subject is in a war and their overlord's not involved in it, they gain 10 liberty desire, or lack of loyalty. Now that is one of the many things that should not apply to tributaries in this game, because I can't join them in this war. Oh, can I? Let's be sure that we know what we're talking about here. No, I certainly cannot. But that's all the more reason to be a bit cautious about driving people's liberty desire way too low. Anyway, I want to be able to declare war upon you at some point, so I might as well start building up a spy network, which needs to be done in Genoa, because Genoa is the overlord. Let's concern ourselves with what that war would entail. Bohemia and Brescia. Yeah, Bohemia can come. We're going to have our separate war with Bohemia later on. But let's get the spy network going. Not that, but why is it not letting me do this? There we go. Build a spy network surprisingly fast as well. Yeah, I want these provinces, and I want to tributize Bohemia, and I want to go east, even though I think I said I didn't want to go east long ago. How many more of these colonies do we think we can support? At least colonial charter, we could have that. The more we have going... the costs aren't that big of a deal. It's more the upfront cost that has me going... Ew. But if we keep sending people out from our capital, surely we find that distant... Okay, now the distance is relevant. Bumps up the cost, but that's okay. Make it happen. We are going to colonize this land. And I actually want to go and see if I can colonize the Americas and see how that works. I've been told you can export slaves over there into plantations. But I'm also curious if I can have plantations here. So my capital is strictly speaking in Europe, right? Damn right it's in Europe. So this being Asia, could I actually have slave plantations here? Could I learn a bit about plantations? That sounds like at least an Age of Discovery thing. Plantations. Sugar, tobacco, and cotton. Oh, wait, what? Cotton seems reasonable in Asia. Tobacco and sugar... Sugar also sounds reasonable, actually. They can be built in foreign, unoccupied locations. They help us expand our influence there. Plantation... requires a colonial charter. Requires New World. That's all just research stuff, right? That just brings me back to here. Yeah, some famous Siberian sugar could really shake up the diet there. Notably requires the slave good, not the slave individual. But we have slave goods, and I can set up little slaver areas as well. What's your current limit for horse archers? Yes, it does have a manpower upkeep cost. But I could certainly double my army, it would be no big deal. And I should double my army in recognition of wanting to fight Bohemia in the future. In fact, this Casus Belli is for fighting Bohemia pretty much now. So perhaps we should recruit some more. Oh, but they're quite expensive, aren't they? Let's get ourselves up to 30 units of horse archers and 10 auxiliaries. And we can wait a while for those to be recruited. We're not in a hurry. Yeah, quite curious to see if I can do plantations over here, because it's another continent. And then I could bring back loads of sugar and such, and I will eventually need to make mad money off of domestic means, including trade. But for now, we're riding the tributary wave of income, for it is good. Hey, gads, what am I meant to do with all these diplomats? I suppose... Oh, jeez, yeah, what do I do? Good uses for my diplomats, huh? Europeans only get one building for 5 manpower per month until like 50 years from the game start. Well, you better build a lot of them. What are the buildings that I get? It's a soldier one, right? It's not the castle. Here we go. It's the Kurultai. It gives me 50 monthly manpower. And I could build so many more of those. I just haven't been. Wait, no, it doesn't give... Wait, it does give 50. Cool. But it employs a lot of soldiers. It's unique in your capital. Oh, no. Is that really so? What if I wanted to build one in Astrakhan? No, you're right. It is unique in my capital. Oh well, still very, very nice to have. I'm not complaining about this sweet monthly manpower. Where's the other manpower coming from, I wonder? Doesn't want to give me a breakdown. It's telling me about my language power. And it's telling me I have none as well. Oh well, the more you know. Check the Ottoman diplomacy for possibilities. Are we ever... Oh, would you look at that? Now they want the alliance. I wonder if they break alliances because of coalition threats. If so, then what's the point? Anyway, let's try for this again. This will cost diplo capacity. Well, that's fine. Come on, Otto Scum, we could be good friends. Hopefully that lessens his desire to go and attack Bulgaria and Serbia as well. Gives me eyes over them too. But yeah, Bohemia is my big target for becoming next tributary. And then I don't really get much out of tributizing Yuan, I'm quite certain. There's stuff to consider there. Why does it say plus 1.1 from being likely target of coalitions? Your guess is as good as mine. Offer alliance. Golden Horde is likely target of a coalition. Yay! Wait, but the numbers don't add up now. It also tells me about my language power. Wait, does everything talk about my language power? Does population tell me about my language power? No. Some strange things going on, I'm telling you. Can we make France a tributary as a game goal? Please, pretty please, you know you want to. I don't see why we couldn't. They are the richest country in the world. My issue with France is that they're not very monoculture. Too many cultures actually make it worse for me for enslavement for reasons that I will, well, I suppose, get into now. I can absorb a lot of population and emancipate them at once, provided they're one culture. Which is all the more reason I want to attack Vladimir. That's a lot of Muscovites I can bring home. But they always seem to be going to the capital. It used to be that the slaves went to my different cities. Now they're only going to Sarai. Is that because my cities are actually full? Like, they just have too many slaves? Ryazan doesn't have many slaves, and I actually kind of wanted to send all the Russian slaves over there. So it's a mystery to me, I'm afraid. And strap some floaties to your horses, go and invade Gascony? I'm very glad English has Northern English and Southern English, possible court languages. Oh, so you could actually go full Yorkshire. Haven't looked into that. I only played Scotland for a few years. Beat the rebellion and then went, oh, okay, I want to play something else. I want to play my beloved Golden Horde. I love my Golden Horde. So many different ways to play the Golden Horde. Alright, Vladimir, is there any reason not to just kick you in the face straight away. Hopefully not. Yeah, I'm just looking to Horde expand and take it all. Frankly, I bet Tver could just take you on, but why leave it to Tver? Hang on, who are your allies? Smolensk is getting involved again, aren't they? Yeah, they always do. And Smolensk have rebuilt their fort. You know, one of these days I'm going to have a permanent solution for Smolensk, but they have the audacity of being Smolenskian culture, which is tolerated but not accepted in my realm, I believe. No point removing it. Wait, is that true? Hold that thought. The culture peoples that we have around here, Smolenskian, would cost me no stability to remove as an accepted culture. But it doesn't really cost me any significant cultural cost here, so there's no good reason to remove it either. God, why do I accept the Mishar around here? Funny thing is, it wouldn't be too bad to accept some of these other guys if only I had more accepted culture space for them. Ah, we'll leave them be. But yeah, good to know that I'm going to need to take you on as well. But I got plenty of an army, right? Send these guys over to deal with Vladimir. Hold on. Up you go, and then the larger one probably needs to deal with Smolensk. Well, no, Vladimir's probably the larger one. God knows, just go over to Moscow. Wait, why is it not selecting my guys here? Probably because I selected the location instead of the people. Anyway, make your way up, and let's go and destroy them. Wait, what do you mean no? Oh, right. Leaders over here. There's something saddening about Jake not playing Scotland whilst the Highland Wanderer wanders. Trust Howie to know that the song playing right there was the Highland Wanderer from EU3. Is that a troll castle? It is a troll castle. Awful, awful building. So their nobility is unhappy as well. Who would have thought? All right, Vladimir, I'm afraid it's time for you to die. Rostov will be called in on account of... Actually, why are you automatically called in? Oh, a coalition. There's a coalition against me. Sorry, I didn't notice, but you need to die. Horde expansion and... Well, I could call them in, but I won't. Yeah, we don't automatically have to do this. Great. Bwam. Kill him to death, lads. Yeah, Vladimir's one of those annoying forts. Oh my god! Thanks to this patch, I don't have to keep checking where the capital is. Unfortunately, I bet the bug where it keeps changing where the capital is still there. But one can't have everything, can they? I'll work on you. I doubt Vladimir's going to be able to handle what I'm bringing to the show anyway. Yeah, nice seeing Tver going around with actual regulars. Wonder if Vladimir has regulars. That integration is looking terrific. In that case, I want you to keep on keeping on. Now I want you to ass blast your way north. To Mongolian, of course. What's the control like up in Yelan? Pretty poor. Let's do it anyway. I want to see how things work out when I try to switch a zero control place. Not impossible. It is slow, no doubt, but my vast cultural influence is so much superior to the Astrakanis that we can actually blast through the lack of control. Spiritualism getting my way as it always does, and that feels difficult to change. More slaves, Your Majesty. There we go. Wanted them to build their units just so I can destroy them. Kind of sad, though. That kills population. I'm not here to pop kill, after all. I'm here to pop absorb. Yeah, see, there we go. Oh, wait, was that? Maybe that wasn't the capital. No, it's different areas. He knows how to play this game. So we know women can be Khan, but we're still in the opinion that no child can be Khan, so it seems. We haven't had to run into many problems with that, although in some of my test runs I did see your people are very unhappy waiting around on a child Khan, and there are all these events for the tribal succession crisis, and they're all bad, there's no good one. And even when it's, ooh, a promising pretender has appeared, maybe there'll be an end to this, it's like, no, no, it's still here. Still more tribally succession crises because they're all killing each other. Very sad news for me. I feel like I'd be playing much better if I divided up my armies a lot more. Which is what I was very, very confident in doing in EU4. But it just feels really clunky. It's not like I can just grab this smash S and then move everything. You know, you go like SSS, VVVVV, and then move everything around. And I don't trust the automation all that much. Then again, there is this split in half button, which I perhaps should be using a lot more of. When I know I have the numbers advantage. Wait, you think I'm not going to be able to take this? It's very likely we will lose. What if we balanced our units? That's probably still not enough. Oh well, if I have to run away, I have to run away. Yeah. I'm willing to agree that it's very likely we're going to lose. Alright, take a step back then. Take a breather. Head on back to Ryazan. I should have sent the majority of my units over there in the first place. In fact, why don't you just chase that army down? Is this the first genuinely lost battle of the campaign? No, we've lost battles. Well, now I'm not so sure about that. Is that true? I'll tell you what is true. I keep forgetting to hit that balance button. I'm getting complacent because I just see this as a mop-up war. But they can still bring out a whole lot of levies. And levies are getting more and more competitive against my horse archers. Which I'm not pleased about. I don't want my enemies being competitive with me. Provinces are starving. Ah. Well, that's new. So there's just this province here in the middle of nowhere, which is relatively happy. I'm surprised at that. My Mongols are very unhappy. Well, they'll become happy. Oh, but then when they start working the fur trade, they'll make some food from the fur and then they'll be okay. But yeah, weird that it colonizes somewhere detached from everything else so they don't get food access. Hopefully that doesn't become too much of a problem. Continue with the slaves. Yeah, what was that about colonies had to be next to locations? So the province is adjacent to another province, but that location is out in the middle of nowhere. Alright, just because we lose one battle doesn't give them the right to go and siege this land down. They have no such rights. Maybe work on Vladimir. These sieges sadly have to fall at some point. Especially if I want to annex much of Vladimir. Oh god, I love bringing these... Wait, I haven't been paying attention. Those slaves going... Where are those slaves going, rather? Are they going to Sarai or are they going to other places? I can check Ryazan. Ryazan is getting slaves. Good, good. Yes, 2,614 new slaves were enslaved. And I want new Muscovite slaves. Sadly, this is the last big Muscovite slaving I'm going to be doing, isn't it? Yes, because this already belongs to Belo Ozero. So if I'm ever going to emancipate Muscovite slaves, after this war is essentially the time, right? There's a tiny little country here that nobody's ever heard of. Who are you? Tarusa. Who the heck are Tarusa? Wait. Did I click on the wrong thing here? It's Bryanskian clergy breaking away from Bryansk. I don't think it's a relevant enough amount of people to care about, though. Certainly not. No longer are any of them being sent to Kursk. Yeah, well, isn't Kursk bursting at the seams from slaves? Yeah, it's 90% slaves there, and they all want to rebel. The mind boggles. Gotta say, these teleporting armies aren't getting any less annoying. But yeah, there's something about warfare like this. It just feels more scuttery than EU4. And I'm not entirely sure if that's because I'm not any good, or if it is just more of a scutter. Because they keep popping up with all these additional levies. And as long as those levies can do a little bit of de-sieging, it's already a pain. Oh, my unwanted daughter has died at the age of 51. She was our younger sister. Okay, not my concern. Here we go. Slaves to Ryazan, slaves to Ryazan, slaves to Sarai. I do not know how it chooses where to put them. I wish I knew. Right, what am I even looking to do with these guys? Not much until May. Unless I 100% them. Do I want any of this land? As we've agreed, none of it is Muscovite except this one province here. Or one location, even. I could actually stand to take that one location off of them, couldn't I? Smolensk is actually an entire city. Oh well, this whole war is good money-making opportunity. All the while I build up my spy network in Genoa, and they will be the next war. So it's this war, it's Genoa war, it's tributized Bohemia, and then maybe I consider what, if any, warring I can do in Asia. Also, as expected, this province is now feeding itself, isn't it? Yeah, so as long as people actually started working there, a few people started making fur, the fur translates to food, and the food keeps the place just barely fed. That, or they were buying it from the market? Oh look, subsistence agriculture actually contributes food towards a province. Is it significant? I never actually thought to check that, did I? Let's take one of these provinces, for example. Subsistence agriculture? Okay, that's really not relevant compared to getting other kinds of food. That's just in that one place, though, because we've got other places that make good amounts of food, loads of it even. And that's why when we check the food numbers here for the whole place, very positive. Excellent. Yeah, damn, all these little armies that can do counter-sieging. And it's not the age of me having bombards for tearing down loads of walls either. Can you send food up there through trade? I don't have to. It would need food access, though. I guess they could they buy it from the market? I think if they didn't have food, they would have to buy it from market. Probably the starvation thing was probably just because of the province suddenly spawning, so it didn't assign the people there. We'll see if it pops up again when we get other new colonies starting. If it does go bong, bong, bong the whole time, that's probably going to get very annoying very fast, though. Yeah, just kill them. Yuan doesn't have tax base anymore. What we need is a Shu tributary. So I am eyeing up the likes of Wu here, or Dongguan. Dongguan. Pay limitation of Dongzhuo. And hey, that is a healthy tax base. It's always worth checking, though, who's actually making money. Because income is what matters for getting my tributary stuff. Who is a Coke Temur? Yes, Bohemia's there, France is here, Korea is there. Alright, Korea looking nice. But the thing is, I'm not sure I want to tributize Korea. I think I want to periodically just go and ravage them for slaves. Because then I can essentially make tons of Koreans just part of my country. And then I can just emancipate them, and then they go around and do stuff. Work for me. Although I could also just make them a tributary and have loads of money after one round of Korea bashing. I was curious. Coke Tamur. Oh, it's you! What, you are filthy rich? How? Well, that'll do it. I think I've spotted a new tributary. The Mongols are going to come on down and demand what's rightfully theirs. I would need access, though. If only I could make a tributary around here to get me access through. Although, me and Yuan are both Mongols, he might be willing to give me access. Military and food access? He doesn't trust me very much, and the opinion is negative. Well, that's a good use for my diplomats, then. A very rare case of not actually fighting Yuan, because I have no benefit in doing so. Do I believe what I'm saying there? Yeah, Yuan can't administrate this land to save their life. And I might at some point want to integrate all this Mongolian land into my own. Might not though. Let's do some actual relation improving. Is Korea a great power? Korea is power 22. I am 18. Where do you see the great power list anyway? And somebody asked about hegemons. I don't know where that is either. Sort by art, sort by prestige, sort by great power score. There we go. Bohemia is number 1. Japan, Egypt, Khmer, France. That Temur guy. Southern China. Great Yuan is still up in the great power list. Astonishing. Jimmy Joe. The Byzantine Empire is high up there. That must be kingdom rank. Empire rank, yeah? Empire rank doing a lot of heavy lifting. If I had Empire rank, I'd probably be great power number 1. Unfortunately for me, though, Empire rank requires me to know where to change that. Where in the world do you change that? Hey, here, the geopolitics is a screen that I haven't really checked out. Maybe I should look at it a bit more at due time. What the heck is it? Is Form New Country tab? Ah, this one. Yeah, if I wanted to become an empire, I'd need 10 million people. Or we'd need to have 5 million Mongols or Mongol adjacents. Seems like a lot. We'd also need a ton of prestige, but that would be less of a problem. So yeah, 10 million people. We're currently at 3.5. I think it could be done. Colonization efforts, taking over China. I don't want to annex China, though. We're not looking to blob here. Well, not too hard, at least. They can manage on their own. It's just prestige. And as we know, prestige goes up higher the lower it is. Yeah, there we go. Suzdal slaves. More slaves, Your Majesty. Wait, was I even... how did Suzdal become mine? Every neighbor gains opinion with... Now, this is a lovely event, isn't it? Also, hegemons aren't unlocked until next stage. Thank you, thank you. Whoa, whoa. I'm not allowed to lose a battle. That's what happens when I take my eyes off of the proverbial prize. Wonder if they think they can take me on in Vladimir. Yeah, sieging is such a pain in the arse, especially without bombards. There is a way I could get bombards. I could spend a ridiculous amount of money on a mercenary and take his cannons off of him. Not something I plan on doing, mind you. At least not yet. I might want to consider that going into Bohemia. But it's just this is awkward, right? The line is split. They have these little crappy armies going around de-sieging. What I should do is just leave some armies for sieging and then have somebody patrolling around, taking care of any other armies that pop up. You keep saying sieges will get better once you get cannons, but do you know for certain? Yeah, I tested it out. The cannons work very similar to how they do in EU4. If you have cannons, it will speed up the siege proportional to how many cannons versus the fort level there is. It mentions something about bombards, which there was too much reading involved, but yeah, more cannons, more better. I'm not sure if you get a bonus just for having one of them, though. That's probably worth checking. Wonder if there's an automated fly swatter. I would not trust that. Don't trust the automation. I like to have complete control over my army. He says, whilst he keeps not paying attention to his army and losing fights. It's okay, these guys know what they're doing. Slaves. I should really get rid of that pop-up, but I just like constantly being reminded about the huge amount of slaves that we're getting. It feels good. Oh wait, the army here is just my auxiliaries. Why are they even on their own? I don't know, but they should probably get back. Or they split off somehow. Alright, how's it going with Genoa? I've got more than I need. So with that, I can create a Casus Belli. Now, ordinarily I've been using Horde expansion, but now I actually think I want Religious War to take Kaffa. Because then I get ticking war score for taking Kaffa. What I would hate to happen is I do Horde expansion, I take it, and then no one comes to deal with me. I don't want to go all the way over to Bohemia for a fight. I just want to take this, sit in it, and then eventually they go, oh, well, we can't defend this, so I would take Kappa, Vosporo, Tana, and probably nothing else. Maybe money if they have some. Besides, I want to try out different CBs, so yes, Religious War, please. This will give us a Casus Belli, that's the plan. Oh, but I have to specifically say, well, I want Kaffa, because Kaffa's a more populous one. Other people agree, it's very legitimate. Good. As legitimate as my fiscal needs. Whoa, how long have I been sitting on no advances? Fortunately, you store up a bit of research, don't you? Don't you? I hope you do. Either that or this thing just popped up. Not a lot of these are any good for me. Was there anything I was missing out in the Age of Tradition that I didn't bother taking so far? Religious actions, construction speed. Yeah, construction speed might not be all that bad. If I have to do a lot of constructions, it can feel quite slow. Otherwise, I'm still just really waiting on professional army. That is gating a lot of things that I want. Mediterranean galley, are you good for me, by the way? You might actually give a good amount of maritime presence if I ever want to start doing naval things. I'm very late to the naval game. It'd be a lot to catch up on, though. Expanding raw materials time, more construction speed, more fort limit. That's not particularly useful. Maritime trade advantage. Oh, cost of court going down. I don't pay a lot in cost of court, so it doesn't seem that great. Let's just unlock our galley. Get to this. And still dream of the day. War with no Casus Belli cost. No, we do a lot of Casus Bellying, so that's not a concern. Yeah, still dream of the day that we can have a professional army. In order to get that, we would need to embrace professional army. And that's only exposed to 1.7% of our population. There's another downside to having a big country. I wonder if that is pure population or if it's scaled to control. Isn't it scaled to autonomy in EU4? Well, it's not even there yet. I guess it's just exposed to the people over here, isn't it? Tragic shame. But that's okay. Eventually we will know about it. Will Genoa get extra help from Catholics because it's a religious war? Ooh. Hopefully not. I mean, it's just a CB, right? How could that possibly amount to something bigger than just my glorious land grab? Nah, I won't believe it. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, look at these crappy guys just taking back all this land. All the while my poor little guys get hungry because they're cut off. Yeah, I'm really bad at doing the war. There's just something that feels so clunky about it all. Maybe if there were more forts blocking zone of control, but on the other hand, freaking forts, man. A pain in the bum that they can be. Smellansk weren't going to be going out until May next year, so I guess we just siege these bad boys down. More slaves for Ryazan. But yeah, it's a horrifying thing to realize that slaves are actually bad. I love the enslavement, but what do slaves actually do? They lower the overall satisfaction, because slaves aren't very happy for some reason. They're more mouths to feed. I guess they drive a little bit of demand for goods. That could actually be considered good. But slaves don't demand a lot of things, and a lot of what they do demand I don't think I can give them. Where can I actually see the pop demands of these slaves? Those are peasants. No, those are slaves. I suppose they also work subsistence agriculture, but that's just for food. That's not relevant. Where do you see the needs of a pop? So I can look at, for example, all these Greek Orthodox Jews that I brought over aeons ago. I would like to see their needs. Needs of the population. Here we go. This is what they want. So yeah, I suppose they drive up demand for things that I can produce. There's lumber there, there's cloth there, there's grains there. Maybe having loads of slaves isn't so bad. I mean, as long as I can get them those goods, but that's what driving up the RGOs are for. Part of the problem, though, is that they cannot move. They're in Ryazan, they're stuck in Ryazan. And as far as I can tell, slaves don't promote. It says they adopt another social class, but it immediately says that they lose that social class. 36 became slaves, and then they didn't become slaves. So what's going on with slaves, I don't know. I think they're a bit bugged because of the assimilation stuff as well. Plantations have demand for slaves, yeah, but that's the slave trade good, not the slave pop, which are two very different things. What are we doing in Parliament? There are going to be people saying, build some bleeding roads. Yeah, maybe I could actually build some roads this time. Don't want to risk going aristocratic by sponsoring noble arts. Although, what about supporting the state? Support me. Road industries centralize me, which I also don't like, though. That's a lot of expansion. It's not exactly an expensive thing to be doing, though. Build more embassies. I will be building more embassies in the future. Why, is that something that's here? No, it is not. Extra benefits from merchants? Trade advantage, huh? Well, let's see if we can do something with the forest exploitation. It still says I could move somewhere else to move towards decentralization, but I can't find any way to do my parliament anywhere else. If we select your capital for the parliament... Okay, but it never gives me a chance to choose somewhere else. Is there perhaps a parliament building that I'm missing? Let's have a quick look. What would that even be? Probably a government building. Urban parliament seat. But I thought I already built some of these because there were demands for parliament seats. That said, it still says there are 0. Embassy. Embassy's always welcome. Actually, while we're at it, is there anywhere I can build an embassy? No, but maybe somewhere down the line I'll be able to, especially if I have other countries that like me enough for it. I always forget what it takes to build an embassy. Yeah, what does it take to build an embassy? here we go. We have one urban parliament seat somewhere in Ishmael, operating at 50% because they lack books. And then there's bailiff. We don't talk about bailiff. Bailiff bad. Yeah, it says I have one in Ishmael, but could it be that it simply doesn't work? That's the castle, you dingus. Here it is. They don't have beeswax, but I find it hard to believe that just because they don't have beeswax, it's not able to operate. Even so, let's help them out a bit. So you claim you need beeswax to work. I'm going to do Kaffa. And I'm going to say, if you insist that you need beeswax, I will import beeswax. I will import it from probably Kiev. I know that I've got my own production going on there. I don't want to make all that money, by the way. I just want enough to meet the demand. In that case, I should take like the least profitable trade. Take it all the way from Alexandria. Give me enough of this to feed the market. Next month that'll come into effect, and then we'll see if we can move our parliament down to Ishmael when they have their enough goods. Man can dream. Wait, which side is that on? They put a lot of cities right on the border of the locations. Can make it really hard to read which one is where. Yeah, Jake complaining about reading. What a new thing. Yeah, this guy's on his way to 100% Vil. Not looking good for him. Especially if I split you in half and then send half of you over there. And then you take that, and then there'll be nothing left of him. I want to make absolutely sure that the building is working first. Still says it's not working. Has it been the turn of the month since I got the trade going? Kaffa. Balance of beeswax is positive. That said, maybe it needs a moment to actually get some there. Check with Ishmael. Still needing that beeswax. I'm working on it, buddy. You checked the demands of the temple, not the parliament building. Ah. The parliament needed books, not beeswax, didn't they? Yeah, oh wait, crumbs. Where's the parliament building? How am I having such a hard time with this? Local shrine, temple, castle, toll castle, mason, granary. Oh, hello! It's a burger building. Ooh. Yeah, I do find the icons really hard to read. They don't pop out at all. They're very indistinguishable. It's just a colored blur, really. Right, the actual thing I needed were books. Bring books over here. Alright, Kaffa. Kaffa needs books. That means, where's my... Maybe I should keep the temple operating there. But yes, give me some books. I want to import books. Reading is fun. Import books from Sarai Market. Sarai doesn't even have an excess to bring over. Bring over Dubrovnik's books. And just bring over the tiniest amount of them. There you go. Then we'll see if we can move our parliament over there. Because I want to decentralize, you see. Ugh, he keeps taking his lands back. Feels really sad not hearing the clanging of battle. I don't know why it is so incredibly quiet in this game. I maxed it out, but maxing it out is simply not enough, it seems. Just finished watching yesterday's VOD. I gotta say, this series is very nice. It's very comfortable. I find it very comfy. I have not been paying much attention to my chieftains, and I'm still on the fence about ripping out primacy and nobility. It will absolutely shatter their power, but it'll also make them very unhappy. Do I even tax them right now? A little bit. A tiny little bit. Yeah, do I really want to take another plunge into minus 100 stability? It also hurts my army. Maybe I should do that after I deal with Bohemia. Anyway, part of the chieftains. How can I turn down the chieftains here? Antagonism and diplomats for 10 years. No, I think the chieftains are just going to have to be a little bit unhappy. It's okay, they'll see the funny side. Get these people back together. Hunt down the last of that Smolensk army, because it keeps causing us grief. Actually, no. Instead, occupy that. Oh, wait, this still wasn't taken? Ah, jeez. Get over there with your horribly balanced army. And your horribly balanced army gets over there. That'll 100% them, and then I'll get them out of this war. My Tatar yoke. So one of the things I want to do is annex Vladimir. Oh, and they've made that easier by annexing that land. So that I don't have to deal with yoke stuff anymore. Or rather, I want to see what happens, because there's a problem here. For some reason, the game has not assigned a new payee after I destroyed Muscovy. So it would appear that Vladimir is getting paid, but they don't have any obligation to pay me. I mean, even Tver seems to be paying towards Vladimir. But since they're not a payee, I don't get anything. And there's no way for me to assign them, or if there is, I don't know where to assign. I mean, is there some interaction that I've been missing? You know, assign as whatever? I know we're at war now, but they haven't been showing up for that even when we're at peace. So, I have no idea what to make of it. Unhappy nobles as its own reward is pretty rewarding. Oh, you're not allowed Vladimir. And unfortunately, we need the full 100% to piece these guys out. Well, no, well, look at that. I don't think it's been a full year, but they're willing to get out. Smolensk continues to be a pain in my bum. You're not allowed a fort. There won't be an alliance with Vladimir anymore. They won't really exist. I guess I can humiliate you. There's not really anything to gain in tributizing these people. They're poor as sin anyway. So I guess just give me all your money and all of your money. And I think I should take a little bit of land and give it over to Tver. Especially if it's Muscovite land. Yeah, there's one bit of Muscovite land over here that I want to give to Tver. I hope I can give it to them. What if it says can't because it's not attached? Well, I guess we're going to find out. Wait, hold on. We have a way to do with that, don't we? Transfer this over to Tver. Let me double check that. I didn't trust how much that screen moved away. So this is taking Medine. Transfer occupation. Transfer it over to Tver. Transfer occupation. It'd be nice if you confirmed which place I'm talking about, but yes, there we go. And then when I separate sue for peace, this province goes to Tver. And it will cost me antagonism, as expected. Okay, while we're at it, do I want you to spit out any countries? Can you even spit out any countries? Funnily enough, I don't think you can. Your treaties with other countries are irrelevant, just as you are irrelevant, so get out of here. The Emirate of Tver, yeah, I forced them to spread my religion for me. I'll see what they do with that little parcel of land. And I don't think I'm at war with anybody else, am I? Oh, Rostov, who I constantly forget about. I'm sorry, Rostov, you're just kind of there. Just get my humiliations in, don't even worry about your land, I don't care about it. It was a really nice change so that you don't have to unpause to do peace deals. That was introduced in EU4 quite late into development even. So, my thought is maybe I level the place. You know, what if I just annex the whole land And then I destroy the towns, I destroy the forts, and then I give it over to Tver. Maybe not destroy the forts, but the towns are going to become not towns anymore. I'm just going to burn them down. Yeah, I mean, how many towns do we have here? We've got the town of Vladimir. We've got the town of Yuryev-Polshki. We've got the town of Rostov. I'll feel bad about doing this to Rostov, but some things have to be done. There's Nizhny Novgorod. I thought Rostov was on the Black Sea. You're thinking of something else. Well, something else. Yeah, I guess I'll just annex them and then deal with the rest. So, annex all locations is affordable. Amazing. And then take all the money that I can. Yaku% war score. Won't less towns mean less control for Tver? Towns slightly increase control, but they also increase how much it takes to integrate them. And I'm not looking for more towns up here, because why? I mean, it's going to be far away from their capital anyway. There is an argument for keeping Rostov. I'm not sure it's a very strong one, though. Alright, get out of here. They rejected it? What? Impressive. Did I not notice that they could even reject that? Maybe they think they're about to take their capital back. Let's right those wrongs. Yeah, what do you think about that? Guess I didn't pay attention to them saying over our dead bodies. But don't worry, that can be arranged. Wonder where they're running away to. Probably Nizhny Novgorod. Yeah, I think I saw the... Wait, what? I saw the plus 12, and I thought that means accept. But at the same time, they won't accept. There are 152 positive and negative 140, leaving 12 positive. At least one more positive than negative are needed for an acceptance. This mathematics is paradoxical. Maybe there's some hidden bonus for, you're going to annex us, please don't, my lord. To which I say, who's talking to me? I did not give you permission to speak. You will speak when spoken to, and I will never speak to you. Might speak at you. I believe I'm at war. The sudden blong makes me think I'm at war. With a nation who I don't think can actually do anything. I hate the fact that it just suddenly raises all of my units for even a tiny little war like this, but... Somebody told me you can't have revolts while at war, and I see that whoever told me that was lying through their teeth. They still won't accept. I mean, what if I didn't take their money? Then they would accept, but, you know, I'm not taking that money. I went to a lot of effort for this war. Yeah, I can take a few more bits of their land, and then maybe they'll see things differently. By the way, can I move my parliament yet? We have Ishmael over here. Ishmael has a parliament building. The parliament building is now working. Parliament seat, yes. Determines if a location gets more power in the parliament or not. Is that different from being able to hold the parliament there, then? I don't understand. I'm never able to do this thing the way I want to. Select a parliament thing to debate, but can I move my parliament somehow? What am I missing here? Ishmael might need to be a city. But my capital isn't a city. Heavens knows. I have played as another nation, and I've been able to move my parliament, or have my parliament elsewhere. I think I did that as Hungary. But, dunno. Anyway, let's exploit if we can. Oh, I get the feeling this is not going to pass. Ooh, but that moves me towards decentralization in exchange for stability. I like decentralization. And I can also do tax exemption. The chieftains become unhappy, of course. That wouldn't even be enough to get this through Parliament. Come on, lads, you've really got to go. There we go. Now they're saying they can go. I guess I needed the full 100% war score in order to full annex. Alright, away you go. Now, what happened to the Tatar yoke? It just removed them. I can't assign a new Tatar yoke individual. I think it's just broken. Right, speaking of breaking things. Rostov, I am slightly tempted to keep you. Because your proximity to Tver... Isn't there a river here? Which way is this river flowing, by the way? You'd think it flows towards the sea. Which would mean you're upstream, which is actually bad for control. I mean, it's better than not being there, but... From Tver to what's it? It is going downstream. Well, does this end up going all the way north? Showing my my ignorance here. I might keep Rostov. Also, I got fond memories of Rostov. I did a campaign as them a long time ago. Vladimir, on the other hand, I think I have to raise. You cannot reduce an urban location when there's separatism in a location. What? Oh. And where is separatism shown, my liege? That doesn't seem very good. I mean, what's the point in hoarding if I can't go around and just ruin these places? Of course there's going to be separatism if I charge in as a horde. Separatism. Because pop satisfaction is low. Yeah, no kidding, because I'm here to destroy them. But yeah, where do you see separatism? Is there a separatism map mode? No. Hordes cannot legally raise your city if you say no. So it seems. That's a bit of a shame. I mean, they took out raising altogether from EU4 here. There's looting, but it's not very visceral. And you actually have to have your army there to do it. Ah, man, this ain't right. Is there a rebellion map mode? Well, I mean, I'm not surprised at all that there's rebellion to be had here. That sounds silly. We literally went there for some scorched earth. Yeah, but they're saying we legally cannot raise Vladimir. But I want to raise Vladimir. Why? Why is this a thing? You cannot reduce an urban location when there's separatism. But where's the separatism? I know that there's separatism there, but where do I see it? There's development, food productivity, spread of institutions, building levels. Yeah, you don't get anything from raising them, but I want them raised because it'll be easier for Tver to integrate land when there aren't these big cities for them to deal with, or towns even. Well, if I can't do it, I can't do it. I would just really, really like to see where the separatism is. Like, how do you see the separatism of a province? Oh well, that's life. Tver's going to be getting all of this. Can I give it over even while we're at war? Could start annexing, but I'm not in it for that. Why am I not seeing it? It might be blocked because I'm at war. That would make a lot of sense. Subject actions. Seed. Yeah, Seed isn't here at all, so I guess we need to finish this war. Which probably won't take long. Take about as long as... oh, goodbye, Coalition. Take about as long as this occupation takes. Good job, guys. You rose up really well against the Horde. I'm proud of you. And then they were gone. Oh, wait, hang on. I need to do full occupation? I didn't sign up for that. You see, I did that on purpose because I wanted to see if it still had that issue where if you arrive at the same moment that another unit fails in a fight, does your massive army then retreat along with them? Not that this army is particularly massive, but should be enough to flank these guys out of existence. Oh, I see, I see. Wait, no, I don't see. Are these two different areas? No, but for some reason just taking the capital wasn't enough. Oh, I need to separately piece them. I need to take their land back off of them. I'm going to take all their money. I thought it was one of the wars where you win, but no, this is a completely different kind of war. Alright, well, if you cease to exist, I'll be a lot happier. Alright, good enough. Now, please... remove all my levies. Yeah, because they're crowding out my other views. Right now, those Muscovite patriots really want to rise up. I wonder, here's a thought, maybe if the Muscovite patriots rise up and I naturally go and kill them, that might reduce their separatism. We should give it a go. You know, they just kind of get it out of their system. And maybe I'll be able to steal even more Muscovite slaves. Get so many of them over in Ryazan, we start using them as coat hangers. You just separate their heads from their bodies. You tempt me greatly. Yeah, curious to see how this is going to go. Annoyingly, there were forts here. Wait. What if there were no forts here? Yeah, I think these castles need to go, especially if I'm about to have to fight this thing again. We don't need castles here. We're a horde. Also, dealing with castles is just such a pain in the bum for me. Castles also enshrine the nobility, so I'm all the happier to see fewer of them. But, patriots. Yeah, let's see what a patriotic war is like. By the way, during all this time, have I been doing enough cultural enrichment? Notably quite slow in this province, isn't it? With the control being so much lower, it's so much slower getting these Mongolians here. But I actually think I want to put down the slave uprising. It's been rising up way too much. Keeping my slaves happy is proving very difficult. Religion intolerance. That's not my problem. It's they don't like me. It's not that I don't like them. Meeting their needs is always proving difficult, but yeah. One small problem with having all these slaves, I need my slightly better military guy. Well, you're busy on the integration, so I guess you're going to do it. Please crush these rebels. Don't know why own rebels only filters these out, but yes, please remove the slave uprising. I don't want to deal with that. Why can't I merge you? Because you're actually moving. What? You don't look moving to me. Is this really all my army, by the way? Didn't I have, you know, a lot more of a military? Ah, I did, and it's there. Alright, there we go. That's going to crush away the Golden Horde slave uprising. The Golden Slaves. Cool name for them. It's just a cool descriptor for the whole country. Just everything we do is golden. I'm hoping I wipe out the Tengris before they even think about rising up. And then none of these other rebellions should be worth considering even. Wait, They want to rise up here again? It's the Al... Who were the guys we just slaughtered here? I forget their names because they were so insignificant. Wasn't it the Knacks? And the Knacks want to join again. Bloody revolting lands around here. Georgia has the right idea, just enslave the tribes and don't even take it. And it's a good idea of theirs. Support for rebellion plus 80 due to cool name. Yeah, I wouldn't mind being a slave if I was the golden slave. That just sounds like you're better than everybody else. Wait, was Nizhny Novgorod part of this uprising? Ooh, I'm glad I noticed that. No fort for Nizhny Novgorod either, please. Then I'll give this land over to Tver. I wonder if I gave it all over to Tver, that would just get rid of the Patriots to begin with. I'm missing a rival. I don't want it to be Yuan. I actually want to make relative friends with Yuan. I'll make it Poland. Wait, Poland's already a rival. Oh well. These days Albania is looking like quite the threatening rival, don't you think? Screw Albania now and forever. Credit them for uniting, though. Good job, Albania. Poor corpse of Byzantium. Does Tver accept Muscovites? Tver is Muscovite. The better question is, does Tver accept Novgorodians? Did Tver always have this? Integration. Oh, they must have. They're doing a really good job integrating their land, though. I'm very sad they spat out all these little crappy vassals. It's going to be harder for them to integrate those than do much else. God, what am I even paying my army for? I certainly don't need it in a run-up to this kind of fight. Still waiting to get our religious war casus belli on our good friend Genoa. And I'm also sitting around not stealing money off of my subjects. And Bulgaria is apparently very happy to give me money. They all are. Kiev, you know what time it is? No, they don't. They don't have any money. Serbia, you know what time it is? Serbia also don't know what time it is. Timurids? Yeah, Timurids know what time it is. We can spend it much more wisely time. Bryansk has never been relevant. Halic? Halic has usually been good for it. And they're still okay for it. Hey, they could share their knowledge with me. I want all that knowledge. Georgia, do you know what time it is? Georgia know what time it is. Funny to see that I can press sailors as well. Hungary, it's the biggest time for you. Yes. Oh, that feels so good. Just chunk, chunk, chunk with the money. Ching, ching, ching with the change. So a couple of months and we slaughter a whole lot more Muscovites. Really curious to see what happens demographically. Like, do a lot of people die? What happens to all the pops that I kill? Okay, here's a good question. And I would love if somebody in chat could help me out. And we can type this together. The current global population of Muscovites is 1.126 million. I don't know if I can get a more accurate number than that, but 1.126 million Muscovites. Let's see if after this war that there's any significant lowering in the number of Muscovites in the world. Thank you, Bruno. Also, please remind me to check, because I already know I'm going to forget. It's just what I do. Or rather, remembering is not what I do. Whilst we're waiting for that, there's something else I want to do. I want to, since I can't seem to burn down some towns for some reason, and I'm going to double check that. Nope, not allowed to burn down towns. In that case, in a huff, I will go and create some towns. Let's found a town of Malye Derwatsits. All the goods are available. And I'm also going to do one in Sapara. Because I don't care much about medicine. Livestock is whatever, especially compared to the other ones. Requirements not met. What requirements? It doesn't want to show me. Oh, you need 5,000 population to become a town. I could do Yeno then. I guess Yeno's fine. It's pretty much the same access anyway. Alright, you know, unless one of these other ones might be better. Zamyan? It would have better market access to Astrakhan, but it has lower proximity. Not significantly lower. I'm very curious to see if the market village survives, by the way. Did you have one? No, but one of these will. I might as well go with this. It's got the higher population anyway. Let's found another town. And then, do I want one of these to become a town as well? There's not the population, it seems. Feels weird to be founding towns, doesn't it? What about here? Yeah, keep in mind you lose RGO slots when creating towns. Are you sure? Because it feels like I gain RGO slots. But I could be wrong, right? Base value for every location. Development, literacy, land acquisition, renaissance. Does this look like I'm losing it? I know that the output of food goes down. Rural has plus 100% RGO. Yeah, there we go. Rural settlement allows more RGO. Interesting. But population gives more RGO, so I think it's not really something worth considering. Right, I'm already making 2 towns, but I would actually fancy a 3rd one. As long as the food situation is fine in the province, and if there's wool and livestock, then I think this one's going to be just fine. Let's go town crazy. It's so cool being able to found towns and destroy them. Well, you know, I want to destroy them, but imagine if you could. Yet another in a long line of reasons why this game is just so good. It feels tailor-made for me. I was thinking about this earlier today. It actually feels like someone out there went, what kind of game could we make that Jake is really, really going to love? He's not going to be able to get enough of it. He's going to love everything going in here. And then they made this. Well, you know, mostly everything. There are some things that cheese me off, but they're superficial mostly. I'm not surprised to see a coalition against me. What I hope is that the Ottomans don't suddenly break the alliance again. Always fickle keeping an alliance with the Ottomans in this game. Okay, here we go. This is what I want to see. Muscovite patriots have proclaimed a country. They're starting a war of independence against us. It's not going to last very long. My army is right here. Maybe I could make a bunch of smaller stacks. Yeah, let's treat this a bit more like EU4. What do you mean this one can't be? Oh, my peasant levies are here. My steppe horde militia are here? Wait, you're making this very confusing. Wait, what? I think I split the levy in half by accident, which was not what I wanted to do. How do you unclick one? I think it's this, right? Yeah, there we go. Right, you guys are fine. Just do whatever. But you folk, split in half. Split in half. Split in half. I find it very hard to believe that Pereyaslav, and they're a horde? Am I about to find other interesting things out about them? They are Orthodox and they are Muscovite. Okay, so that's not too bizarre, but it seems like the Russians really like horde life and decided to embrace it a whole lot. The thing is, though, they don't have an army, so what are they planning on doing here exactly? Inquiring minds want to know. Pretty confident my army can just absolutely slap the chops off of these things. We'll see how it goes. See if they actually manage to muster an army. Wish I didn't have to raise all my levies, right? Make it a choice, please, because levies cost, well, yeah, levies cost. I can't be arsed moving them all into position either. Yeah, that's not fair. I get my levies instantly and they get nothing. I sure hope annexation is possible. Imagine if they're too expensive to annex. Okay, 70 war score to outright annex them. Because I was looking at the cost of these thinking, oh dear. Full annexation is 70. Also, I can humiliate them while I'm at it. And they don't appear to have a lot of money. Poor guys. I mean, rebellions are a pain in the arse to deal with, but they should actually have a bit of pain associated with them. Where's the pain here? We saw it coming, they spawn up, they have no army. I instantly get my army. And then they just die. It's sad. Correct me if I'm incorrect, but I am enslaving them again, despite having just enslaved this populace. It's a really, really sad day for these guys. More slaves, Your Majesty. It's not often I feel bad for Russians. In fact, it's not ever I feel bad for Russians, but what's happening to these poor folk? Ooh, not nearly as bad as what's happening to me. I don't want to lose the stability from this, but it's proving very, very difficult to get this. All the events are just lose, lose, lose support. And I'm not sure if I even can get enough support. I have to cheese off the chieftains as usual. And then I can't do anything else. I can just cheese off the chieftains more. Okay, what is the point? I'm just losing and gaining nothing here. Yeah, so I did less taxes for commoners. So I lose money, I lose chieftain happiness, and I still lose the debate because you don't get enough agendas. Don't know why they don't give you enough agendas. I could do this in the hopes to cling on to the parliament support, but I think I'm chasing a dead horse at this point. Oh well. Yeah, parliaments seem difficult to pass when you don't even get an option to give in to demands. How strange. I always feel bad for Dr. Aftish when I hear his war cry. Hoorah! Hoorah! That's okay, Russians are experts on being sad. I worked with a Russian, he explained it to me. You know, life is always bad, so we're always sad. So we drink so we can be less sad. And it makes us more sad. So what was that number for the amount of Russians in the world? Did this revolt immediately cause that to change? Wait, where do I check that again? I forget where I ever saw the number of Muscovites. Ah, here we go. You just have to zoom out for it. 1.12 million. So 60,000 Muscovites are already dead. Not a good tagline for your revolt. Where's their army? Where are their levies? Where's their anything? Did they think this revolt through? You had 4 million just before. We started the campaign with 4 million. I bisected my country intentionally to reduce it down to about 3.5 million. We had the Black Death that killed another 1.8 million or whatever. And now we're fine. Now we just grow and grow some more. Yeah, start a game, 4.1 million. There's the bisection. There's the Black Death. I didn't care about the Black Death, right? It was just killing slaves. And as my spirit animal Seti the First would say, "Oh, son, they were only slaves." And what can I do but agree? They were indeed only slaves. Alright, so we'll do the full annexation here. I think this stuff is being automatically brought over to me. Right. I haven't noticed any issues with it changing the province capital. Maybe they subtly fixed that. Oh, right, this isn't even progressing. There's absolutely no point paying for my forts or my army at this point. We didn't encounter any hostile anything. No, you actually had 4 million like 5 minutes ago. Oh, right, that was the people here. These people are no longer considered my population. And they even won't be my population once I'm done with this war, because I'm giving this land over to Tver. It's a gift, you see. But yes, those poor Russians. It's continually going down, it seems. 1.108. Hey, we colonized one of the provinces. Do we really do them one at a time? I thought it might be a bit more of a balanced approach. Alright, back to Ryazan. We like Ryazan. It's surely counting the slaves, right? These aren't just all being killed, right? Maybe a number of people in a population die when you occupy it? I never even thought to check that, did I? Let's look at someone that we just took over. Peasants were enslaved. Yeah, I get that. But enslaved is not the same as no longer existing. Oh well, that was hardly a challenge. Golden Horde annexes, and we humiliate, and we take what little money they have. Except they won't accept that, probably because of the money situation. There we go. You can keep a few pennies. Ta-da! Now, can I raise the cities? No, because there's still... Wait, Vladimir does not have a total population greater than 30,000, so I can't actually raise it unless... Alright, no, here's reduced. That's pointing at founding. But there's still separatism. Legally, you cannot raise our city. Oh, okay. We'll come back when you're not mad. Bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. Maybe the hordes need a separate kind of raising rather than just gently reducing. I'm going to give it a turn of the month, just in case that's playing into it. It would make sense that you quell the separatism if you destroy the rebellion. But making sense might be asking too much here. Yeah, Golden Horde is in a uniquely cool position because you can go everywhere. You have a passageway to screw your way through Hungary into Europe. You can go down south through Mamluks into Africa. You got Anatolia right here, you got Persia right here, and you already have your claws as far as here, so you can go right into Asia. You can go up and eat. I mean, where in the world can you not have easy access to? The British Isles? Indonesia? I guess you're not in a good position for the Americas. But yeah, the problem is the Golden Horde is pants. Rubbish RGOs, no mono-culture, no mono-religion, bad institutions. The only thing you have going for you is your starting army. And the starting army size is random for some bizarre reason. Sometimes you get 900, sometimes you get 600. We got 650 in our run here. But, make do with what you can. Where is the separatism? Where can I see that? Maybe I could park my army on it to get rid of the... Oh, I should try that, actually. What if our army is on Vladimir? Our fully funded army? Because I really do want to raise these towns. It'll make it easier for Tver to integrate them. And it'll make it easier for me to integrate Tver. And I'm not really losing much out on not having these for myself. Seriously, if anybody knows where separatism is in the UI, I'd love to know. What's this? We have a precious metal law now? Oh, that's probably because we got gold and silver. We could ban exporting gold and silver, which is not the same as importing. The output goes down, but we make more from minting. I don't think I care that much about income from minting. Not when it hurts export. Like, export's really good. Trade efficiency just going up is fantastic. Trade advantage, less important. Output, not so important. Yeah, it's got to be trade efficiency. Wait, why do I have to pay for this? Well, okay, just get it done. It's actually going to hurt me because it's going to improve my overall income, which increases the amount I have to pay for a lot of things, but oh well. But it's our gold. It is our gold, I know. Right, it seems that no matter what I try, I cannot burn these locations down. I'm going to go one more tick of the month to see if I can do something about the separatism. I cannot. Wait, they look awfully happy right now. Friendly armies. What if... Whoa, that is a big, big hit on satisfaction. Maybe I really could destroy rebellions ahead of time. Especially if they're small enough. Yeah, because satisfaction like that means that they would surely not even think about rebelling. Yeah, some of these smaller ones I could probably get rid of. Still, where is the separatism? I mean, truly, if anybody knows what the separatism is, now is a brilliant time to tell me. Maybe you can raise through the army. Oh, I would love to. But I have searched and searched for a raise button. There's a Scorch Earth button. I don't think that's really what I'm looking for, though. Looking in close, this looks kind of nice, doesn't it? This looks like they're covered in nasty, nasty fog. But this just gets a little too blinding for me. Is the separatism a modifier? Let's go through every bit of this, see if we can find separatism. We've got food, we've got the province, we've got the town here. No mention of separatism. There are no forts. Here's the population. Population growth, attraction, closeness, town, development, traditional economy. Okay, great. The market is far-ish away. Here's effective control. There's no mention of separatism here. The amount that my armies contribute towards this feels like it's off by even 2 orders of magnitude. There's the wheat. There's the base tax. Still no mention of separatism. There's a population, migration, attraction. Looted is here. They're all the different people. You'd think the Muscovites of all people would have separatism. Where the hell is it? There was one that said Concord. Could that be related to separatism? No, Concord is one of the 3 states of a province. Concord, integrated, and core. And this is not integrated or a core. I like that sound of metal being scraped. It's like scratching the inside of my brain. Proximity, yeah, there's the effective control. Hover over the province name and then hover over the small shield to the right of it. There's a small shield to the right of this. This, perhaps? Conquered town, separatism. So you have to integrate somewhere to burn down the town? What the hell is this? Wait, no, that's just percentage. Where's the actual number on separatism? I don't know. I'm running out of ideas as to where to find it. I want to burn these down as the Tatar Horde, and I'm not allowed to. This shouldn't even be a thing for a Horde. Separatism stays until integrated, I think. Well, we can check that. I mean, Tver have held some of these lands for a good long time. Do they have separatism here, for example? We would see it over here and on the shield. Still says separatism, but it just says plus 50%. There's no core separatism value. Nope, looks like I cannot raise the cities. If we ever find out how, I'd love to know. I want to check. Could I raise Kazan, for example? I could raise Kazan, but Kazan is a core. And I think all my towns are cores. I don't think you are, actually. Soldaya? But there's no separatism here, probably because it's integrated. The wiki says downgrading costs 500. Is it even worth it? As a horde, you get a massive reduction in the cost. Here we go. Base cost of downgrading is 100. Maybe you're thinking about upgrading. But yeah, I get 75% reduction, but I get blocked on doing it, which is agonizing. Local crown power I've tried to find, but I don't think it's shown anywhere. Right, so too bad. We're just going to have to keep these towns around, which means a massive amount to pay for Tver and for myself to integrate them. But Tver's the one that's going to pay them, so Tver, let's do things. Let's cede provinces to you. You can have Rostov. You can have Pribyslavets. You can have Suzdal. You can have Vladimir. I think you can have Mormon. Yeah, Mormon's not for me. I think I'm going to have to integrate Tuma. That's part of one of my existing areas here. Yeah, Kasimov. And Kasimov is culturally Muscovite. Ugh. Disgusting, but I'd rather have full provinces for myself. Alright, Mormon is for you. Crazy that there's no confirmation when doing this. Imagine accidentally clicking on land that you don't want to give them. And then finally, what's this? 2 more provinces? Yeah, give them Nizhny Novgorod and Gorod. What's it? Now, I'm curious to see if they actually hold on to this land themselves or if they give it away. But they've got their work cut out for them. But they have my support, so it's okay. As for my army, I'm not going to bother paying you. That's way too much. But it won't be long until we religious war on Kaffa. And on top of that, there's a severe lack of cities around here, but that's okay. There's no control to begin with. Get yourself over to Sarai. It's quite tempting to turn Sarai into a city. Although I don't think there's a lot of benefit for me to do that in doing that just yet. The cost of the colonies is relatively low. I'm really tempted to go and colonize a whole lot more. Feels like we could be having so many more colonies out there. Maybe what I'll do is I'll let my existing colonies finish and then do another big batch of them. Yeah, but they're only 1/3 done there. Yeah, go on, get in there. My capital is full of people, full of slaves, so I don't care about the cost. Just get it done. Monthly maintenance is... Okay, that monthly maintenance is going sky high because all of them get that increased cost. I guess we'll stick to... I guess we'll limit ourselves to that then. Also, did I miss this vote? No to possible defense. We must have assured defense, Ottoman. Sick of them calling that vote. So I wanted to test and see if I could actually just wipe out some of these rebellions. Is there a rebellion that's very, very small? The Moksha is very small. And the Balkar is very small. So if we go to Moksha, all these people have some Moxie. That's actually a rather large number of them, isn't it? I think I'll test on a smaller one. And that would be just you here. Just in Julat. So if I just park my army down in Julat, are you going to have a second thought about rising up? Because it'd be nice to, you know, reduce the size of this list. A lot of people hate my guts and want to rise up for unknown reasons. Despite my vast tolerance. Does the patch say it breaks saves? I'm running on this patch and it's not breaking my save. Not that I can see at least. Ah. Oh, ooh. This can only be good for us. You're right. It can only be good for us. Just like that. We continue to get our cores up there. And there's some silver for me. More silver, Your Majesty. A lot of places missing employees, but that's fine, because it creates a demand for those employees. And lack of control is always going to be a problem in these places, right? Well, actually, shouldn't you have more control than that? Yeah, but it's ticking up. Slowly, but it will tick up. So Genoa goes down, Bohemia goes down, and we set our sights on Asia. And actually the Americas. I'd like to go to the Americas as well. Ah, they did. They did stick out another country. They decided to let Mormon go, and they're ceding land over to Belozero. But, you know, that's a clever thing to do. If you can't integrate all this land yourself, get somebody else to do it. So, what was the thing I was looking at here? Wait, are they already gone? I think I actually wiped out the rebellion just by parking my army there. The entire rebellion. Of the losers down here. Well, that's nice. Could I also wipe out the Allen Patriots? Oh yeah, look at how nice and satisfied they are. As soon as the army is around, everybody's so much happier. So these Allen Patriots, are they going to vanish? It's kind of cool dealing with your problems just like this. I'm not even paying for this army, I don't think. No, I'm not. I could probably pay them even less. How do you feel, Alan? And that's the end of the Allen guys as well. Okay, so you can deal with these guys ahead of time by just bringing your army in, as long as it's small and your army can deal with it. And as long as your army is massively powerful enough, I suppose. Yeah. People lose their desire to rise up as soon as the Mongols arrive. How about the Tengri Zealots? There are way too many of those. But I actually think I might be able to deal with the Moxies. The Erzias, huh? Veliki Novgorod. Oh man, what does Novgorod have against me, huh? Alright, no time for messing around with that, I dare to say. But it is time to go and take this. Although, why even bring my army into play? I want my army somewhere nice and central. And I better pay just in case, you know, a big bad arrives. But yeah, we should just be able to stroll in and take these. I doubt Gaz has much to throw at me. Bohemia gets involved. Bohemia do have a lot of men. And they are the HRE Emperor. But this is between me and Genoa. And honestly, if they send armies, that's just an opportunity for me to get war score. I want this land, and then after that we're going to go for the big cheese himself, Bohemia. Let's just take it. Religious war, take Kaffa. It shall be done. Looks like a scary number of countries, but do I sound scared? I hope not, because I'm not. Time for levies. Please stop moving me to the capital. And do I have enough levies to take this land over? I think I do. Let's just grab these three and march into Kaffa. Unless they come up with even more levies. Oh, that would be sad for me. Our ruler's aunt is dead. Okay. Too bad. Am I meant to care? Alright, you guys get together, go here to kill them, and then take over Kaffa. Whilst, you know, my massive army, very necessarily massive army, moves in here. What is this? Some of our trades have been cancelled. Gazaria. Oh, wow. A country that is isolated will not be able to make, will not allow any other country to export or import things. Is that a market law, or did they just block me? Might be able to see that better on my own country if it is against me. Diverting trade, military access, loyalists, alliance, relations. Ongoing diplomacy to improve with Yuan, that's fine. But did Gaz or Genoa do this to me? Gives food access. Genoa, was this you? How did a market go into isolation? Maybe you stopped trading with them because you're at war with them. I'm not convinced anything works like that. I mean, maybe it does, but still not convinced. Hey, does Ryazan own this? Kind of. The subject does, and the subject's going to have a hard time with that. They blocked your port and trade ceased. Port? Well, maybe when I take Kaffa, it's going to change, because, you know, I'm going to have the market center. How are they going to stop me from trading when I just hold this? So just to be sure, before I take this over, looking at Kaffa, we are enemies of Gazaria, so we cannot trade. Right, so let's see what happens when I just take the trade center. Was that called the Amateurish Sea? What do you think about that? No, we're still enemies of Gazaria. Let's see what happens at the turn of the month. No, we're still enemies of Gazaria. Okay, well, I'll be taking Kaffa anyway. Nice city, but you know, Soldaya is larger. They're in the same area as well, unless there's a lot of food to be had here. Wait, there is a lot of food to be had here. There's livestock. There's fruit. I don't know if wine is considered food. It's not. Shocking. And there's fish. Even with 2 large cities, this place might be able to support itself. Idle diplomats. I know, but I'm struggling to think what to do with them. We could call the Ottomans in. Would I want to? Hang on, maybe I do. The Ottomans could get some occupations going here. And maybe I could even give some land to them. Do you want to be involved in this? This is call the Ottomans. I'd rather get a bit more information before calling the Ottomans. Call them into this thing promising land. Or just call them in. I don't need favors, it seems. Yeah, sounds like they want to help, and I'm curious to see what the Ottomans can do. Hopefully they don't go and get their arse kicked by Bohemia and cost me stuff, but their occupations alone should help out. Sure, come along. First time I've called an ally into a war. So, yeah, I should look into what it does for me. What is this? They are able to block our port with just this single boat? Yeah, look at that. I guess one boat can only blockade so much because they're not blockading the other ones. But that does speak towards me at least getting a token navy. You just get disbanded, and you, my army, stay in a central position ready to react to any Bohemian incursions or Genoese sailboats. Yeah, maybe I do want to build a dock or two. Idle diplomats, huh? Maybe Bulgaria finally has some money for me. Kind of, but it's almost not worth it. I'll take it anyway, right? It's better in my pocket than theirs. Bohemia, as usual, don't have a pair of pennies to rub together. There was a nation that I was considering taking institution from. Who was it? Who actually has institution to spare? I think it might have been Georgia? That's a no. I already take Serbia's one. And I'm quite certain that... you think it was Halik? Or Halich? Yeah, there we go. More knowledge for me, please. Yeah, maybe I should build a wee dock around here. But does Kaffa already have a dock? One of these surely already has a dock if he has a boat, right? Maybe Tana. Which has access to sturdy grains and wheat around here, so it's a fine enough place for me to enjoy having this town. Where am I going to see anything about... Might be getting interrupted real soon, we'll see. I think the plumber might be on his way. Or my ears could be deceiving me. He's got a mason, he's got a granary, he's got irrigation. Where in the world is he getting these boats from? Where's his dock? These icons are so hard to see. Plans to remove Theodoro? Theodoro's not doing any harm to anybody. They can keep building up their little province and I'll come in eventually. They have made it into a sizable city though. But the thing is that this does nothing for me, taking it. Whereas they are completely isolated and no one's going to come in and take that off of me. Well, I don't know, maybe the Ottomans would have some ideas about it. But yeah, don't take stuff that's not going to benefit me. This is benefiting me because... Ooh. That was a good reed estate. What's this? Strong aristocracy has given the chieftains the means to serve in the army. They published a treaty on military thought. Well, that's all the more reason that I need to kick the chieftains to the curb if they're relatively happy. I still want to remove probably the nobility serfdom. Maybe they can keep their primacy for now. If I want to say goodbye to my prestige again, maybe I don't mind. Killing the nobility is just good on its own, right? Yeah, I'm not a fan of the serfdom around here. Not when we're working towards our free subjects. Even though it means I can't tax them so hard. The alert said it's specifically this port that's being blockaded, so just one little rural port is hardly anything to concern ourselves with. Share the spoils is actually good, I think, now that I consider it. This doesn't cost much, it doesn't give them much power, but it does make them happy, which is overall a good privilege to have. But losing that discipline and quality is something I'm not sure I'm willing to do, even for 100% estate satisfaction. So difficult. Because that is so much power. Think of how powerless the chieftains would be if I rip this away from them. Screw it, we're doing it. Get out of here. Yeah. Privilege revoked. Chieftains eternally unhappy. They're probably going to raise up in revolt, but we'll see what we can do to keep them happy. Like not taxing them ever, it seems. Otherwise, the rest of them, well, we do what we can for them. I think the Dhimmi should be untaxed. Try and keep them a little happier. And the commoners will just try to tax as much as possible. Whoa, what was that? Yeah, the Ottoman fleet was jumping about now. But they will go and lift this blockade for me. Yeah, if they're going to revolt anyway, might as well tax them. I don't think they pay their taxes if they're on revolting... Oh, they do. Anyway, I am trying to make them not revolt. And paying them bribes costs an obscene amount of money, so... I'll do what I can here. At least they don't support the slaves, though. No, seriously, don't you have naval levies? Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that, did I? But I think they can be raised. Oh, here we go. There are currently not enough naval levies from this place. And if I go to my military for navies, raise all... Ooh! Astrakhan will give me 10! I'll sail my boats from here to the Black Sea. Curse the Caspian. More money, you say? Yes, please. I like money. Something that really tickles my bits. Yeah, boats in the Caspian, yeah. Because you have maritime presence here, and it is something you can fight over. They must have figured out how to make it not screw with Pathfind. Don't think I didn't see that. Right, I am keen to watch this and see what happens, because I haven't actually seen any naval disembarkment before. Looks like it takes a few days, and they're trying to get to Sol Whatsits, which is, would you look at that? Well, I'd like to. Some of these pop-ups like to disappear. It's a flat land, and it's a grassland. You know what my horse archers love fighting in? Exactly that. Oh my god, Ottomans, would you stop? Stop calling these votes. Ah, so this is not a show superiority war. Would you look at this? This army is horrifically imbalanced. You need to keep clicking this every single time. Every time you raise an army, after every encounter, just keep clicking it. Otherwise you are enormously murking yourself in battle. Anyway, let's murk Genoese instead. Yeah, I'll be the first to say the models aren't great. Incredibly static horse. Alright, time to die. Good lord, that's not fair. We're going to absolutely destroy one of their flanks, and then crush in on them, and they're all going to die. Unless they have the good sense to run away first. They do not. 5 very welcome. Oh god, where did they go? There were Georgians here once. Where did they go? Sorry, Genoese. Did I call them Georgians? Probably multiple times. Yeah, they must have sent in their merchants. Left their soldiers at home. So yeah, normally I like to do show superiority. I didn't count on there being battles. I didn't want to hedge my bets one way or the other. So in the end, I'll say we'll take what's steady. Securing the ticking war score from holding the province. Which means this will probably be a long war, but it's not a war that we'll really be actively fighting in much. Probably means I can afford not to pay my army maintenance for a while. Pop-ups disappear when you move mouse over a C tile, which is under the pop-up probably because of the settings for no pop-ups on C tiles. You can see the logic of why it works that way, but you still shake your head, don't you? My allies are probably going to run into Bohemia and get themselves killed. Somehow I can see this happening already. Yes, Ottomans, food access for you. Got to build up that trust with my favourite Beylik. And he has got a sizable, well-led army. But, what? Ottomans, please. Don't cost me in this war. What is he doing? Maybe he's waiting for the rest of his army to arrive? And then he turns into man with pitchfork. He looks like he took that Jewish candle and stuck it on a stick. Maybe his navy got trashed. The Battle of What's-Its Bay. That sounds a lot like the Genoese navy went and trashed the Ottoman navy. Ottoman liability? Say it ain't so, but it's starting to sound like it's so. What I could do is send my army down to assist. I can make sure that this side is taken care of. And I imagine if you control both sides of a strait, then the AI can't block you. But right now he controls one side. Well, actually he controls both, doesn't he? Okay, well, as they say, a good Genoese is a dead Genoese. I'm going to send half of my army down there. The half with the general. Yeah, looks like your vassals are ready to invade Bohemia. I hope they don't. Save that for when we're actually fighting Bohemia. Oh, wait, what? How did he manage that? He crossed anyway. Maybe there are no Genoese boats here. Oh, well, I guess I don't need to get involved. Thank you. What I could do is go to Dashab and tell my my friends to attach to me. I'd rather we're at the ready at a good city. How about Soldaya? I wonder if the Ottomans are going to go and invade Bohemia. That would be a laugh. I once fought Bohemia, and you destroyed them so hard there was never going to be a second time. Is that the message I'm getting here? It's the message I'm picking up on. Golden slaves. They were only golden slaves. We popped out another little one. He popped out a wee county. Am I sure I updated my version? Because all the things that are said to be fixed are still happening here. Still spitting out small nations. Still constantly calling for changes to our defensive league. Madness. So, you ever going to lift those occupations, Ottomans? Is that a thing you're going to do? Well, if my allies go and lift them for you, that's fine. Better than them going and getting themselves killed in Bohemia. And the Bohemians are not coming all the way over here, which is also good. I'd be able to see them going through my my subject. I can't think of a good thing to do with my diplomats, which is probably a good reason to improve relations, right? Yeah, sure. Got to keep Hungary sweet, if nothing else. Played any Total War games? Yeah, I played Total War Rome 2, Empires, maybe another one. But Total War is not for me. I don't enjoy it at all. Don't enjoy the big strategic layer. Don't enjoy the battles, so it really doesn't have anything for me. It's Paradox Grand strategy when it comes to strategy for me. That and Dominions. Oh, Dominions is just the king of strategy. Oh my. I was saying all the colonization events are bad, but I have somehow changed my mind. What was I going to spend all this money on? Trade capacity that I'm not going to use? Improving RGOs? There are many things to spend money on, but maybe sometimes just having a big fat stack of cash to spare is good. Actually, what I could do is build one set of RGO everywhere, because then that'll give promotion. Everybody loves promotion, right? Is there a general improve RGO thing? Open RGO builder. Yeah, I could just click on everything, couldn't I? There has to be an easier way to do that, right? Mass expand RGO. Try expand RGO as much as possible in the best locations. No. What I specifically want is one each. I think I could do that if I start from the bottom. Filter for owned provinces, because I'm not doing this for my subjects. Yeah, it is filtered for owned locations. And then if I do this... not as easy as I thought. But yeah, my brilliant idea is that this is going to add a lot of goods to the market. It's going to reduce prices for my pops. And when I become big master trader man... This cost me more money than I thought. Maybe I should consider more RGOs that I don't already drown in. I could also consider where food is not frequent enough. There has to be a better way to consider what to improve here. Yeah, I mean, we've got you, for example. Why is that all blackened out? Is it? Oh, they don't have enough people working there is the problem. And fiber crops are not food. Yeah, that was a problem from before. I could always build stuff like fruit plantations, but that's not what I'm looking for. Food is needed here. Livestock is food. Give me lots of livestock. Also, fish? Wait, what? No. I don't know about that. Fish is a horrible, horrible trade good. That's my subject. Sod them. Can't eat lumber, but you can eat fur, funnily enough. But what else to consider when doing mass RGO building? I could look at the markets and see what they lack, but by now I'm a bit familiar with what I don't have. So maybe I should just open the RGO builder, open the filter, and say clay is good. I'd like more clay. Clay is needed for roads and stuff. It's not a very attractive trade good, but yeah, clay is good. Sand is also used for roads. You know, someday I'll have roads. I've already spent most of my money. Okay. RGO expansion more expensive than previously thought. We love iron, by the way. I've already maxed out iron over there. What do you mean no gold? What do you mean no copper? We did finally get some silver, though. Tin is not available. Stone is a bit whatever. There's no silk to be had. There's no dyes, no incense, no tea, no cocoa, no coffee. Can't imagine there's ivory around here. Salt has got to be good. Whoa, apparently there's a lot of money to be made in bot cool with salt. Apparently it's extremely expensive in the market, and I bet that's a pop need, so let's try and alleviate pop needs. This isn't about making money. At least not yet. It will be down the line. For now, it's just about having a resilient economy for when we eventually transition. Jake, didn't you take a rather long break after playing Paradox games? Yeah, I played EU4 for years, and then I finally reached a point where I just had this, oh, I've done everything in this game moment. And then I stopped playing. It's really that simple. Is there anything else I can really make here? Or that I want to make here? Not wool, that's for sure. Wheat I always feel I'm kind of short on. Happily expand my wheat RGOs. Slightly regret this. This cost me a ton of money, and I'm not sure it's going to do me that much good, but whatever. Gets my people working, and I guess my next big sum of money I can blow on caravanes. It's a waste of time. Missionary failure in one province. Nah, it sounds like a waste of time. As I mentioned, we'll probably be in this war for a wee while because it's going to take a while for them to go, oh, this war is going nowhere, and then just peace out. But ticking war score is on my side, so I'm sure it's okay. Please show the control map mode. It's all yours. It's looking not bad, isn't it? Yeah, the more places that become core, the more we get of the, 14 to 20 amount. Getting all the good events now. And there we go, we finished integrating the Prance glands. And now my cabinet can get back to doing other things. Are there other places to integrate, by the way? Oh yeah, Kasimov needs to be done. I took a tiny little bit of land here. Fortunately, that means it's just a tiny bit of integration. Wait, tiny bit? What do you mean it's going to take until 1409? Why would it take 6 years to do one single location? It took me 6 years to do all of this province. Do control affect how much RGO is produced? No, but it affects how much money you make of it. Let's give an example here. There's good control here. And that means that when these people get paid, I tax them a lot more thanks to control. And then if we go out to no control land, it's still making it, but I don't get the taxes due to lack of control. The goods are still made and the goods still go to market. And that is a good reason to make RGOs even in low control areas, because if it's in the market, then you can get a lot of market control. I always forget the correct term for it. What is it? This stuff. Golden trade capacity, that's it. And use your trade capacity to shove those RGOs, which you're making nice and cheaply, so you can pick them up at a cheap price and sell them to another market at a high price. It's a better patrician game than patrician. Maybe. Maybe we can believe that. I want more of my crowned people in charge here. Excuse me, you heard me, Nemi Blob. Better patrician game than patrician. Trade has run out of supply. Oh no. But also, who cares? Wait, what trade has run out of supply? The gems. Those don't look... Ah, the stockpile is there. The stockpile is not full, my liege. One of our provincial governors has figured out that he could go into business himself. This is in my newly incorporated... Wait, no, that's Ryazan. I don't like losing control in Ryazan. But I'm also not sure I care. I get it back really quickly. In fact, why do I get it back so quickly? My very, very literate nobles. Alright, sure, you want autonomy? It's all yours. I'm going to get that back in, like, 1 year, maybe 2. Better than losing stability, which I, for some reason, don't have much of. Wonder how this could have happened. You know, where'd all my stability go? And why are the chieftains rising up? What is the relation between these two activities? Wow, look at that. The chieftains have been absolutely crushed. The chieftains now have only 23%. They're roughly on par with the Olema. And my control is uncontested. Oh, that's excellent. Oh, that feels so good. That was a lot of work. You know, people looking at my thing saying, what's he doing? He hasn't done anything. Internally, our country has just become so much stronger from our from the work that we've done. We've worked our way towards trade, so if and when I choose to, I can transition into a trade economy. Basically, if all of my tributaries rose up and tried to kill me, I would be able to instantly transition to a trade-based economy and would not suffer in terms of money. Well, it would either get better or worse, and it might get a little bit worse than better. But then we just keep investing in that to make more and more dosh. And then life is good for me. Yeah, it's good to be the Khan. Anyway, this war is about me taking these provinces. They are irritatingly expensive, and I probably won't be able to take his 500 ducats. Defending against sieges? Ah, good man, Ottoman. I love the EU5. Snowtoad says, I love that EU5 you enjoy the time between wars, and EU4 it's just waiting for truce timers, but here you get to do stuff between it precisely. That is a huge part of why it's so enjoyable. How's that useless granddaughter of mine doing, by the way? Despite giving her the best training that money can buy, she's still way too stupid. God, what a dum-dum. I don't know how I could just get rid of her. I'm already giving her expensive education. I can't seem to execute her for some reason. And it would be very, very bad for it. Very, very bad for stability and such. Ah, what a shame. It's a way better economy model than Vicky 3. I'm not so sure about that. I kind of like the whole individual taxations of pops. Right now, taxation is done through estates, and there is something that feels really good about getting your pops literate, working, well paid, and then you tax that pay. The money is very cyclical. In this game, money just poof comes out of thin air. Although I think there is still a good bit of stuff coming out of thin air. What the hell? Destroyed? The golden colony of... Tell me more. Where is that? I'm looking right at it, apparently. Well, it hasn't even started. Unless you're telling me it's the entire province. It is the entire province. Our colonial efforts are spread thin. Well, have 2 whole ducats, and I'm sure we'll be able to make something happen. What are pops? I've only played EU4. Pops are population. Every single person in the world is a pop. Take a look at the peasants that live here in Sarai. There are Ryazani Orthodox peasants, and those are pops. But there's also Ryazani non-Orthodox peasants. That's weird. I wonder what faith they have. Oh, they're just ones that aren't in the fight against me. There are some soldier pops. I'm trying to look for something that's a bit more multicultured. Multiculturalism hard to find in Mongol Empire. How can this be? Huh, that's surprising. Anyway, point is we have all these pops. They have, they've got their culture, they've got their religion, they've got their interests, they've got their needs, and they can move around. They can be enslaved, they can be killed. They rise up for your army. Pops is just population, and they're very well modeled in this game. Yeah, they're pops, and you can tax them. What else matters? You need them to fight for you as well. Got to keep a lazy eye on those chieftain insurgents. I can't have them taking over the country or attempting to again. Sadly, though, it's a long wait for my horrible stability. But once I get that stability back up, I'm going to stop tearing apart the chieftains for a change. And then I'll let my stability rise, and then we're going to have a good, strong nation. Just what we need to take on Bohemia. The greatest power in the world, by the way. We've got any cheeky checks in chat? Wait, why are they not great power anymore? Did they lose head of the Holy Roman Empire? Oh, Luxembourg is now in charge of the HRE. Well, I'll put that very high on the list of things that I didn't expect. Are you going to accept the Muscovites so that all your slaves would emigrate? My plan is that once I integrate Tver, I will accept Muscovites, and then that will emancipate all of my Muscovites. Well, I could do that ahead of time. If I know I'm not going to be enslaving any more Muscovites, I could do that. And it looks like I'm not going to enslave any more Muscovites. So do we want the Great Muscovite Emancipation? Muscovites make up 3% of my population. How many of them are slaves? Wait, I think there's a way we can find that. Let's check our population of the Golden Horde. Wait, this is a drop-down? Whoa, it gives you every province as well. That's cool. I am interested in Muscovites. Slaves. Oh yeah, order this by this. We have 110, 20, 30, about 135,000 Muscovite slaves. And we can emancipate them. It's no big deal. To emancipate them, I would have to go and not just tolerate them, but accept them. If I accept them, they're going to cost way more cultural capacity than I want them to. Because I can't afford that. I'd have to ditch another culture. To be fair, I could kick out the Crimeans and it would not make me sad. The Crimeans, you know, there's no emancipation to be done here. The Ryazanis I still quite like for a wee bit. Could kick out the Mishar. That would free up 0.45. What's the penalty for going over your accepted culture budget again? How bad is it? I can't remember, and I wish I could know that. Can anyone check the wiki or something? Tell me what the penalty for going over cultural capacity is, because I would love to know. But yeah, I think once I'm done with this war, I will emancipate the Muscovites, and that'll give me a whole lot of pop that can move around, right? The problem with the slaves in Sarai is that they can't do anything. They can't promote, they can't convert, they're just kind of sitting there doing a whole lot of not much. It wasn't that bad last time we did it. We just could not accept another culture when and if. I'd still like to know what it does, though. Sorry for being so picky. But it's this kind of pickiness that gives me all the information I need to make informed choices. And I think we made a lot of very well-informed choices with the Golden Horde in this campaign so far. It affects cultural tradition and influence. That's probably not too relevant. Who the heck is Gurgan? Gurgan... Ooh. I remember looking at them thinking, huh, petty little country Gurgan. But they've grown to quite the tax base. It's so cool that there's so many hordes to play, right? Think back to EU3. What did you have? Golden Horde, Chagatai, Uzbek, maybe some Jurchens. Even in EU4, there's Great Horde, Chagatai Horde, again the Uzbeki Horde, some other horde over here, which I forget. But here there are so many, you're spoilt for choice. You want to be the Hulgids, you want to be the Jayal... Whatever, these guys that I can't pronounce. So many hordes and so many locations across the steppes to enjoy. You know, Golden Horde looking more and more babby the more I look at these small hordes, but I couldn't jump in the deep end. I wanted to learn the game. Hard to do that when you're oppressed from day one. Each country has a cultural capacity... I'm just looking for the list of modifiers here. Each point of cultural capacity over the limit gives the following penalties, and then we don't see the penalties. Here we go. Efficiency of cabinet, cultural tradition, cultural influence. That really doesn't seem so bad. Alright, well, if we're safe in the knowledge that we're not going to absorb any more Muscovite slaves, and I can't imagine why we would, I think we can just emancipate them. Cost me 5 prestige to tolerate their culture, but that alone does not emancipate them. We can even see that by going to Sarai and looking at all these Muscovite Orthodox slaves who are very, very unhappy. Does that mean they're trying to do another Muscovite... Muscovite Patriots are at it again, but they're part of the Golden Slave Uprising, of course. But if we go back and we look at the Muscovites and I want to add the accepted cultures 5 more prestige, and that is going to put me significantly above the accepted cultures limit, but whatever, I'll do it. Boom! Yeah, cultural tradition, cultural influence. I'm not sure I care that much about that. My cultural tradition is already far better than the little nobodies that I have in my country. Efficiency of cabinet is a shame, but I'm pretty sure I'll kick out the Crimeans or something at some point. But yeah, they're still in jail. They're still in slave heaven. Don't worry, we'll kick them out momentarily. And then their satisfaction is going to go up a whole lot. To 11, apparently. I should keep an eye on this war. Gotta remember I am at war. With a naval power, no less. Ooh, look at that emancipation. They're all gone. Free to roam around as peasants. Wait, why are they still part of the Golden Rebellion? Get out of there. We also gained a core over here on the one Muscovite province that I have. That's cool. Wonder if that speeds up the integration. Still 1409. That just seems like such a waste, having to wait so long on Kasimov of all provinces. I'm not sure it's even worth having you do this. Hey, what's the point of just keeping Kasimov around for a while, rather than waste 5 years of cabinet activity that could be spent improving the cores that I have here? If I cancel it, does it pause the integration? Or does it remain partially integrated? If it completely cancels it, I might just hand it over to Tver, rather than have to administrate it myself. But I really feel like your time would be much better spent assimilating pops into my culture. Like these Astrakanis down here. To Mongolian, of course. And I want to take a quick look over at you. Tuma is keeping its integration progress. Oh, very good. Oh, looks like they automatically integrate, but it takes 100 years. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. So, yeah, you could conquer vast swaths of land if you're willing to wait a very, very long time. Interesting. Only pauses the integration? Excellent. Would it make sense for you to improve cultural relations with Tver? Are Tver the main Muscovite, is my question. We already have maximum relations, though. Yeah, so I'm not sure if I can do anything more there. Unless there's some other kind of cultural thing that can be done. But I'm not aware of any. Alright, how are they doing on the religion, by the way? Well, they're getting there. 1/3 of Tver is now Sunni. I like it. One way or another, we're going to wipe out the Orthodox. Cultural relations is different. Okay, tell me more, because I'm not familiar with cultural relations. We're getting more and more works of art as Mongolia. Very, very slow working artists here. Sometimes I forget you're Sunni. Yeah, religion doesn't feel like it plays much into this, does it? It's a pretty huge deal in EU4, although you could just go humanist and ignore religion altogether. Damn, this spiritualism stopping my assimilation. Cultural tradition increases monthly by rather a lot. Same with influence. It has a decay. Yeah, spreading my culture is doing some good work for me. Yuan is also helping with the influence. Yuan's helping a lot with the influence. It's a diplomatic action and I can't remember where. Well, first we should see, are they actually the king of the culture, right? Their primary culture is Muscovite, yes. Ah, here we go. Dominant. They are the dominant culture, a dominant country of the Muscovite culture. So is there something I can do to them? Something cultures. Artist, league, guarantee, trust. Can't imagine it's hostile. Covert actions, certainly not. Steel technology is funny. Don't know how much it costs, and it's weird that it doesn't show it. Buy location, offer loan, market access, send economic support. Excuse me, what? No need for access, it's probably not subject stuff. Enforcing culture, that'll be the day. Alright, I'm not seeing anything about this culture stuff. Maybe it's because they're my subject. Then again, so is Hungary. I guess Poland is the dominant Pole culture, right? Is there anything that could be done with relation to that? Nah, no idea. Can your market consume other markets? Oh, it's really, really cool because it's very... Well, look at this. Sarai is consuming Kaffa right now. Sarai is the market of my capital. What's going to happen, though, is I'm going to take Kaffa. Kaffa will regain some of this. Because I think it's better to have lots of small markets than a few large ones. Or, God forbid, one massive one, because proximity to market is important. But yes, you use your market attraction to attract more provinces to your market than others. So my market attraction is better than Kaffa's market attraction. Also, I own more of the provinces here, so they want to go to my market and not theirs. But there are a few different ways that you could do that. For example, I could actually steal Kaffa. I mean, not the province, but the market. I could move the Kaffa market over to Soldaya, so that I control the market a lot stronger than they do. Or I could take the province, or I could take the province and burn down the market. But it costs to make a market, so I think I will just take Kaffa for myself, integrate it thoroughly, and then enjoy all the Kaffa trade for myself. I don't think there's any better place for trade than Constantinopolis, though. You got so much good access around here, and it's the best natural harbour in the game. It's kind of disgusting how this is the case in every Bleeding Grand strategy game. Constantinople's just the best province. You can see why the Turks don't want to give up Istanbul. But yeah, massive harbour capacity, meaning that control emanates a huge amount around it. Sevastopol cannot be too bad of a port. Sevastopol. 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 We're going on the understanding that I know where that is. It sounds really familiar, but now I'm having a hard time placing it. Sevastopol. Oh, you mean it's this? You mean Chersonesos? In Gothica? Yeah, actually, how does that serve as a natural harbour? Pretty well. Whoa, it's also perfect. That's pretty cool. I wonder if that aids the market. Port buildings have a... Yeah, damn this going over water thing. I think harbour capacity only affects control, but I could be dead wrong. Does it tell me that anywhere else? Harbour capacity. Harbour capacity reduces the cost of going to sea from land? For trade calculations. So yeah, that would be a better place for even the trading. But it's okay, I'm taking Kaffa, and Kaffa is perfectly suitable. I don't want to spend the money on moving it around. Is Constantinople simply the best placed city in the world in real life? Yes, in real life, Constantinople cannot get any better in terms of geography. Can or can't, I'm unsure. No, they're saying can't. Just a perfect location, you see. Wait, the Alama are unhappy? The Alama are unhappy and the chieftains are revolting. What a time to be alive. I don't even tax the Alama. What are they unhappy about? Maybe the lack of privileges that I give them. I give them a fair bundle. It's that negative stability. I want to finally claw my way out of negative stability and stop dipping into it so deeply. It's just so tempting to do all the time. You can see why I do it. He's our ruler's grandson. I wonder, are you actually a possibility for being next in line? Hang on, are you the son of... Ooh! It's... I wonder if it's possible that you're going to be in line, right? Although my child died, do you think we go to the second child, or do we go to the child of my child? I don't know the succession order here in this game. If it was Crusader Kings, I think it would be the child of my firstborn. And since we are equal for this, I think it would be the woman. I hope it is. You're better than my dumb grandchild. I should have paid for better education for these people. Even though he was intelligent and I still didn't pay for him. How's the Horde shrunken 300,000 people? Huh? I don't think it suddenly shrunk at all. I mean, we gained a bit from eating Muscovite land, but we gave it back to Tver. We're not shrinking, we're growing. Also... okay, I thought you were dead there. You see these kind of banners around it, and I think they're already dead. But no, this incredibly good ruler of mine is living for a nice long time. Humanist as opposed to spiritualist. Didn't I have a problem with spiritualist right now? Yeah, I think I want to move more towards humanism. Well, really, I want it down the middle so that we don't have a hit to conversion in either sense. But yes, I think it's time to start moving towards humanism. All humans in the end, except for the chimps. It's asked to improve cultural religion. 100% shows up in the Diplo actions. Maybe it's because you're at war. Marriageable women event still lives on. Amazing. Except I can't burn them down. Goes over to Kamyshlov. The colonization is kind of slow, but that's good. And feels like a lot more of an investment than just clicky clicky in EU4. Could rename the game to that, just clicky clicky 4. How about try button 4? Wait, well, where are all these slaves coming from? Whoa! Unexpected. I didn't think we'd actually be launching an invasion. But it seems that Bohemia decided to also fight a lot of people. Why would he be doing that? Could it possibly have something to do with the Hussite Wars? I'm starting to see why he's no longer the Holy Roman Emperor. Huh, well now I'm going to have to start thinking about how to emancipate all the cheeky Czechs. There are a lot of Czechs. How many Czechs? 1 million? Ah, there are more Koreans. I'd rather enslave the Koreans. Oh joy, Henry's come to see us. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, and come to think of it, why did I gain control here? Hungary might be my tributary, but that doesn't mean they should give control to me. And yet they did. Oh well, Godspeed, you crazy bastards. That might actually be a good opportunity to separate piece him out. No, I could pay him off. And I mean, hey, he's putting up a good fight. Maybe he could do with some money. No, even for money, he doesn't want to be out. I mean, 310 just to end this war faster does not even seem that bad a deal. Is that a dragon flying through Bohemia? Not quite. Yeah, look at that. That was my subject occupying my land. That must be messing up, right? It's going, this country is at war with this this nation. It has an overlord who's also at war with it, therefore hand it over. It's not stopping to think tributaries don't contribute to overlord wars. But you know, if they want to give me pops, then sure, bring it on. As a Czech, I am in danger. Yes, and I'm going to be coming back to Bohemia, by the way. This is only the beginning. I will be getting a tributary casus belli on Bohemia and forcing them to pay. That said, have they fallen in the ranks of Dosh? Bohemia might be going through, you know, out of their golden age into the copper age, then the tin age and the cotton age. They might not be making the fast sums of money that I originally wanted to squeeze out of them. Still pretty high on the list, though. And if I make them my tributary, I have a feeling that they won't be attacked by all these Catholics. They might be, though. But then me and the Ottomans get involved, and then we trash them. All right, good, good. I want to get my big old golden finger stuck right into Europe. And we'll do it through the Czechs. It also gives me a good way to slurp up their institutions. Anyway, I was just talking about how amazing our previous ruler is. They're gone. Now we have this lackluster one. Really lackluster. It's going to hurt control, by the way. Yeah, the country is, of course, in mourning. Her tutors could not make a great woman out of her. Maybe ruling our country well. I wouldn't count on it. Now, big question. Who's next in line? I guess it'll recalculate. We're going to have to spend a lot on the court to get that Horde unity back up, because we lose 55 on Ascension. Sure takes a while dealing with that slave uprising. More slaves, Your Majesty. Taking a fair whack to get the war score I need for this. And it is just for these 3 provinces. I'm not doing anything fancy, and I did not promise the Ottomans land. Byzantium's kind of falling apart the way you expect them to, which is quite nice. I can see the game is starting to chug a bit now that Europe's at war. And I was hoping that would show their war. Oh, yeah. I wonder if Genoa's in that war as well. They're at least fighting Provence. Why are you fighting Provence? Oh, of course, Bohemia and Genoa weren't allied. It was simply because of HRE things. Then I should have struck Genoa when Luxembourg was the leader, but I didn't think that Bohemia would kill themselves so rapidly. Is taking advantage of slaves the best way to play the game? Actually, I've come to the horrible conclusion that slaves are bad. Slaves don't make you money, except they can work RGOs. They don't have many demands, so they don't spike up price of goods very much. They're maybe good for shipping over to the New World. I haven't figured that out yet. But really, they just sit around eating food and not contributing anything and being very unhappy, and illiterate, of course. I find the best thing to do is to get lots of slaves and then release them. And you can release them relatively cheaply by accepting their culture. And you don't even need to keep the culture accepted. You can then bin the culture for a modest stability cost. Which is why I'm thinking about going to Asia and enslaving every Korean that I can find. Pop growth? I'm not even convinced they breed. I was looking at the same number of slave pops in one location for a long, long time. Why is this not really going to good places? I guess we're just stuck in for a bit of waiting to get this war to go. I reckon within a year it'll be done. Maybe 2. And yeah, I'm neglecting my trade capacity because we don't really care. I was telling about beeswax. Beeswax all gone. It's okay, we've got plenty of it stacked up. Who knew that enslavement is a bad thing for being a productive member of society? Well, I don't care about how they feel. I care about how the Golden Horde does. And having those slaves does not really benefit us in any meaningful way. Not that I've figured out, at least. Which is why I'm saying enslave them, then emancipate them now. That's the way. Religious tensions, huh? Unrest. Where is this province? I don't think I care about this one tiny little province. But then maybe I wouldn't care about the conversion either. War score is going down, yeah. What are the Ottomans doing? Or maybe I'm losing some battles over here, but my troops aren't here. We must continue to help them for virtually no money. Yeah, it seems like they're having a bit of problems actually doing this, but eventually they'll take this fort and that'll help us out a bit. Yeah, I'm confident in the war. I'm confident that they can't hold out as much as I can, because I can really hold out. I'm going to have to pay off those chieftains at some point, aren't I? I don't want to, but I'll have to. It's now getting really easy to revoke their privileges. Remember when this cost 150 stability to do? Right, who is our heir? Oh, hang on. So it did go to my child that lived. So I think ruler's daughter, ruler's son, ruler's daughter. When the idiot comes to age, they will probably be the next in line. So yeah, we're going to have to stomach this crap ruler. It's like getting a... Ooh, what are you, like a 112 in EU4? Not exactly golden age for your country, but you got to make do with what you get sometimes. If there is a son, maybe change the succession laws. Now we're thinking, aren't we? Because yeah, I could change things back to tribal's oldest male. And in fact, maybe I should have done that beforehand. But it costs 50 stability and 50 horde unity. Yeah, no, I'd rather handle the lackluster ruler. I am still hurting for getting advancements here. We don't know about meritocracy. We only 14% know about banking, but that's pretty good. That's certainly growing. Professional armies, we are 3%. Well, at least we're chewing through all the research that we can do. Is there anything we care about at this point? Naval initiative? Maritime trade advantage? Expand raw materials, construction speed, fort limit. Well, I certainly don't care about fort limit, but let's get some construction speed. And, oh geez, yeah, running out of things to research, which I suppose is better than the alternative. Cost of pilgrimage religious actions. That's what, one event per lifetime that cost me 50 ducats? Forgive me for not tripping over myself in wanting that. Let's look at the list screen instead. None of this is particularly interesting. I guess I'll go for the maritime advantage as well. But otherwise, we're at the mercy of getting that institution. Has it spread in the capital yet? Oh, would you look at that? We know about banking in Sarai. That's a good start. And then we have plenty of it spreading out over here. All right, we're getting somewhere. Getting somewhere technologically. Could you change succession laws for cheap in the parliament? I don't think that counts as a parliament law that can be changed. I'd be happy to be proven wrong, though. Defending against sieges, peace offer, war enthusiasm. Come on, Otto friends. That's not even Ottomans, is it? No, that's my subjects. Come on, my subjects, go and take that land. If you take a location in Italy with good institutions in this war, then make them a custom vassal. They'll send you institutions, as far as I've read. I'm already getting institutions sent to my capital. And that's part of why I want to enslave Bohemia. It would be a little bit difficult getting access to an Italian to enslave them. And if I was going to do anybody, I'd want to do the Pope, because the Pope makes wicked mad money. Although maybe he's going to make less with the Reformation coming up before too long. I don't want my commoners to be that unhappy, do I? The Otto friends are surprisingly useless, aren't they? Yeah, what are they even doing? Oh, wait, no, what are they doing? And why are they just marching in place? I think the animation for sieging this is bugged out for some reason. Not the first time, won't be the last. I can't imagine with all my subjects going around fighting in these Hussite wars, they're in a position to give me lots of money. But it's never really about them, is it? It's about what's important. Me. Serbia? Serbia, how dare you be poor? There's no excuse for being poor when I'm the one looking after you. That's more like it. Give me the dosh. Give me my bloody money. Georgia? How can Georgia not be rich? The Timmies are always there for me. I hope they expand someday. I could really do with the Timmers having more money that they could give to me. Bulgaria? That's not great, but sure, I'll take it. Bohemia never have any bleeding money, the poor guys. And is there anybody else to worry about? I feel like I didn't punch Kiev there. Yeah, there we go. Man, just feels so good. I've got all these subjects and, you know, every 2 or 3 or 4 years I just come along and punch a grand out of them. I remember when I was happy getting 20 ducats out of them. Now it's lots of ducats. And remember, it's very important that I get my money this way. As I talked about at the start, when I had trade income of 40 or so ducats, I was paying proportionally 2 or 3 times as much on stability, cost of court, etc. by making sure that all of my money comes in through diplomatic means, and I swear this number has grown a lot. I think Hungary and Timmies are making a whole lot more money for me. It's not war reparations, is it? No, far from it. Anyway, making money through diplomatic means bypasses calculations for economic base, and that is the secret to making loads of positive balance. And that is actually a scaling cost of colonies. That's another good reason to bypass my own income. Eventually, it'll come to the point where I want to click and then suddenly transform into a more internal economy. But there's no good reason for it right now. Bong, bong, bong. That weather thing should really never turn up. I mean, who cares? Oh no, there's a weather front here. Okay. Not worth bonging me for. Alright, we're getting close to that. I will have my land. In recognition of that, I should begin building up a spy network in Bohemia. My Bohemia needs to give me all their money. Oh, Jake expenses have gone way up since I saw it on YouTube. Yes. Economic base is growing a little bit, but a lot of it is due to the cost of my colonies. I wanted to do a lot of colonies at once, and you absolutely pay for the privilege. I think I should lower the amount of colonies that I do at once to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 5 seems more reasonable. We can test that law-changing theory now. Gain 5 diplomats, or build up a lot more of my estates. Urban building costs. Wait, that's pretty huge. Also brings me more towards land. I don't like these temporary modifiers. It really incentivizes you not to build up unless you have this going. Does that include the cost of upgrading to a city? Surely not, right? Building in all urban locations. I've been neglecting building in urban locations, so maybe I want to do this anyway. It's going to be difficult to pass, though. And I don't want to lose even more stability. It's 20%, though, and I could do a lot of building with that. Alright, sure, let's develop the interior. Nobody wants to support me? Oh my god. How do you get support? Nobody gives me agendas. Ryazan loses Renaissance advancement. Does Ryazan even have Renaissance advancement? You got 0.19, so yeah, sure, I'll reduce it by 10. Oh, hang on, that makes the chieftains even less happy. For 1%. There's something messed up with these agendas. I don't think this is ever going to pass. Have they got the privilege to join Parliament? I think everybody's got the privilege to join Parliament that I can give to. Anyway, at least during this time it is cheaper to build up my stuff. Now, what do I want to build up? Buildings for goods. I feel like what I want to do down the line is, because I have an absolute glut of wool here. Wait, I'm looking in the wrong market here. Although I can imagine that it's also pretty good there. I could build up Tailor Guild over in. Apparently Tavera is better. No. I need to do this in my own provinces. I wish it defaulted to that. Don't know why it thinks I want to build elsewhere. Ryazan, as ever, struggling with people here. But yeah, I got a couple of those going in Ryazan. Apparently it's being slightly overproduced, but you know, that's just stuff that can be exported later on. But more than anything, I want that wool to actually have some kind of purpose. Oh wow, the Kazan market. Fine cloth is outrageously expensive. I can sort that somewhat locally. And is this actually nice and cheaper for me? Whoa. Hang on, that doesn't look like it's cheaper due to the Parliament, does it? I'll trust it. I probably shouldn't, but I'll trust it. Yeah, I was contemplating building more of them up in the other markets. And I just created a new city here, right? Why not start the city with some nice jobs? Kaffa market is doing fine in. Yeah, the Kazan market, always lacking in goods. But I just built those up there. I feel like I'm missing something. Where's the Sarai market? Wait, there is no Sarai market. There is a Sarai market. I'm going mad here. I built a marketplace here. Here we go. There is slight overproduction of it, so we don't need more of them. But there's another kind of cloth. There is regular cloth. Now that stuff gets used for something quite interesting. We can use it to make paper. Paper's good for books, and books are really good for export. So I might actually try and make cloth, and then make paper, and then make books, and then get that going. So let's see if we can't not RGO it. Build some spinner guilds. Oh, we can do it rurally. That keeps those peasants employed. They'll become laborers in the rural areas. But that's not the cheap boost that we have right now. This is the cheap boost that we've got. Also builds me more burghers, and that weakens the nobility. Alright, let's get spinning, shall we? Sarai apparently already has a bunch of them, and I can only have up to level 11 of them. But there are other places that could have them. Of course, I built up these cities, didn't I? So let's put down 1, 2, 1, 1, and put another one there. Ah, hell, have another one. I want lots of cheap cloth. Hell, have another one. Are there any other goods that I really want to crank out? I think if I want paper, I need a scriptorium, right? I think I'm too deep in my windows. So see, I'm already in Spinner's Guild, aren't I? Get me out of here and get me over here for paper. Oh, it's a paper-making guild. Maybe the scriptorium makes the books. Anyway, I have a dream of making loads of paper. So we will also get this done in these provinces. You've already got 2, apparently. Where's the price of paper looking particularly delicious at, anyway? Chimiga, but that's not a market that I think I care about. Isn't that over here? And once again, it's offering me to build in not my own provinces. Keeps throwing me off. I just checked. Unless you've changed your parliament from the game start, your clergy and merchants are banned from parliament, so they won't give you stuff to actually pass. Maybe I should go and check if I have things to allow them into parliament. Right, where was I thinking? Riazan. Yeah, sod having paper in Riazan. Can I just filter and then it instantly shows the levels of them? No, I think I have to click through, huh? We're fine though. I mean, I have a dream of having my capital produce loads of goods, and then we have loads of trade power as well, and it spills out from there. That does sound nice. In that case, let's look back at Astrakhan Market and maybe build a few more paper-making guilds. Not Astrakhan. I keep thinking Astrakhan's still my capital, but it's not. I need to go for the Sarai Market. What is this ordering? In the Sarai Market, yeah, let's produce lots and lots of paper. I know it's going to take ages for people to promote, but of all places, they should be able to promote in my capital. And then from there, I'm going to want my Scriptorum. Scriptorum makes books. Is it the only thing that makes books? So it seems. Doesn't say it's going to be very profitable. I imagine that's because it thinks that all the goods are expensive. The books sell for this, the required goods cost this. Why is the profit so low? They don't know what they're talking about. It also puts those lazy clerics to work. So let's get some scriptorums going. I'm not worried about that, Antares. My advisors have better things to do for the larger scale of my country. So there we go. With that, we'll have some actual books going. But that's not enough. I want to make sure that whilst we have this bonus going, apparently, even if I can't see it, can I have any more marketplaces anywhere within my country? Everywhere, as long as it's inside owned locations. Yeah, marketplaces should probably just be maxed out. But marketplace is not the only cool thing we could have. I'm thinking about that Caravani, but is there anything else that I really want in my cities? Raws, basics, weapons? Naval supplies and weaponsmiths. My guilds have already built those. Oh yeah, libraries. I hadn't been thinking about libraries. Are those a government building? Urban parliament seat, slave market, embassy, bailiff. Not consumer things. Cultural, trade, naval, military, defenses, buildings, colonials. What is a library game? There's a library. Library increases max literacy, and literacy is good. Show me any of my own locations where library is okay. There are not enough books in the Sarai market to do this. Oh. Well, good thing I'm building the scriptorium. Yeah, books seem to be a bit short in all of my markets then. Kaffa market, Sarai market. Maybe, just maybe, I should make a scriptorium all across the place. Is there a way to filter this out and bring back a different building? Not entirely sure if there is. Alright, seems like I need a scriptorium and, well, across my place so that they all have access to a little bit of books at least, so I can build this stuff up. That includes you, Riazan. And even you, Kazan. Get me a few books here and there. Highland Hillbillies kept eating all the books, apparently. Well, at least it's nice and cheap to build all these things. However, if I'm to build the libraries across the place, I'll need to import books. I'm not sure I want to do that. It's effort. It's effort that I'm not sure I want to do, but I probably should. How does one start with that anyway? I need to go to Kaffa. I need to get some books. And I need to begin importing them. The problem is... Oh, I'm locked out of here. The problem is I'd start making money off of it. And believe it or not, I don't want to make money off of trade. I could make a bit of a loss taking them over from Kiev, apparently. Ah, screw it. I don't care that much about the libraries. We'll build those later when we have our scriptoriums up. How do you get monthly positive prestige? I'm really struggling with that in my Portugal game. Humiliating enemies in war will give you a straight up 5, which is quite good. But you need to research investing in culture. And then you can put some of your money towards passively improving your prestige. Like most things, it has a decay. Of course, you also get other bonuses from other things. I get a big one from the Tatar yoke. Hey, tributary subjects give me quite a bit of prestige as well. It's good to be prestigious, it seems. Those chieftains are coming dangerously close to revolting. Riazan market needs books. What is it that I can't build because of that? Okay, I know you need that, but what are you trying to build? Does the scriptorium itself need books to be made? No, it needs masonry. They're trying to make a dye place as well. Seems like books are important. Reading is really cool then. Alright then, we'll get you your bleeding books. Import some books from pretty much wherever. There are no books to... Okay, wow, we are savages that don't read then. Can you build universities? Is university available? I think I need to research university. Yeah, I'm certain I need to research university. But it is a thing. Europedia, all pages tell me about university. Age of Renaissance. Wait, that's where we are. Gets me a permanent cabinet, university building, improves literacy. But not max literacy. It improves institution growth, that's good. Promotion is also good. Max for nobles and burghers goes up, and I plan to have a lot of burghers. Very good. Alright, don't worry about it. We'll get these things built and we'll all be good. Besides, I shouldn't go in too much of a spending spree. That money could be useful for me down the line. Soon, very soon. Brilliant! 5% support. Now I just need another 20% support out of nowhere and we'll get there. But currently they don't want to give me this. Yeah, is there a way to see who is allowed in here? I mean, these are commoners. But whenever commoners give me something they want done, I never get any real support. Importance of the agenda, blah. Estate satisfaction, blah. Assembly, blah. Yeah, I need to change my parliament type, but I seem to struggle in doing that. The agenda impacts are just not there. Forget how we figured out how to change that, but I swear we looked into it at some point. Right, so this war's not really going anywhere. I'm pretty sure I can lower my costs. We're going to be done with this war in approximately... if I'd paused there, it would have been done. There we go. Excellent news. Oh, okay. Well, I'm getting a little bit of support here and there. All right, be done. With that, I secure Kaffa. And I'm curious to see how it's going to balance out between Sarai and Kaffa now that it's in my hands. Unfortunately, this is going to once again take the attention of my cabinet. Assimilating Astrakhan is going to have to wait. Yeah, my crappy members of Parliament are going to have to deal with this. Crappy members of the cabinet, rather. And if I had the Renaissance, I'd have a third cabinet member, which I could really do with. But let's integrate. I do need that golden uprising dealt with, but it's dealt with enough. I also need to integrate this one crummy province. But if it's going to take forever, I don't think I'll care that much. How long do you think that'll take you? I think the problem is, when they do integration, they do every location in a province at once. Yeah, I'm not sure I want to waste 4 years on that. Oh, no, maybe I'm dead wrong. Wait, no. No, I guess integration is just really slow. It's going to take us a long time to integrate Kaffa, but it's a very important province. Yeah, so I'm not too opposed to investing in that. It also finally gets me some wine. I can't really use that internally, but we certainly want more wine around here. And we love fruit. We're always short on bleeding fruits, so give me a lot of that, please. Just as much as I can. Alright, good enough. We've got livestock, and I might even want some fish just for food. Yeah, looking at this place, the food availability, I'm surprised it's positive. I'm very surprised it's positive. But I guess when the need arises, we'll have to step up and go fishing. Alright, good enough. Good's enough. You can integrate 2 at a time. You can integrate as many as you have cabinet members working for you. And charge them the additional fees. Come on. I'm not made of money around here. And I'm probably going to need to spend that money on the chief insurgents at this rate. Because as we wait for that stability to improve, we're still waiting on improving how they feel about me. Yeah, at this rate we have to get the stability all the way up. Ah, goodbye stability. I just can't seem to pass parliament issues. Doesn't happen. What in the world can be done about that in my perpetually negative stability country? So we have an assembly which allows the commoners in. Is this what we started with? Council would allow the clergy in instead of the commoners, which might be considerably better. Estate parliament allows clergy and burghers. This sounds actually very, very good. Yeah, then they're actually going to get some representation and pass what I need. And the burghers are good to have in. Would adding more seats help? I truly don't understand what the seats do. It seems to be phrased as a negative thing in events, so I don't know about that. This costs 50 Horde unity that I don't have to spare, but let's try and remember to do that when our Horde unity is looking good. At this time right now, we're looking a-okay. I'll park my army in these places so people know who's the boss. So be it. Although I believe I was also thinking about eliminating some of the other uprisings, like the Moxa and whatnot. We got other things to worry about. Ottomans have ended their food access with me. Why would they do that? I hope it's just because the war is over and not because they're getting some funny ideas. How can one not be suspicious of that? Sounds like a declaration of war to me. You don't meet the requirements for the other thingamajigger. It looked very clickable to me. Oh, here we go. Yeah, you're right. Requirements not met. We need the burghers to have at least 20% power, and they're nowhere near that. Yeah, they're at 9%. I need to have a lot more burghers from a lot more buildings. Seats with on to demands an EU4, so it makes sense that agendas are connected. Yeah, but we've had those agendas without any seats. Oh, well, bye-bye even more prestige, I think. Well, I'm not sure I care about my traders being more unhappy. They're already pretty happy, and I struggle to tax them even... I struggle to make them unhappy even with the maximum taxes, so it's not a big deal. Hungary is as happy as a Hungary can be. Yet another full page of rebels. Just life in the Golden Horde. At least those charters are coming along rather well. But yeah, one issue is that improving my country right now doesn't really improve my economy. I could make a lot of money through trade, but it would make my expenses go sky high. I'm not willing to do that currently. Now, when I can make hundreds and hundreds of ducats through trades, like, I don't know, 500 or more, then I'd probably consider activating the trade. Until then, we keep trade off. 6 estates seems like a nightmare. Don't most normal countries get 5? Maybe it's 4. Alright, some of these places are really taking off. They might even connect. Slightly. I think it's 4, huh? That's okay, the tribes are barely in a state. They have no real power to speak of because... oh wow, we have almost no tribesmen. Yeah, this power is multiplicative, and if they don't have anything to begin with, we can't do anything. And... yeah, bribing them. I can't even bribe them because they have no tax base. Faster to expand, that's not really relevant. Marriage, though. Our ruler's daughter. Is she our heir, though? Man, why so stupid? Grant her the cabinet rights? No, let's just arrange a marriage with her. So I don't know the reasoning behind all these. Why couldn't I marry the Ottomans, by the way? The Ottomans is a monarchy. Their type of ruler will not do royal marriages. Oh, interesting. I'll just arrange an internal marriage. I don't see any point in growing closer with the other ones. Well, that's not true. You get prestige from it, don't you? If I royally married the Jalarids, take this strapping 16-year-old. What's that 5 mean? This will give us prestige. Okay, well, sure. There's a way to get prestige. Do royal marriages. Seems worth it. Maybe I can marry off the rest of my daughters too. Having given the burghers a monopoly privilege so they can do the trading for you. They can do some trading. I don't know if that would impact my tax base or economic base. That's something to be tested, but not here and now. Apparently we're full up on those. Yeah, it'd be nice to automate trade so I don't need to do things manually, that's for sure. But that would make me tons of money, and we can't be having that either. Man wants tons of money, but he can't have tons of money. Soon we'll start fabricating on Bohemia, and I will not be gentle. I will go through Hungary, and I will plunge deep into the belly of Bohemia and take all their money. Those chieftains, though, that might be where all the money has to go. Wait, do I even have the money to bribe the chieftains? No. It's going to take 4 bribes, 4 times 460, to stop them from tearing my country apart. And their insurgency is still enormous. I can't afford that. Fortunately, though, I don't need to keep picking on the chieftains anymore. That's a problem, though. Would any of my subjects like to help me out? Bulgaria? That's not a lot of money. I mean, I'll take it, but you can do better next time. Serbia? They don't want to give me money. Georgia? Oh, Georgia are always happy to give me money. liquidating diplomacy into Dosh. It's how it should be. Oh, how cute. The Hungarians went into debt. Sadly, that sounds like a whole lot of not paying me rent. Kiev? Yeah, I could do with some Kievs. Alright, there we go. That might bridge some of the gap. Now I can do 4. And if I'm going to do it at any point, maybe I should do it now just to get them off my back. At least when my ruler... Oh, we got rid of our cruel ruler, so... At least that's a thing to improve estate satisfaction. But yeah, I'm going to have to bribe them out of raising up and destroying my country. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I probably have to do a 4th one. Maybe see if I can get away with 3. But I think their happiness needs to go above 60 for them not to rise up. Oh, but look at that. It says loyal again above 32. Maybe it's enough. See if the chieftain insurgents go away. Sure still looks like they're there. But there are a lot fewer of them. That's a shame. That is so close. Wait, it still says that they'll be loyal again above like 32, and that's where they are. I'm going to give them another chance to bugger off. Oh, I see, I see. It's just over here. I wonder why they're so mad at me. As I see a little one in the top right as well. Oh, or we could make the chieftains happy like this. That also works. I wish that had happened before I spent all that money. But there, now I have happy chieftains. It just cost me all my dosh. So easy. They're like poles. Just pay them off and they go away. Wait a minute. That, what is this? Oh, we could actually go and play as a new colonial nation. Yeah, we certainly don't want to be doing that. Form a new colonial thingamajigger? No, no, no. This is all my land. Keep it all as part of me. They get nice bonuses if you let them go, but no thank you. So there are 8 pops. 8 whole population want to join. And they're... Even though they're very, very happy and it says they won't join, they're still joining. Where are they? What the heck is Yinder? Okay, they've gone away now. I think it was just some leftovers from the provinces being created. Yuan like me a whole lot. What was my plan with enslaving around here? I believe I was looking at the kingdom of Koke, Timur, and contemplating if I shouldn't go and make them a tributary. Because I bet they have a lot of money for me. We checked already. They've got a ton of money and a ton of population. And, well, I was going to say not a lot of forts. They had not a lot of forts when I was looking at them before. But I think we should speak to Yuan about kindly giving us food access to their country. And then maybe go and start subjugating some Chinese. How does that sound? I would like food access and military access. Which I'm assuming are 2 different things. And then we're going to fabricate on them and destroy them. Oh, also. Bohemia. That's another casus belli, please. Wait, what? Oh, no diplomat. I was thinking, why can't I make tributary? It's all I do. There we go. Make tributary on you, please. Cease with the spying. Japan looking like a pile of vomit. Well, yeah, so they were all held together and then suddenly, nope. The age of the daimyo is now. Assured defense, please, and nothing but. Again, it's different cultures, which is a shame. But that's a lot. That's more than we have Koreans. That said, I can't sail over here, but it would be very nice if I could just come over and enslave the Japanese as well. Oh, the Ainu! And there isn't even a nation of Ainu. Oh man, my boat selling tricks of Ainu will be missed. Alright, very good. So make tributary, enslave. That's not to say I can't enslave some Chinese as well, but the cultures are going to be a bit of a mishmash, aren't they? Mostly Jin, actually. Maybe I can find He Jin himself. Mongol invasion of Japan, that's always worked out well historically. Well, it works out doubly bad for me. I don't have any bleeding boats, do I? Speaking of which, did we discover if there's a dock here? There is no wharf and no dock here. There's no wharf and no dock here. How did they get a ship? Yeah, do military buildings get destroyed on conquest or something? I want my Mediterranean galley, so I can figure out what I can do with a boat. Is there specific ones for transport, by the way? I mean, of course, if this was EU4, you'd want your transport ships for your regiments and then combat ships, but regiments are no longer a fixed 1,000 people, that is. Here we go. The cog has what looks like transport capacity. The Mediterranean galley has virtually no capacity. What is this number, by the way? How many men or strength we can get? Those are two different things, strength and men, so I don't know what the capacity really is. Oh, is that my do not engage command? Painful times. Alright, well, if I can have a dock, I should have one, but I'm not sure if we ever researched that. We don't know about docks, because I'm looking at goods. Docks are not a good. What's up, dock? Okay, what about a wharf? Can I have a wharf? Can I have a dock? What? Naval building? Ah, oh, wharf has an H in it. Wow. How many times have I built a wharf in Caesar 3 and not noticed the H in wharf? Anyway, it gives me sailors, gives me trade capacity, gives me harbor capacity, gives me building ships. All of these sound like good things. Can be built in any town or city. Wait, there's apparently one here. It lacks the infrastructure. We need a wharf or a dock. And it doesn't. Clay pit, mason. We just saw that it said it had a dock. What am I to make of this? Granary, mason, clay pit, fruit orchard. Is the building closed? That's what I'm looking into now. That looks like it. The wharf is here and the wharf is closed. There are no burghers employed because we lack burghers. Yeah. Yeah, we have a shortage of them and they're not working there. They'll work there eventually, though. Although I could build it over here in Soldaya. But we've come to understand that Kaffa is the superior province here, right? Both of these are superior provinces. But Kaffa's the one that's the city, so surely that's the one that we should build the dock in. But it's already in Vosporo. And what's stopping me having it all in all of them? Let's build in all of them and see what difference it makes. Give me my wharf, please. With an H. What? There you go. See how that works out for us. And there is one over here, but again, it's closed, right? So we're just waiting for people to promote. That's going to be pretty difficult with the lack of control around here. Conquered. Satisfaction surprisingly high in Kaffa. How is satisfaction so high here? They just love me being here? Or is it because I've bribed people to the hilt? No, really, why is it so high? The clergy reigns supreme. Cool. Very cool. We need to Columbian exchange cheeseburgers. Nobody really knows about the Americas right now. It's only 1408. And if Portugal keeps having noble uprisings, they'll never know. Very sad to see Granada not on the map. It'll be very interesting to see how Granada actually plays in this game. I can imagine very poorly. France is consolidating surprisingly well. Okay, nothing to worry about. By the way, yes, the first First couple of colonization things I did have pretty much finished. I want to see what one of these provinces looks like, by the way. Majority Mongolian, majority Sunni. Barely promoting at all, but that's hardly my problem. Barely happy at all, but that's not my problem. Giving me not unreasonable amounts of control. That's quite nice, actually. Goes up to a reasonable amount. That will slowly hurt my crown power, because it's better to have crown power in your highly consolidated areas. But I think I have enough to spare at this point. If you keep reassigning burgers everywhere, Jake, would that make you a burger flipper? No. Not nobody. Greenland knows about the Americas, and that's their whole gimmick. Ooh. Yeah, how do you manage to get Greenland to get over there? Sounds like a struggle. But an interesting struggle. I'm a little worried that my cabinet is going to be so busy dealing with integration, which takes a long-ass time, by the way, that we are going to have some uprising issues. With that in mind, I'm going to test my theory to see if I can actually eradicate some of these entirely. I was talking about the Moshkas, for example. Let's grab our units over here and move them over to the Moshkas. Now, is the reduction of... or is the increase in satisfaction province-based or location-based? Is there a way to prioritize buildings? Yes, but it costs stability. As many things do. It's here. Employment system. First come, first serve. For 10 stability, I could make it something else. Infrastructure, profitable, equality. But no, first come, first serve is fine. In the end, they all need to work. So the question would be if these people get happy by nearby soldiers. Well, no, it wouldn't be you, would it? It would be... Friendly armies in province. Yes, they do care about province. So what I wonder is, do they care about how much my army is paid as well? I would assume so, but let's find out. Yet another core for my long list of cores. Looks so good. I mean, compared to how much this was cored at the start? None of it? Maybe just the Crimean stuff. Grim times early on. Oh, would you look at that? Suddenly they're quite happy having my guys over here. So the Moshkas still want to rise up in the other places. So if I split you in half, send half of you over here, send half of you over here. What do we think about Moshka rebellions now? I dare to say we might not be thinking about them at all. We are still somehow thinking about them. Ah, because these are other provinces, is that right? Not quite. Friendly armies and provinces somehow not helping enough there. What if I do this? I want to eradicate them completely if I can. Oh god, they're in a lot of different provinces. That's a shame. For me. Fortification neglected? Fort in disrepair? How often do I care about my forts? Not often. Egads, they are clinging on for dear life. Perhaps an invitation to build a larger army? That's a shame. I mean, that's pretty close to getting rid of them. They're just a little bit of satisfaction away. I mean, maybe I could also ask what is so problematic with the Moshkas. Yeah, it seems like splitting up. Oh, it looks like they have a much, much larger effect in the actual place there. So maybe I could just split them much, much lower. So the Moshkas still want to rise up in these places. Do this. Do this. And then do this. I'm just trying to completely delete them so they're off my list. They'll start out again at the bottom, but then that's a lot for them to redo from the get-go. A wandering civilization? The mightiest Khatun, is that female Khan? Cannot roam around endlessly. The establishment of a permanent base always has its own benefits. We're in Sarai quite often. How about a permanent seat here? Seat of power. Fort defense, no. Oh, but the other thing is losing prestige. That's like a lot of prestige even. Ach, it's just money. They still want to be there, huh? Actually, you've got plenty here. Yeah, if I automate it though, I won't get a feel for exactly what's causing all the things to happen. So I want to see if I can do it first and foremost. Moshka Patriots, would you kindly go away? Huh? Mutual respect. We now have positive feelings towards Hanafi. I'll be honest, I don't know what this is. Theological differences, long-lasting cooperation between... us and apparently Ajiran. Hanafi is positive. I don't know what that means. Is this a culture thing? Kindred? These are religious schools, though, not cultures. I thought cultures could be kindred. God knows, but God is still great. There is still a few pops around here that are a bit antsy. Can we do something about that? Come on. Just a little bit more, surely. Keep it as part of the Golden Horde. I'm not seeing them light up anywhere. But I think down to 0 is not the same as getting them all away entirely. Excuse me. There are... Okay, good. Spy... Oh, crumbs. I was building a spy network somewhere. I'm getting distracted by trying to deal with these rebels, which I probably shouldn't be. I think it was something, create Casus Belli for... You? Wait, where was I even... Oh, that was me being... that was me catching somebody else, I see. Also, I don't have the diplomatic range. I don't like that. But I want them. Does that mean I wouldn't be able to do you either? Yeah, so what is my diplomatic range? Oh. They're outside of the diplomatic range. By a considerable amount, no less. I suppose it would be within my range if I tributized the Yuan dynasty, but I can see that being a bad reason for... a bad idea for a lot of reasons. Did you look to see if you get the Muscite culture to like you to lower the cost? Oh, right, you said maybe because we're at war we weren't able to do that. I'm being pulled in a lot of different directions here. But where is it? People say, oh, I know I've seen it, but I'm not seeing it anywhere. Court language, rivals, scutage, culture, annexation. I don't see anything about improving my cultural relations. It's a subject action. I see no such thing. Court language, policy. That's a law policy. Tributary, trade, rival, scutage, culture, debt, sailors, income, annexation, loyalist, military. No, I don't see anything about it. And they're not even a tributary. They're an actual vassal. And if we look over at Hungary, do we see anything like that? Break from union? Oh, I could force them to break their union with... Wait, really? We will install a new ruler on their throne and force them out of their union. What? The senior party of the Croatian unit gains a claim of the throne in Hungary. What does this mean? It was a subject action for my Sweden as Denmark. Maybe it's research blocked? I certainly don't see it though. This is making me curious. So there is a Croatian union. The senior partner of the Croatian union, that's Hungary surely, gains a claim on the throne on What in the world does that even mean? What would this do? I'm scared to press it, because Hungary is one of my, or it probably is my greatest tributary. But I don't understand it. This calls for research in the future. What am I calling this? Golden Horde stream, and this can be break from union test, and I'll test that later. Supreme Commander Forever comes in saying, hey, I started a game of Portugal. My male heir and my king died. Now I'm playing as a woman. The worst part is, I'm married to the King of Castile. My new heir will also be the heir of Castile. I'm bound to be a junior partner. Am I cooked? Well, you're likely going to be a junior partner, so you're going to have to fight your way out of it. Maybe antagonize it if they try to annex you. Maybe seek an alliance or support from the King of France. Kick and scream. Find a way to break free. Or play like that and just be a loyal subject of Castile. But it's going to limit some of the things you can do. It's based on who the leading culture is in a culture. You can, yeah, but as far as I'm aware, Tver is the leading culture, or leading country of the culture of Muscovite. Look at this. Most population would be primary culture is the dominant culture. Country cannot be dominant if their overlord is the same culture. So I'm assuming that it has to be done with them. Otherwise, it would be Muscovy, and Muscovy don't exist. So I have no idea, but it's not something I will pursue at this point. Right, out of luck for getting rid of the Moshka rebels, because there are just a few of them clinging on. Oh, it's tribesmen. Tribesmen remain quite unhappy, don't they? If I could make the tribes happier, it would be great, but tribes don't seem to want to be happy. And for some reason, the literacy of slaves is something they care about. Really? Why? They're lacking mercury and rice, then they'd be happy. But yeah, the tribesmen getting me again. I guess we don't really care about the Moshkas. Is there anybody else that's small and able to be dealt with? Severians. That's just over in these two provinces. Maybe we can get them in place. Over to Kursk. Mix the mercury and the rice, and then the literacy desire will come down. Alright, what's going on here? Missing inputs for a bunch of things over in the Sarai market. I really wish you could automate trade to get goods that they need rather than just profitable goods. But that dye is something that we can import, right? Yeah, we could even do it unprofitably if we want to. I wonder if you do enough negative profit, you could actually lower what the game thinks your amount is. Wait, it actually says the balance in Sarai is good. It's good and yet you're missing it. Maybe it's being exported by somebody else. Trebizond has some not very profitable dyes to take in, so let's just go and take those. Remember, not very profitable is good. There's also a demand for iron in the Kazan market. Iron and the dyes. There's barely any iron needed though, but they still need the dyes. There's not a lot to be had here. Wasn't I needing it over there as well? Ah, sod it. I don't care about the tiny amount of goods that they need. Far from my concern, I'm sure. It's actually good that RGOs are missing employees because I want them to be filled up. There are hostile privateers everywhere in the Black Sea. Is it you? Oh, we're going to need to build that navy at some point. When will Bohemia bend the knee? That's a good question. The make tributary Casus Belli is going 3% per month. It's 55 right now. So it seems like... Oh, but I'm going to be waiting on a truce, aren't I? Not for very long, actually. So give it a couple of years, then we're going to march on Bohemia. I hope they haven't made a lot of friends, but surely as a... Oh wait, they've gone back to Catholicism. They must have lost the Hussite Wars. Did they ever actually fully change? I should have checked that. They probably did, because now they're back to being the Holy Roman Emperor. I have to worry if they get any real troublesome alliances like Poland or Hungary. Okay, if I were to fight you... If I were to fight you... No, they're just bringing in Chisen. And a lot of little guys. But we don't care about little people, do we? Big war, though. Kind of intimidated at the size of that war. Bohemia is great power #1 for a reason. I wonder what that reason is. Perhaps it's an invitation for me to build a few more units. Yeah, get me my beloved regulars. Actually, why am I not doing these slowly? It's not like we're in a hurry for them. I thought this was at 30 before, but whatever. We'll go up to 40 units. Profitable buildings increases economic base tax, which makes it expensive worse. Yes, that's why I'm avoiding making... I could make a lot more money right now, especially through trade, but it would make my expenses go sky high. Because a lot of expenses are based on economic base, which is... tax base and trades. So yeah, we're trying to make more money off of tributaries to keep our expenses low. Eventually, we will be able to make catastrophic amounts of money off of trade, though. Yeah, making more money would make me poorer. Actually true. So these Severians... This isn't working out the way I want it to. And now you've spread over here, for goodness sake. I guess this is probably a lot better for really, really small uprisings. And if they are going to rise up, we've seen how easy they are to deal with. So unless I see something that's actually tiny. Like the Marias. The Marias are just in these two provinces, you say? Having my army not led by one of my crown members is actually hurting my crown power. Sounds like progressive tax. Well, it wouldn't be so bad if the tax was actually coming to me now, would it? We never figured out that Tatar yoke either, did we? So who is meant to be paying me? Wait, who the hell is the Grand Prince of Vladimir? Please explain to me who the Grand Prince of Vladimir is. I'd love to know. Where is all this money going? Especially Smolensk, because Smolensk have been paying quite a lot of their money to nowhere. Yeah, this looks weird, but yeah. Russian tax avoidance scheme? Yeah, damn. Part of the problem is I like the yoke because it gives me a nice bonus, but if there's nobody left in the yoke, what do I get? And I don't think there's a way for me to add people to the yoke. It's kind of sad. It feels unfleshed out. I mean, it's a great system, but the system needs to have a bit more of a belly to it. Oh well, Godspeed Tver. Actually, it looks like Tver have gobbled up some of their subjects. No, I'm imagining things. Or am I? I think they made another one. They created Medin. That sure isn't the Tverian flag. Who the hell are you? You're just a made-up county. Although it's pretty good that they've brought in some good dynamic country creation. I do like it a lot. There's a lot I like about this game. Many international organizations are bare bones, but it seems like a great tool for modders and DLCs. Can't disagree with that. Alright, the Meria Patriots apparently are still unhappy, despite my army being here telling them to be very, very happy. And look at that, they're turbo happy. Come on, people. Get with the program. Control here doesn't look good, but surely it's rising, right? Maximum control is at 0. Oh, because it hasn't grown yet. At least I don't think it's grown yet. This looks pretty done, though. Yeah, it says it's 100%, but I'm not so sure about that. If it were 100%, surely I'd have a core from all the Mongols here. I'm curious about what bridges do. I'm not sure. I think they improve travel or something, but let's check. Huh? Huh? Production panel seems to be broken. How can this be? Okay, there we go. Had to press F3 to bring it up. It thinks it's pressed. Very interesting. Hey, GUI just broke there. We were asking about a bridge, I believe. This is what a bridge does. Improves moving cost, improves proximity cost. I imagine there are only special places that can have it built. And in my country, that's not too many places. Hey, you know what? Maybe this is worth it. It's a one-off thing that just lowers proximity cost. That's quite good. What else does it do, and does it cost anything? It costs wood, stone, and a little bit of tools. In upkeep, that is. But that proximity cost is probably well worth it, especially around my capital. My capital is Sarai, right here. Well, this is good. Let's do it. Just burn that money. Never needed it. Probably just for river provinces. I wonder if it also needs a road. Hard to say. Because it feels like those are all being built on provinces where I have a road. Aristocracy over my dead body. Plutocracy. Yeah. Notably, all those bridges are going on roads that have rivers. So yeah, I guess road is needed for there to be a bridge. Just trudge over the mud towards the bridge. Good enough for our forefathers, good enough for us. Yeah, I wasn't able to kill off the Miras. Alright, well, never mind. Get back home. Get consolidated under one of my big guys. Maybe divide yourself up into 2 armies for the war march on Bohemia. You gonna keep Theodore as a pet forever, or are you waiting for cannons? I could take them whenever I want, but why would I take Theodoro? I'm struggling to think of a reason why I would want this province. Whereas as Theodore are right now, they make plenty of money, they keep building up the province, meaning when I do eat it, it's going to be really nice and well made for me. Also worth noticing that it cost me quite a bit to integrate provinces in terms of time, and I only have 2 cabinet members. So I just don't think this one province is worth it. Also, it won't have any real control, will it? It's got control for them, but for me, yeah, probably join my long list of 0 rankers. This is just a guess, but maybe try improving opinion with one of the Russian countries from the wiki. Every 2 years, members of the international organization can ask the Golden Horde to give them special status. The Golden Horde will always refuse if their opinion of the current Grand Prince is more than 75, or their opinion of the country sending a quest is less than 50. But what I do is I increase my opinion of their opinion of me, not my opinion of them. I personally don't see it happening. Besides, why can't I just assign it? Yeah, it seems undercooked. But God knows how long until it is cooked. I hear there was a custodian team made for this game, though. Maybe there can be hope yet. Alright, bring you all together, organize you, split you in half, and then put one of my beloved crownsmen in charge of the other one. I'll probably rely on the nobility when it comes to war, though. I mean, my people are in charge for show, but when it comes to war, the nobility are actually better leaders. Sad to say, but true. Kiev, why are you so unhappy? Must mean you're at war without me. Yeah, this is weird. If you're not in war with your tributary, they don't like you for it. And yeah, that makes about as much sense as a chocolate teapot. We'll improve that relation to deal with that, since it seems to be on tender hooks. Yeah, I'm a bit saddened that I can't have my Chinese attack force. How is it drawing the diplomatic range, though, I wonder? Because it looks like I have diplomatic reach all the way down to Janapur. Well, I've got it to Delhi, which is probably part of it. But yeah, I could spy network down to here. But for some reason, this is a problem. Although I am here, I don't know how it draws diplomatic range. And here's the other thing, I can get all the way to Portugal as well. Maybe it's because I just have this inland? Maybe diplomatic range also considers roads and boats and things. But yeah, I figure you just come down here and then huzzah, give me stuff. Damn shame. I was really hoping I could just go and beat up Asians all day. That said, we'll slowly colonize our way across there. God, China is a mess. Of course, it's a strategy game. Wu is doing quite alright. I don't know where all these occupations come from. Probably a lack of oh man, lack of forts. How I would love to destroy Wu. Oh, could you imagine? I wonder what gives more diplomatic range. I do think if I tributize Yuan, I'd end up with the range to get down to these guys. But I really don't want to tributize Yuan. They're just a waste of a country, and I'll get drawn into things that I don't want to get drawn into. Don't you think it's more interesting to have a super fractured Japan? Especially if they actually coalesce. Right now they all seem to be OPMs. So I hope they actually do a job of coalescing. Some of the AIs do, some of the AIs don't. HRE is a bit of a special case. France is doing a good job of integrating its subjects. The Ottomans are wrapping themselves around the Byzantines, but if the Byzantines can hold on to 1444, they can make it another 34 years here. I'd love to destroy Wu. Careful, you just got a few hundred ducats and already becoming cow cow. Cow cow. We will meet at last. Chieftains are unhappy, but they'll become happy as I stabilize. It's just kind of difficult to keep them really happy. Maybe I could withdraw hunting permits. I believe the commoners get hunting permits. And it doesn't really do that much for me. The free subjects is nice. Commoners would be very, very unhappy with me again. No, I think I want to actually have high stability for once. Keep my people happy. Keep them paying me dosh. Keep them not revolting at me. Started an Ashikaga game, my first playthrough. Looked at the clans and I changed to Holland. Oh, that's good. Alright, Bohemia. My Brohemia. I want you as a tributary. I really want you as a tributary. Yes, indeed. Could I get the jump on them, I wonder? Not really. I would want my army raised. Can I not call in my vassals is maybe another way to think about it. No, it seems like it's a call to arms for sure. Maybe I could scootage some of them so they stop getting called in. I could call in some of these guys. I don't want them in. Oh, the Ottomans! Ottomans don't like the border distance. But they would join in. And I don't even have to give them anything. They just love me. Isn't there scootage here? Yeah, I'm tempted to scootage Nagai to stop them from getting involved in these kinds of wars, but is it really that bad? Ach, it's just more flesh for the grinder. Promise them land. They're not getting land here. Very cool to mobilize the Ottomans against Bohemia, though. And this is in a job to tributize them. Would they care if it was a make tributary war, by the way? No, they'll just join in. They're eager for fighting. The best alliance. Can you check Bohemian alliance? I swear I saw Hungary in there. No. I see no Hungary. Maybe you saw the fact that they're a rival? I'll believe that's what you saw. They actually don't have an alliance. Probably as a fallout from the whole Hussite thing. Yeah, but Bohemia need to pay rent, so on we go. March into Europe. Notably not Britain. Call in the Ottomans. Don't call in any of these. Oh, of course, these are my colonial nations. Of course, I wouldn't want to call them in. And then as for your subjects, they all get called in. All right, sure. Let there be war. Make tributary. Donk. Double check the list. It's 60 war score for tributary, and taking war score is their capital. That is going to be a pain in the butt. A real big pain in the butt. But needs must. The Ottomans have honored our treaties. I would expect nothing less. I will certainly want some levies to fill in the gaps here. The question is, do I want all of my levies to fill in the gaps here? That I'm a little less sure about. Not navy levies, God no. I have got a lot of levies. You telling me I have 18,000 levies? What the hell? It was like 6,000 the other stream. Where are we getting 18,000 from? So this is the power of letting the Muscovite people go free. Kind of cool that the steppe Horde militia come from my Mongolians and Mongolian adjacents. Although we also get... Oh, I see. Peasant levies from peasants. Militias from real people. That's all the more reason to build them up. It's quite cool. Are Eolats for the autos still a thing? I have no idea. Haven't touched the autos. I've just tried to make friends with them. Contemplating the levies, right? Got a lot to bring out of my capital. But it will significantly reduce the population there, right? Maybe that's not a problem. And the nobles you despise make knights, I bet. They're not as good as the other things I have, though. Try to recruit peasant levy as many times as possible in the best location. And just I'd like to be able to just recruit entire regions of levies rather than going one by one around here. The only other way I see it is to just select all, as in every single one of my levies. I suppose I could do that and then disband the ones that I don't want, right? Maybe that's the better way to do it. Population raised in a levy will reduce the population by 1. 18,000. Surviving levies will return. Raw materials output and local food production in everywhere raising a levy gets that. Well, that's fine. Just do it. And like I said, I'll probably return the ones that are way back here. Too far for them to go. Why did that suddenly make Kiev unhappy? Alright, these guys can go back home. Whoa, 1,000 levies up in Ryazan. I like what I see. It's hard to click and drag them all, though. Oh, no, I got levies in my detached places over there. That's a shame. Not really what I'm looking for. Alright, go into Ishmael. I'm sure there's plenty of food for you to eat as we'll go there and then we'll march into Hungary. Game really starts chugging when we have so many units, though, which is a slight shame. Right, disband you. It's so sad to see these tiny little places rise up. Fighting for their new homes. Although that's not an insignificant levy, given that I just took that place. Even all the way out here. Rustled up one guy and his mates. Sorry, we're not going to China just yet. I know you want to. Current charters are coming along quite well. And the price of my colonies went way down. Which is more money for me, which is good. EU5 to EU4 converter went. What? Here's some nonsense around here. Tourists. Alright, get over here. Yeah, even when paused, you can see a bit of chugging going on here. I wonder what it's like in the later game. That would be a great fake out, right? Hit 1444 and just fake out to EU4, saying, ah, I've been cooking all along. Waiting for the perfect moment. We still don't know enough about banking. Tell me, what is it that I want from banking anyway? I think down the right side there was something good. Not the minting, of course. Counting house gives crown power. I probably want that on my capital to significantly increase my crown power. This I want, rag paper. Because then I can turn cloth into paper. Wait, wasn't that already an option? What's the current option for you? In a paper-making guild, they turn paper and wood into that. Isn't that exactly what I was looking at? Ah, okay, okay. I do need that researched if I want to make cheap cloth paper. Also, rag paper. It's just such a funny idea. Fiber pulp, animal, or rag? Yeah, cloth paper's surely got to be good, right? It's Renaissance advancements that I want, but what's a Renaissance? Some kind of fair? Bureaucracy gets unlocked. I think that's just a kind of law, right? Then I can decentralize my bureaucracy, which I want to do. Maybe in time I'll want it centralized, but right now decent is still the way to go. Trade range is not diplomacy range. But yeah, I'm struggling for things to research. I'm almost out of them. I guess Navy initiative. And, I don't know, religious actions or something. Just keeping myself busy here. I was playing around off stream with the Iroquois. I must have missed an alert or something. I glanced over at my capital and I find one pop there. What, everybody died? I think the New Worlders can just starve to death very easily. Not me, though. I got loads of food to go around. To the point where I sell my food. Nowhere even needs to buy their own food. Amazing. I wonder if that adds to your economic base. Hold on, hold on. I said this was not a job for the crown, didn't I? Maybe the crown should fight anyway. It'd be a good experience for my people, and I'm sure we don't need that much leadership to take on the Bohemians. I don't have a feel for what difference a good general makes. It's not like EU4 where you know what 6 shock is doing for you. More provinces to become core. Tver wants gold. I actually don't mind giving Tver gold, because they're struggling a lot and I've asked them to do a big thing. So yes, you can have the gold. Tver received money from us. Tver asked us for money, and being the benevolent souls we are, we contributed to the state coffers. New World or equivalent of tribal succession crisis is just so people abandon your cities, like what happened to native cities in Brazil and the US historically. Ah, see? It was pre-ordained. Oh, good lord, this is a lot. Could I maybe just merge together all of you? Can you check supply limits somehow? Unit weight. Is that what we care about around here? God damn, the no tooltip over water thing. Wait, what the... Maybe it's the problem of having more water. Yeah, it's... I'm trying to tell if this place has enough support for all that. But it's difficult to get the tooltip where I need it. Because of water. Alright, there we go. No, that's a full strength. Here's the supply limit. Supply limit of Ishmael. So I probably want to split this in half one way or the other. In that case, get these two out here. Is supply limit province based? No, I think it's location based. Because it did say specifically Ishmael. We've got a treaties, continuing to build up the Mongolian influence. Not really sure this is worth paying all the money that I pay for. Right around now, it would be good if Jake didn't have strong Horde troops. Huh? You don't like my wonderfully powerful troops? I like my wonderfully powerful troops. Oh, the unit weight of these guys is much lighter because, I don't know, no horses to feed, maybe? Is there a supply map mode? There is a supply map mode. Bohemia has better supply than I do. Nowhere has great supply, though, except maybe Italy. Alright, get the last of these troops in here. We will divide and we will conquer. Boy, I'm looking forward. It's been far too long since we've been at war. Ooh, Tana. Tana got integrated. I was going to say much faster than expected, but I think it's just the time passed by nicely. Do you dare to integrate another province? I mean, there's just one little crappy Kasimov over here, but it takes so long. I'd rather get back to... Well, I could crash down on the Goldens, but... the Golden Slaves, that is. But I think I'd rather keep integrating land around here. Bring on the assimilation. To Mongolian, of course. Yeah, I was working on Yelan, I think. Yelling. This is missing. How dare you. With good control, I want it to be my core as well. Alright, army. Get together. Merge together. Balance yourself, split in half and go over here. You guys go over here as well. Say hello to your new friendly units. Merge together. Balance. Merge together. Which you already did. Balance. And then we march. I think I march up to the border first and then consider my actions from there. I can't really see into this, can we? As long as we're not going into any mountains where we get stuck again. That happened before and that sucked. The capital, of course, is Prague. We could take the southern route through Brno, whatever this place is called, up through here and then hit the cheeky Czechs on the capital. Notably, I'm interested in hitting flatlands. With the exception of this little hill here. Hill? Plateau, rather. Yeah, that seems much better than taking this route. We go down and along here. What if they take another route into my country? That's something we need to consider. Well, then I guess I hightail it back, don't I? But I have military access towards them. They have no military access towards me. That's not fair, is it? Wait, the Ottomans don't have access. That's weird. Normally you get conditional access through your enemy's subjects, you know, to keep it fair and everything. Oh well. Oh well, oh well. Let's just get moving. Nice city there, should be good for supply. One can hope it's good for supply. Also, good for my coffers is good for me as well. I feel like Timmy hasn't paid me his dues in a while. Hungary could also stand to pay me a few dues, right? Oh yeah. I wonder how much money I've sucked out of my subjects so far in this whole run. It's certainly an unethical amount. I started as a Golden Horde as well, says Papa. You can day one deck Yuan and take 5,000 ducats and 100 per month of war reps. They're terribly weak. Yeah, I thought that would be the answer when I was eyeing this guy up to begin with, but I wanted to play without doing that. Couldn't you tributize them as well? Oh, they still break apart and cause issues, don't they? Oh god, it's November. Don't get stuck in these mountains. I wonder if you can get stuck in allied mountains during winter, or if it's just an enemy thing. I'd be surprised if we didn't just take a chunk of attrition going through that. Do you have a map mode that shows everyone you're influencing? By influencing, you mean being the overlord of? Yeah, the dark blue are my war allies. The lighter ones are my tributaries and colonies. Golden Horde's having a good time. Yeah, Bank of Ming operates under a new name. Those bleeding chieftains are never too happy, but sure. I need to get positive stability and actually keep good positive stability. The decay is going to make it go down rather than up in my favor, but I think that's okay in exchange for having happier, significantly happier estates. I wonder if I could start taxing the Dhimmi at some point. They barely have a penny to give me. Commoners and traders, they're the guys that have dosh for me. The rest of them I'm not even convinced it's worth taxing. Bloody chieftains. The 60 plus income feels unfathomable to me. That was a long time coming. That's a big red glowing attrition, but I'm sure they're fine. The Jake I know would be ruthless for every second. It's the first time I'm running this bloody game. Off my... Whoa, where did all my people go? Correct me if I'm incorrect, but didn't we have a lot more people than that? I did split this in half, right? Check the skull icon. No, it's just been 1% attrition on the march. Maybe when I split it, didn't actually split by number? It was 15k and 5k from the start. Okay, good, good. But why one so low? I did click split in half, right? How did this happen? Oh well, reorganize over here, please. They're just taking attrition from normal winter stuff. But they can't reinforce here. Right, well, clearly what I need to do is a bit of a manual thing. It looks like it splits by regiment number. That's quite sad, isn't it? Let's detach large numbers of levies to even it out a touch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,000, 6,000. That's a bit much. Take 5,000 and be happy. Well, as close to 5,000 as I'll give you. Levies lost to attrition. I'm aware, I'm aware. There we go. Get our morale back up and prepare to attack. Since they don't seem to be coming for me, or rather they can't come for me, I better double check that. Military access. Hungary inside the diplomatic range. You decided Hungary will avoid joining our wars. Hungary is... That's not what I was looking for, though. I want to know the Kingdom of Bohemia's military access. Don't forget to balance them again. I did forget, thank you. Such an annoying thing to have to keep hitting. Otherwise the formations just crumble. Balance out. Balance out. Just contemplating how best to go about this. Can I even get over here? Apparently yes. For some reason I have access through Austria. Oh, I'm in the HRE, right? We don't even need to attack through this way if we don't want to. Right, that changes matters. That's almost a clean shot up to Prague. Almost. Remember, we love fighting on open ground. Open ground, Prague. Take it and break it. Monitor the situation from PSEC. Yeah, where's Scalec? Scalets? Because PSEC sounds very familiar. Like Peter of PSEC, was it? Don't know, I do not claim to know my geography of the area. I wasn't on stream. I wasn't around last stream. What's this war about? What have all of my wars been about? You can play along at home by answering this one wild question. What's every fight we've been in been about? He's having second thoughts about this fight, isn't he? Alright, we'll back each other up from here. Slaves is a good guess, actually. Because of the monoculture of Czech and the sheer 1 million Czechs that there are, we could add to our slave population here. And it would only cost about 10 prestige and a very small amount of stability to emancipate all the Czech slaves that we take. The problem with taking loads of Czech slaves is there's a lot of places I have to occupy. And he's got so many forts, and I hate taking forts. Taking the skulls of the enemies, only if I can sell them on. Right, is that the entire army of Bohemia? If it is, we can do something very, very nasty to him. Oh, he's hiding on a plateau. But maybe plateau doesn't affect my units as badly as I think. Steppe Horde Militia. Horse archers. Isn't there something like fights better in certain areas? I could have sworn that there is. Maybe I'm imagining things. Frontage goes down in woods. Plateau gives an attacker penalty of 1. They have got a really, really good general. But if I just go and kill them, then I'm going to feel pretty clever. Just leave behind some peasant levies to take care of the siege for me. And then the rest of us can march over there. I'll take Peter of PSEC with me. Keep yourself balanced now. We're both arriving together, by the way. We're actually a day apart. The 17th Army needs to wait for a day. It's so confusing the way these things bloody move. Yeah, still not really arriving together. And I don't want to merge them because then I'll lose... Wait, he's taking command and he'll take forever? What? Why? I don't understand. Alright, screw it. You know what? Merge. Remove general and just merge. Why? He says he's still there, right? Something's weird. Something weird goes on with that. Maybe the generals need time to take command of their new sparkly army? We'll see if we actually have anybody involved in this fight. Oh, well, not that fight, it seems. Ah! Welcome. Welcome to City 17. 10 to 1 still exists, it seems, and he is still there. He's taken command of the army. He will be... Oh, he'll be ineffective until then. That's a long time to take command of an army. Alright, very good. Kinda stuck inside this fort location now, aren't I? Well, as long as I could go to Pilsen if I need to. We'll just hold on here. Oh, I just stole their slaves. Very good. Footmen of adjacent province are all mine. Alright, very well then. Merge together. Schrodinger's general sounds about right. Oh, I think I see what he's going to be dealing with right now, then. Good distraction, lads. Are you coming over here? For whatever reason, it seems that you are. I'm hesitant to split up my armies because I have so little view of the area. Very hesitant indeed. This is just going to cost me stability again. Alright, do your best to fund those farming estates, I suppose. Parliament, Parliament. Ooh. Oh no. That is one hell of a thing to demand in Parliament. You want an entire privilege. If it didn't give you power, it'd be actually quite nice, but it's really not quite nice, so I think we just take the 7 stability hit. Parliament sucks, man. I need better Parliament law. Nice of him to just sacrifice himself to me, by the way. There is an idea about... Oh, hang on. You wanna come over here? Oh, I didn't see the attack thing. Yoink. Yeah, it's really, really hard to see where people are coming and going in this. Nice to see some looted gold at least, though. If you had more states represented, you'd be able to get more concessions. Yeah, can't change my law, sadly, despite my desire to. I do have a way to get to Prague, but right now I'm just at the mercy of this this fort. I guess I'll just occupy... No, we'll just hang tight in PSEC. There's no need to tucker out my army. Oh, good lord, where did you come from? And did I balance my units again? I'm not sure if I did. He's the attacker, right? So he's actually taking a penalty from topography, vegetation, and a river crossing. Not a good day to be Brzeeg. And it's May, so I won't get stuck in any hills around here. That said, I'm not slaughtering as heartily as I like to, because frontage is really blocked here, isn't it? Yeah, the amount of frontage possible is ruining my ability to flank him into submission. But soon they will all fall down. I kind of like that it's hard to see where the enemy's going with the realistic fog of war and all. Yeah, me too. It can feel like a pain at times, but it does add to the situation. Also really empowers spying on your enemy. Traders of Kursk losing... Oh yeah, of course. Of course I lose support in Parliament. There's no support to be gained. There we go. War score is very welcome in this situation. But more so, I'm really happy to, well, one, keep this balanced. But keep an eye on this province. I need it to fall. And then that leads the way into Prague. And if Prague falls, the war goes in my favor. Of course, he could always, like, come out here somehow. I don't know how, but he could find a way. Yeah, just keep adding to the war score. They're just running into me for some reason. I don't know why. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. You guys better be good at holding the line there, but I didn't balance them out, so they're going to get flanked into... Oh, no. Oh, no! My siege. I liked that siege. Who would have thought just throwing some militias at the problem wouldn't solve everything? Oh, well, hopefully you can handle this, but looks like we do need to focus on this siege pretty hardcore. We lost all of our progress. In a few short hours, they undid everything. Guess they got the supply lines through. Not chuffed about that one. But yeah, I would have been able to see him coming were it not for Fog of War shenanigans. Of course. Go and ruin those people in PSEC. I want to keep PSEC. Also worth noting that I have no supply lines of food, do I? Hey, Austria, do you want to help me with that? That was the reason I want to attack this way. I completely forgot about food supply lines. Ah, there we go. Food access from Austria. Because they hate Bohemia more than they hate Sunnis. Very clever. There shall be no grass. That said, how is my food supply doing? You just offered them food access. Oh, crumbs. I just saw the words food access. Yeah, these guys weren't balanced out. That's part of the reason they got absolutely shreked there. Oh well, gotta wait for this again. I wonder, could I recruit a mercenary here? No, it has to be owned by us. Requesting food access? No, they definitely don't want to give food access. Well, that's a shame, because now I'm cut off from my food pretty badly. We're gonna starve. Current food is 0. How much is that going to attrition me by? Currently taking 5% attrition a month due to lack of food. I don't think we can sustain this. We actually need to pull back. We've already taken huge losses. I actually need to go through a way that I can maintain my food supply lines. Imagine starving on Bohemian battlefield because Jake can't read. Don't have to imagine it. It's what's happening. I've already lost a fair few thousand troops, by the way. But yeah, we need to keep our food supply line coming along here, so I will need to just chew down on Bruno first. Could you maybe take this, and then you go and take Bruno? Bohemia's saved. Saved for now. Hey, we got food from Austria somehow. How does it work? Yeah, too many forts for fun war. It's gonna be a slog. But the reward is quite good. Uh-oh, that's not quite good. I think these guys are dead. I suppose it was a bit greedy going for this. Yeah, maybe they can hold, but I sincerely doubt it. No, it looks a lot like they're dead. And this is a flat land, so maybe I can go and ruin their day. Ah, but no, they're clever. They want to take me out. And we only retreated one bleeding province for some reason. Oh, I think these guys are just smoked. Because I don't think I can reach them in time. They're already locked into me. The game knows. Yeah, it was a 10-1 as well, so away they go. Whoa, the game also doesn't think I can take them on. Interesting. Czechs far stronger than I ever imagined, especially when they have reinforcements and I don't. Yeah, I won't deny that's a lot of Czechs. Could I have finally met my match? Yeah, they pounded me thoroughly there. And that's a great leader that they have here. And yeah, this guy is less effective, and he's also just not very good at what he does. What do I do in this situation? They also have a lot of reinforcements over there. I could actually pull back. I've also lost 1/5 of my effective units here. Could actually pull back all the way to Golden Horde land. Get my numbers back up, re-raise levies, and come back in. I think it's the smarter thing to do. Are they coming for me? No, they're going back home. That's a real break the yoke moment. Did you really attack Bohemia as a golden horde? The natural prey of Bohemia, and ask, are they my match? Oh wow, support. Enough support. Alright, let's see how this urban parliament seat helps you out. Or helps me out. Yeah, defender ticking. This is a pain in the bum for me, that's for sure. It's a long walk back home to get my numbers back up. And I may need to go crawling towards those levies of mine. Yeah, no half measures here. Raise the levies. Apparently I got 4,000 more I can drag in, and drag them in I shall. Except for these ones that are far away. Hey, well I didn't lose the stability for that one at least. How many regulars were stacked quite? There were no regulars in that. All my regulars are still alive here. At least they better still be alive. I've got some regulars I stole, in fact. And I've got one more cavalry than I remember. That must also have been stolen. Alright, yeah. Take a long, kind of sordid walk home. Yeah, the game really does chug when there's a lot of map movement going on. Right. These little guys are not getting involved. No two ways about it. Getting back home. I mean, that'd be the real desperation, pulling out my little colony's troops to go and fight the blob. Auto blob in EU3 was a force to be reckoned with, you know? It seems they're giving me a hard time here as well. I'm gonna grab everything I can. Right, I got too greedy. Detaching when what I really need to do was constantly keep an eye on myself. I underestimated Bohemia, and I'm paying for it. There's 100 levies would make a difference. What's 4,000 levies? Unless you mean the 100 levies out here, in which case I certainly hope not. On the plus side, this actually makes the war go on longer, which will make it easier to get peace. Rather than having to stand around Bohemia for so long. That's right, we're trying to find some positives here. Oh boy, November time, just the time to start walking through all of this. Are we just going to get stuck at the mountain? Looks like we found a way through. Mercenaries for cannons. I was thinking about that, and then I thought they're awfully expensive, but now I'm thinking mercenaries for cannons. We can hire a merc leader, and we can go by whoever's cheapest. Although maybe I could get a good leader. Yeah, how about that? This guy... I mean, that is very expensive to pay for, I assume, just the leader. Yeah... How good a leader can I get? We're going to be waiting a while anyway. Where's my army? I don't believe for a second that you made it through already. Yeah, now how's that for a leader? Batu, get on there. Ooh, but what about you? Babbling buffoon. Army movement speed plus 10%? That sounds great. You're in charge now. And as for those cannons, that cannon of yours, hire a mercenary leader, find the cheapest guy who has cannons, and I hope the cannons live long enough. This guy's got 3, this guy's got 4. Listen, laddie, I just want your cannon. How long do you need him for? How long can you manage? Give him to me for 70 months. Yeah, I gotta pay upfront quite a lot for this, but sure. And I'll have him over in Ishmael. We can clearly afford it. Do I also take the additional cannons? Just think how much this will pay us in the long run. Surely we want to invest everything in winning the war. This interface feels a bit clunky. to be sure. Handgunners are a specific unit. That's quite cool. But yeah, I'm just here for your Hofresses. Unless you think I really should take the handgunners. More money than I'm willing to pay here. What did I say? Like 70 months or so? It's only for 3 cannons. That's a lot of money to pay for some cannons. Oh. I guess I can bring you over here, right? You can join up with the rest later. I wonder how mercenaries replenish their losses. It would suck if they take a lot of attrition on the war march over there and then there's not much else I can do. But suck my thumb about it. Sword is stronger than the book. Goodbye, cultural influence. That's what I get for fighting, huh? Are they stuck in that mountain? They are absolutely stuck in that mountain. Oh, jeez. You know, I need them back in my homelands to reinforce. A single unit. Truly every little helps here. Not happy about all this fighting that my vassals are doing and only getting their butts kicked for it. Maybe I should... How do you give instructions to your subjects again? Manage subjects and tell them to be supportive. Tummy's rumbling, telling me that I'm guy hungry right now. That's alright though. I need to subjugate the Bohemians first and foremost. Hey, we managed to find our way through the mountain. No, we didn't, did we? No, we're still stuck in there. It just looks like we made it through. That's a weird bug. Are other people having this issue? Because I don't think I saw it posted up on the forums. And you'd think it would be a big issue to fix. Armies not where they look like they are. Finally, banking. I want banking, but I don't want to spend 20 stability for it in the middle of my war. 30 stability for it in the middle of my war. Well, I guess I'm doing it. Yoink. Money lending. Very good. What can the Jews teach me? Probably something on my advances, right? What am I currently working on? 99% of the way through this, and I never really wanted these to begin with, so remove, yes. Remove, yes. And then start thinking about... Well, we'll need banking. So even though we embraced it, we now need to research it. Bizarre. Naval range, colonial range, trade range. Well, that's not diplomatic range. That's diplomatic range. Would 1/3 get me down to China? It'd be touch and go. Worth investigating at least. Because I think we were like 1,500 out of 2,000, so it's possible. What else are we looking for here? I would quite like that counting house. Oh, but I want that rag paper. Rag paper, please. And bureaucracy and counting house, and that'll keep us busy for a good long time. What about a snack, my liege? Oh, it does sound good, but no. No snacking on the job. How deadly are assaults? I haven't figured that out yet. I've done some assaults which really haven't cost me much, but a few examples do not make an ironclad case. Yeah, just teleporting. This really is bad. I'm surprised how it survived. I mean, surely the army system was an early thing implemented into the game. At no point was it caught that they just teleport around the map. That's why I'm thinking it might just be a me problem. It's bizarre. Alright. Hello, my cannons. Wait, you're already taking attrition? This regiment cannot be reinforced. What? They've already lost a bunch of strength just to regular winter attrition, and I can't reinforce them? Well, that's a bad sign. Maybe they can go and hang around in Buda. No, I know this guy can chase me down. Hang around in Buda anyway. It's not quite all of my units yet. Okay, finally we're out of that mountain. I was contemplating coming around here, but I thought, surely it's faster to go through the mountain even if I do get stuck. It was not. I haven't really noticed a problem playing in the Netherlands. Yeah, it is only visible, but it becomes very confusing when armies just teleport around like that. Alright, well I need to wait until April anyway for this guy to take command, but he seems very good at what he does. I just hope he doesn't pop his clogs. Maybe I should put somebody else in charge of these guys just in case I need backup. In that case, the chieftain can handle this. I'm giving much unwanted power over to the chieftains, as in I don't want to give it to them, but I need to win this war. Alright, there we go. Now, if I merge, I bet that's going to make him take forever to take command, so I guess you should move together. Slow though that may be. But that's only after you get your numbers back. And that's going to take probably just 1 month, right? Yeah, in 1 month we should have all of our numbers reinforced. We can see that here. 475 fully reinforced. What the heck? Oh, God! He knew it! My cannons! I thought they'd be safe in Buda, but how did he know to go to Buda? I swear the AI. They got something going on. Well, that's like 500 simoleons worth of cannons just blown away. That only leaves me with 200. I wonder if that's going to be enough to even make a change on the sieges. Also, apparently we're not fully reinforced. I wonder if that's because of these guys. My prisoners. I don't really care so much about the prisoners. Maybe we should just get moving. Maybe get up to Buda, or near enough Buda. May, June, July. Yeah, I should be able to get through the mountains easily enough. Go in that general direction, get ourselves together, and then take on the mighty Bohemians, who seem to be even larger in number than last time. Cheating AI. I'm surprised they're such a deadly force, considering they barely have any regulars. Oh, but they've had professional army institution for quite some time, haven't they? It's going to be quite humiliating if I come out of this war unable to do much. And if I have to pay them for the privilege? Currently, they're quite happy to take a modest sum. I'm not happy, though. Also, didn't I invite the Ottomans into this war? Ottomans, well, the problem here is the Ottomans don't have military access, do they? No. And for some reason, I tried to... Why is it giving me political thing here? I want to see their military access. But I think this is telling me my military access, not the Ottomans. Here we go. Yeah, they don't get access through my subjects, and I doubt they can just boat over. Troubling. Very troubling. What is he doing? He's just kind of moonwalking in Buda. What a weird guy. Right, don't get ahead of yourselves, guys. If those cannons go out in front, they're just going to get 10 to 1'd. Is there a way to make armies march together? I don't actually want to merge because that causes problems for some reason. I just want them to march side by side at the same time. Certainly not as far as I can tell, because those cannons seem to be faster than my main army. And then if I do that, then the cannons will arrive first, get stack wiped, and then I have no cannons. 8 o'clock on the 12th of July. Yeah, they're considerably faster. You can attach it in the army screen. I'm assuming that's not merge. Attach to unit. This will attach and follow that unit around automatically. Great. Who did they just attach to? It says attach to unit, but who exactly are they attaching to? Oh, well, let's hope they're going to attach together with you. Ten. Okay, good. They are marching together. Excellent. Right, now with my actual food supply, I still need to take Prague, and Prague is a slog away. Let's see what we can do in that regard. You just look at teleportation. Hard to know where they are and what they're up to. Better keep things balanced, by the way. I wonder if my cannons care about how they balance. If you ask for military access and don't they get it too in the same war? Yeah, but I don't think I can ask for that for my own subjects. Access. I can request food access, which I'm pretty sure I get already. But yeah, here we go. Yeah, they're subject. Wait, I have to request food access? Maybe I've not had that all along. Let's just in case that's actually having an effect here. Let's make sure we have food access going through. Yeah, I plan on letting my units rest, although maybe not right on the border, or else Bohemia could catch us again. Apparently we have slight positive on the battles. Apparently we had slight positive on the battles. Alright, rest and recuperate, lads. Wow, yeah, my subjects are just getting slaughtered out there, costing me war score. We're gonna have to have a big fight if we want to take this one. Guess we'll go Bruno first. And then with Bruno down, we should be able to move into here. A new market is underway. Who's doing that? Bulgaria don't like Kaffa. And they're making Tarnovo. Well, it sounds like they don't like Bursa. That's going to break up the market, which might be good or bad. I'm not sure yet. If it makes my subject richer, then that's all the more reason for me to kick money out of their face. Lack of food. You're telling me my food supply isn't working out? Well, maybe we'll find some food to eat while we're there. Yeah, that food does go away pretty fast. Did you grab some food there? Sure seems like you did. Hopefully we can find some food in Brno. Yeah, there we go. Look at that food supply coming in from Poznani. So, we get a staggering +1 bonus. That's bigger than it might seem. Yeah, bonuses to this are pretty huge. I think it could have been 2, though, if I had brought more cannons. Max artillery bonus is 5. You need a ton of artillery for that, though, and artillery is expensive, as I'm sure we can see. Do nations have national ideas like in EU4? No. What they have are their own sets of estates and the estate privileges they have, and they also have values, which are like EU3 sliders, but, you know, much, much better. If the Czechs come over and kick my arse out of here, I'm probably going to admit that I can't win this war. Although if the Czechs are going to hang around in Hungary, then I don't think I mind anything so much. My unmarried child. We don't really have much to butt heads over the Chagatai Horde with, but even less with Gurgan. Go and get yourself a nice Gurgan bride. Don't want to admit that I can't win this war, though, so let's go for it. So here we go. Order an assault. It's possible, but I really wouldn't like to risk losing all of my units here for, well, especially knowing that the Bohemian army are on their way. It'd be very, very nice if you would come and join me rather than being a sitting duck for them. But yeah, this is going to be a slog. This cannon will help, but ooh, it's going to be tough getting to their capital. At least if and when I have their capital, I can hold out in the capital, get ticking war score, kill armies when they come, and then hopefully be okay. But the dream of the Bohemian vast-paying tributary is feeling quite distant. He's #1 great power for a reason, I suppose. Oh, that was a weird noise. Hey, Tarnovo's up. Tell me more, Tarnovo. Kind of a crummy-looking market. Whoa, market value 360. That can't be right. I think they're taking into account what their share of Bursa was. I mean, my market values are pathetic, but that's because they trade a lot of wool and cattle, which just don't have value for some reason. Vastly overproduced. Quite appropriate. The Hofkneis was first developed to be used in the Hussite Wars. Ah, well then, they'll know what they're dealing with. Boom, boom, boom. Jurisprudence away from mysticism with Horde Unity. Horde Unity is looking fine. Is there anything I could spend Horde Unity on? Wasn't I eyeing up some kind of change? Something like I didn't want my dum-dum heiress being in charge. Wait, she's not such a dum-dum. Why are you next in line? Weren't you the dum-dum? Maybe she lost the dum-dum trait. She's still pretty bad, though. There is the idea that I could switch succession law, but I really don't think it's worth it. Yeah, not for 50 stability. Okay, well, too bad. Jurisprudence versus mysticism. I always forget what this one does for me. Not sure that conversion speed is really worth it, although army morale is nice. Research efficiency is all good. Well, we're already mystic. I think we should just play to our own strengths here. Whew, it's kind of nerve-wracking when the Bohemians are just circling around, considering how much they kicked my arse earlier. All the while I take attrition, unable to reinforce here. The dum-dum trait goes away after education stops, in-game that is. Yeah, but they still walk out with very, very little capacity as a ruler. Khan can't be dum-dum. Well, sadly they can. Fortunately, the Bohemians are happy to sit around there, so let's just hope that this siege can go somewhere. They seem very defensive, like the siege ticks here are taking a while and a half. Ooh, okay, well a breach is a good sign. Long may we carry on with that. We're seeing it through winter. Shikatanai? No. Put in the money. Also, I deserve a drink after all this. More so than normal. It's been tons of streaming and talking. My throat's certainly taking some attrition itself. If you get really unlucky, you can get disease outbreak on these, and that affects your army really badly. Oh, look at him go! There is no way he knew that that army was there, but he just, boom, out like a lightning bolt. Rat up a drain pipe, he took them out. And he's just been slaughtering my poor little subjects. Although, surprisingly, you're just being left to your own devices. What a slog, man. Fighting forts, you can see why I'm not keen on it. Is it easier to assault in a breach? It is an EU4. I can only assume that it is here. We are likely to fail an assault, says the game. Well then, let's not take the risk, because it would probably massacre my numbers. And like I said, we can't reinforce here. There's no rice to be had. Very well. Yeah, not a problem that I can just throw money at, is it? Because I can't recruit the mercenaries inside the enemy lands. Is that really true? Are there no, like, active mercenaries around here that I could grab somehow? I can bribe. But you've only got these guys. Yeah, what a shame. I tore down all England's forts last year. Now it's much nicer to wander through the southern lands. Yeah, tearing down forts is such a wonderful thing to do in a peace deal, because especially early game they take so long to go for. My numbers seem to have enormously dwindled. Did we get a disease outbreak here? I seem to recall having many, many more than 13,000 here. No, you may not have my gold. I'm really starting to think I'm not going to win this war. I'm too far away, and they are too defensive and have too many bleeding forts. And my constant attrition losses are just murdering me. To the point where he'll eventually find me in a moment of weakness and kill me. Peace out and cut the losses? Nah, we push on. How bad could it be, right? When did I lose even more stability? Oh, it was embracing banking. Oh, jeez, come on. Speaking of banking. Uh-oh, does he realize he can come and take me on now? Oh, just seeing him slink away makes me a bit nervous. Because if I fight him, even if I win, you know, he can re-raise levies, he can get his regulars back. What can I do? I can just continue to lose troops to attrition. Yeah. Worrying. Very worrying. Yeah, 35%, but there's no... It's under no obligation to actually roll me that 35%. Case in point. And unfortunately, it maxes out. It's not going to become any more accumulated than this. I feel like they accumulated a bit more in EU4. And giving them stories to tell the kids. That's what Zizka was raised on. Golden Horde slave uprising, rising up back home as well. Curiously, what's my cabinet doing? I didn't leave them doing something that I should pull them back from. Oh yeah, I've been assimilating Yelan, which I reckon I don't have to do anymore. I do have to keep doing. That's the power of low control around here. Yeah, it takes a damn long time when there's low control. Make me think that it's not the best use of your time. Do we have anywhere better for you to be doing that? Yeah, this province is a big problem. This province is also a big problem. Struggling to think what else they could be doing. I never got around to finishing this off now, did I? Mongolian, Astrakhani. Alright. I don't think you needed there then. Please then assimilate down here. No more Astrakhanis. Makes a very happy me. Although I might have to make you stop the Golden Horde slave uprising again soon enough. Jeez. Come on. Stop costing me war score. Why? Oh, the subject AI is infuriating. There we go. Took a year, even with cannons. Now that... I need to maintain the supply lines. That's very important. And chances are he's going to try and retake this. So I would say take the provinces and we'll turn around and smash him in Brno if we have to. It's still hilly, so he will take an attacker penalty because we hold the fort. But I strongly suspect he's going to bring his army over to Brno. Well, he's already bringing his army over to Brno. That's okay, though. I'm fine to attack him. He needs to be put in his place. Looks like he immediately has a good advance on the siege, but I'll kick his arse out of there. Maybe I should have done that faster rather than getting cocky. Oh, well, if some of them want to walk into my army here, they're more than welcome to do so. Sure. Please come this way, I don't mind. What are they doing? They're driving me bananas is what they're doing. I want to make sure everyone's arriving at the same time. If they didn't, it would be disastrous, but it seems okay. Chieftain's unhappy, of course. Right, well, let's hope that this goes well for us. I've got the best of my best. I'm pretty sure I balanced before this. Can you fill the fort with your troops when they're sitting? When you're sitting on? I think there is a way to do that. Is it worth doing? I'm unsure. Right, for once we actually have a barrage phase, don't we? Prisoners taken. We are heavily outnumbered, like 2 to 1. And we're not in the age when we could make easy use of that. But look at this flank. Rubbish for them. But those losses are terrifying. Yeah, fortunately, our advancement is doing much better. They already ran away, that's why. Alright, well, any more for any more. I'm happy to take any more for any more. While I'm here, then, let's look at that option, shall we? Detach levy, retreat, execute prisoners. No, I don't think so. I really thought there was one for filling up the people in the fort. Sell prisoners into slavery. No. Oh, well, one should always rebalance, shouldn't they? Keep things rebalanced. Is that it? Create supply depot. Autofill garrison is not allowed. Refill garrison. Levies, prisoners, mercenaries, and ships cannot be used for that. Okay, well, the more you learn. I'm worried that they're still going to turn back and take Brno away from me. And good, we're all still marching together. Good to get some war score from battles at least, but it's going to take a lot more to handle this. Because if they cut me off from my supply lines, that's also going to be a disaster. I no longer have the cannon bonus here. 128 cannons is apparently not enough. Yeah, the mercenaries not reinforcing like this is a royal pain. I mean, they just die and you pay so much for them. Why even have mercenaries? This man does not know. At least this opens up the way to Prague, but I worry that he's going to take Brno faster than I can take this. Does anything reinforce an enemy territory? Not that I can tell. Not that I can tell at all. Supply shortage. He's working on Brno as already. Do I dare leave... Actually, if he works on Brno and I'm confident I can kill him, I could leave behind some crappy levies. Wow, even the AI can't path here. They're just wandering into my trap. Yeah, I might be able to leave behind levies, go and attack them, and then come back for this. I gotta be cautious, because if they take that, they cut me off quite a bit. But by a similar token, not knowing where... Oh, I know that he's there. Okay, that's interesting. That means I could maybe just take my main army, which is you, and then rush on in. So we take you guys and we detach. And we detach. And then we take you, and we charge on in. And then we come back. And that should buy me some time to get advantage on the siege compared to them. I just hope they don't pop out with something there, but I think the majority of their troops are here. Thank goodness for my view over Hungarian lands. Yeah, 1,000 or so shouldn't threaten this. Shouldn't. Ooh, boy, there we go. I did balance, right? Looks balanced to me. Kill them. What does the main army think of that? I don't care what they think about it, but I need to go and take care of that siege. These cannons have ended up being a complete waste of money, by the way. Complete waste of money. They don't contribute to the siege, so what good are they? 500 crowns have just lost everything. Some guy I don't think I care about. Presents himself here. He's announced that he will bless our soldiers. A blue dragon appeared to him in the stars. In this uncertain war, maybe we should take his advice and get the blue dragon. Cavalry power up. Cavalry power does sound good. But I could kill him. If I don't take this, people are going to say that we should have believed in the power of the blue dragon. Maybe I should have some confidence in my units, though. How long is it for? 10 years. Alright, believe in the blue dragon. It can see me through this. Rough freaking war, by the way, but that's... Such is what happens when you're so far from home plunging into Bohemia. By EU3 terms, Bohemia is the natural enemy of the Golden Horde. So often do they just annex Horde territory and become Blobhemia. Gotta keep an eye on where their main army is. It'll be around here somewhere. I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna link up because I do not want to repeat of last time. Well, looks like I'm getting a repeat of last time whether I want it or not. But yeah, these sieges are so agonizingly slow, and the attrition is not pleasant for me. There we go. Bring those slaves back where they belong. Powers the unit's damage, yeah, it is. It won't help with the sieges, but it will help in the battle. And given the attrition I'm facing, maybe getting 10% more is no bad thing. By the way, let's not forget to balance unit. Oh, he's at it again. Yeah, it might not be so bad if I actually see the main Czech army over there. But that lucky bugger, he gets an advancement on his, and we probably status quo on ours. Of course. The Pag Free Company. What, is that siege or something interrupting our supply line? It's starting to feel like that's exactly what's happening. Dare I go here? I mean, if I drop the siege, that's really bad, but if I lose my supply lines, that's also bad. Yeah, I'm really worried that his main army is like in Prague waiting to descend upon me, and then I lose the siege and I lose a lot, but starving to death is also bad. Wait, we somehow got food. I don't understand. Maybe there's not enough food to supply us if I have my whole army here. Is that what's happening? Yeah, daily change when I bring in all of my troops here is bringing this down. So maybe I can just sit around by the side. Still says it's going down, though. More status quo? Oh, dear. Oh, but his main army's coming along. I better vamoose. The worst thing he can do is just watch me. Okay, maybe even worse would be if he disappears into the ether, but watching me is really bad. Supplies are going to hurt. Supplies are actively hurting. 5% attrition due to lack of food. And he's almost taken Brno back. This is really freaking bad. Right, maybe what I do is I send my I send a detachment to go and relieve Brno. You guys are just irregulars, though. Do you think you can take these guys? They got these guys watching out for them. I think it's worth a shot, though. Because I need to not lose Brno. Ooh, this is risky biscuits, and I don't like it. But yeah, keeping Brno's supply line going is pretty important for my army, lest they starve. This man balances his armies, by the way. Ooh. Alright, well, winning is good. Opening up supply lines is good. Are you guys getting supply? Also good. I just hope they don't continue to march on Brno, because clearly it's not something we can handle. His army's moving around. Hopefully he's not going to intercept me here, but he might. He's heading to Pernshen. He's heading over here. Interesting. He might be going for Brno. Of course he's going for Brno, but at least they lost a lot of progress on Brno. So there's every opportunity that we can... every opportunity that we can beat this, go and kick their arse, and then move on. I say every opportunity. Numbers are looking worse and worse. Also, I think, yeah, they get siege ticks much faster than I do. That's a big part of the problem. Siege tick every, what's that, 15 days or so? It's half the speed of mine, no wonder. I need those ticks to go very much in my favor then. You'll never out-siege the AI? Yeah, sieging against them, such a pain in the bum. Maybe I should just go on the offense. If I can't out-siege them, we've got to do what we can do, which is out-attack them. If he takes this opportunity to run around and slay my besieging army there, then I know I'm dealing with, like, the best AI ever. Too clever for me. Alright, come on. Please, Overlord, help us in this fight. No, too busy thinking about silver. He's keen to retreat, though. Suspiciously keen to retreat. This isn't enough, by the way. I can't just make do with this. I have to siege his capital to get ticking war score. And even then, at least we flipped battles in my favor. Am I man enough to just attack him here? The losses would be high, but it's better than losing to attrition, right? Yeah, I think we better just do it. It's an open grassland, so he has no defensive bonus. I better just put him in his place. Better make sure I'm balanced first, though. What's the worst that could happen? I lose and die and I have to pay big time to get out of this war. It's not even paying to get out of the war that's the bad thing for me. It's the opportunity cost of not having Bohemia as my tributary. Tributary is good. Alright, alright. Come on, cavalry power. The power of the blue dragon is here for me. Alright. Kill him to death, lads. Morale doesn't seem to be on my side. Morale really seems to not be on my side. Numbers don't seem to be on my side. I appear to be getting my ass walloped. His lines are not collapsing. I don't like the fact that he is winning this. He's somehow deployed all of his units, whereas I have not deployed all of mine. And I'm taking more losses than him. I can't sustain that. Why am I sticking in the fight then? Because I'm certain one of his sites will surely collapse. And then I'll win, right? Then I'll win, right? Come on, believe. Believe in the blue dragon. Blue Dragon is failing. My center's almost collapsed. However, I managed to rout one of his flanks. Now I have 1,000 charging into his flank. Okay, good, good, good. If my center can hold, I'll be able to rout him out. But my center just collapsed. Now he's flanking my flank. Now I'm just down to 1. Nah, I'm not winning this. Oh, crap. That's a huge loss. How did I lose that so badly? I think I lost the war for me. Unless he's a real dum-dum and he doesn't press his advantage, that absolutely lost the war for me. That was a horrifyingly bad fight. Yeah, I think he's coming in for the kill now. He's cutting me off from my supply lines, at least. Tech terrain and home advantage. Well, the terrain was flatlands, so he didn't have that going for him. And it doesn't look like it was a river crossing. Oh, of course, professional armies gives that thing that I forget the name of, that's like the most important stat in EU4 for your armies. What the heck's the name of it again? Oh, he's offering peace. Sue for peace from him. He wants 100 dollary dues and to break treaties with the Ottomans. Absolutely not. But yeah, I really don't think I'm going to be winning this war. I wonder if he would just take the money. Yeah, he'd be happy with just the money, and I think I have to. Let's hold out. We might get really lucky and he just never progresses his siege. But he is already progressing the siege. Jesus, what a bad war. White peace imminent. White peace might be enforced because we failed to challenge the occupation war goal. Oh, wow, I didn't know that was a thing. Well, at least white peace means I didn't lose. Damn these forts, man. Damn these forts. I think he's cutting me off for my food as well, though. Bye-bye supply lines. I miss food. What if I could take one last shot into him? You think we'd take him? Surely if I just rebalance my army, we could take one last hurrah into them and kick their arse. Yeah, but I'm not taking this anytime soon. They're going to have this back in no time. I can't believe how fast they siege me. It's horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. Still, valuable lessons are being learnt. I don't know what they are, but they're being learnt. Yeah, what's that? 15 or 16 days? Yeah, they siege twice as fast as we do. Aren't we meant to be offensive, though? Let's get some numbers on why it takes so long. They have defensiveness. We have offensiveness. 30 days. But why is this fall in no time? Our offensiveness makes our forts crumble, I think. Yeah, being offensive means forts disappear. Sad times. Steiner, the reinforcements. Encircle and destroy the Bohemians. It must be done. I could give it one last college try, though. Maybe, just maybe, the Blue Dragon has what we need. I need to win this and beat them. I didn't win this. Okay, this needs to keep holding out for many more ticks. Otherwise, I'm just toast. Come on, have one of those situations where it just never falls. I need it, or else I'm hosed. He's confident that he's got this. For every good reason as well. Smaller army, fewer supply problems. Yeah, there's that going for us. Let's hope the 28% is going for us. 21. Okay, it's slightly holding. They want war reparations and the release of Bohemia. Not on my watch, we don't. Oh my god. This is incredibly painful. Yeah, with numbers like this, I don't have a hope in hell, do I? Not against someone who looks that cool. It's so close. Yeah, but they've got 2 chances, maybe even 3 in the time that I have to... 1 chance on this. And we had a massive loss of war score from that big battle. The Ulema become happy? Happy Ulema, happy me. Okay, okay, food shortage. Now if we can just get this on 28%, then we charge drastically into them. Balls to the wall. Should know better than fight Henry. Does he have his bailiff mace, though? That's the question. Come on! Ah, it's all over. I mean, I could throw a siege at... I could throw an assault at this, but... 415 days. So much for being offensive. Who gets the 28%? And they get to roll more often than I do. There is the idea that I could charge in with my... extremely broken army. But I don't know where his main army is. And if his main army is just sitting here waiting to snipe this this siege, then I'm done for. It might be my only option, though. Right, just charge on in here, kill these guys, and double back. All those cannons are gone, Jesus. Alright, ignoring you. Maybe we could do a switcheroo. How do you even do that? Reorganize. I don't see an option for that. I'm worried about just detaching and then reabsorbing the army from one into the other. Because I've had that just make my guy appear that he's not actually in charge of the army again. Why can't I reorganize them, though? You could train some new regulars back home. I certainly have the money for it. But I think that would have to be for a separate war when I have army professionalism going. Let's consider what they have that we don't here. Since they have professional soldiers, they get access to this right here, tactics. Tactics is huge. Does it actually explain what it does? Military tactics. Reduces the damage taken of a regiment in combat. Yeah. It hurts for sure. And I don't know how many of these things I got. I should have checked their unit types. But tactics is the stat. I'm almost tempted to Hail Mary this one. Oh god, my actual regulars are all 0 strength. Well, most of them are. That's really, really bad. That means I don't even have the advantage here. Okay, I'm hosed. I should admit that I just can't win this war. When's that white peace going to happen? When 905 days have passed with no contest over the war goal. Okay, well, looks like I just have to give them some money. This is a lot more money than I needed to give them before. Oops. Oops. Remember when I was able to get out for like 100 ducats? I remember that. Egads. Do I have to be the one paying war reparation? Oh my goodness. Want to explain why the Ottomans can't join? I don't know. I would have thought the Ottomans would have had military access through my subjects, but they don't. And that has been a significant, unfortunate thing happening here. Yeah, I'd have to wait another 700 days for forced white peace, but they could probably just force a peace offer on me during that time. Maybe I could give up one of my crappy tributaries, you know, I could give up what's left of this, and I wouldn't cry too much about it. Let's go for it. Let's do the Hail Mary move. Oh, Lord, don't do this to me. Are you fort locked? No! I'm somehow fort locked again. I just want to move over here, but for reasons unknown, I'm fort locked. Okay, well, I am completely hosed now. Alright, you win, buddy. You absolutely win. I'm not going to liberate my stuff, but who's the crappy country over here? Bohemia? I will graciously offer you Bohemia's ejection. Whoa, that is not worth a lot, is it? I've never wanted Bryansk to begin with, so you can have that as well. Oh! They love me letting go of Bryansk. I wonder why they're worth so much. Maybe because Bohemia's just dying. What does it used to say? Losing a war is one thing, but losing a war you started against the AI, oh, that's something else entirely. Yep. I truly underestimated the power of professional armies. But I will be back when I have a professional army of my own, don't you worry. Good grief, that was grim. But we gotta get out of here. Ow. My pride. My Saiyan pride. Alright, get you guys together. And we need to disband all our levies and get you guys back home to suck your thumbs. Hopefully my subjects don't hear news about this, because then they'd suddenly start thinking they can revolt against me. And that would be even worse. Yeah, exactly. Training exercise so we can scope out how powerful Bohemians are. And it was a very successful training exercise. Let's get our arses back home. And never speak of this again. Yeah, the Ottos ate into biz, but they're not finished the fight. Now, what does it take for me to get my hands on that professional army myself? And this is where I check advances and find that they didn't actually have that. It's institutions. Institutions of them? Yeah, they absolutely have professional army. And we only have 8% professional army. Yeah, that's growing slow, but we'll be back. Once our army is professional, that'll even the playing fields, and then Bohemia is going to be eating it. Also, couldn't help but notice that during all that warring, my ducats have gone up and up. Life is good. Although, wait, I think I see why. Army maintenance, what is that? Could someone please explain? And apparently there are no levies to disband, but I know that not to be true. Maybe because they were stuck in forced... No? That's a weird menu. There we go, there we go. I mean, the mercenaries... I wonder how I just cancelled the mercenary contract. I was extremely disappointed with the mercenaries, by the way. The fact that they don't reinforce at all, and they just die to attrition even in winter. Miserable. Look at the mighty Golden Horde army now. Hold on a minute. Ooh, God, that's half my manpower. Well, let's hope we don't run into, you know, anything on the way home and die. I shouldn't have released them, because what if I get stack wiped on the way home? My country will collapse. Okay, just in case that happens. Just in case. What happened to your army, Jake? Checks. Cheeky checks. Golden no horde. Just tell all of our subjects that we're celebrating, right? Celebrating Love Day. So we're not busy. We're not able to come and collect things in person. Maybe I could change. You see, here's the problem. I let non-crown members in charge of my armies. Let's put a good crown-wielding individual like you in charge, Yasun. Hey, you're not that bad, even. Yeah, the counter-invasion now would destroy me. Oh, wow. It's good, though. Good to see that I can lose a war. You know, if you don't learn a whole lot if you just keep trudging over and winning all of your wars. And I learned to absolutely fear offensive versus defensive for fortifications. God, man, forts are such a slog without cannons. And even with cannons. Jeez. That's why I'd like to make my own, so I can have a lot of cannons and just throw them at the problems. Should have cut his throat there and then. Sack the blue dragon guy. Oh. Wait, how could the Kaffa market be low on food? Maybe all the people that I sent to work are having a bit of a problem there. Actually, no. How is that problem? How is that possible? There's so much food being made here. Is it being exported somewhere? Food exports are loads. Food imports are low. Food production. The food balance is very negative because of Gothia. What? How is Gothia eating 1100 food? Okay, I think I see why. Wait a second. Who is this? Georgia? Am I okay with that? I think I am okay with that because Georgia will make the money off of this. And I will make the money off Georgia. That's even better. Yeah, one does wonder how the food number is that low, though. I don't know. I can only assume that's some kind of weird army stuff going on. Now people are insulting me. Sierwitz decided to insult me after all of that. Oh, threaten war is in the game. Yeah, little Sierwitz. Bastards, a lot of them. How's the EU5 launch been? On a scale of Leviathan to Art of War. A lot more Art of War than Leviathan by a long way. Alright, so my soldiers need to suck their thumbs a lot. Where do we go from here is the question. I want that trade range so I can go and deal with the Chinese. Maybe they'll put up less of a fight. Because I'm still looking for that money. Reinforcing the armies is going to cost a fair bit of it. Real shame that I never got that fat Bohemian check in the mail. But on the plus side, I can ease my wounds by managing my subjects well. Oh, hold on, hold on. They seem a bit cocky about relative strength right now for some reason. Hungary, you need to help me out right now. Ooh, they could share their knowledge. They have no money, so they might as well give me knowledge. Looks like I lost that subject anyway. So, joke's on them. I never really lost out anything. Halich. Halich do have money for me. Yeah, sure, I like money. Especially after that disaster. Georgia. Georgia learned now that I like money. Serbia. Serbia, I like money. Timurid. Wait, the Timurids have knowledge. Maybe they know about meritocracy. I mean, they know about money as well. But I will learn about meritocracy if they have that. Golden Horde lands, thank you. Yeah, tell me about your institutions, please. Wait, what knowledge could they possibly share? They do. They do have... Wait, no, they don't. What could they possibly tell me about? Maybe in Samarkand? Weird. Oh, I spread it to them. Oh, damn, is that what I've been doing? I think I've been spreading my banking knowledge to my other subjects. Not what I was looking for. I am, however, looking to continue my colonization efforts. I think I'll work on Utkus. Send over my capital people. We have too many of them anyway. At least I kept some of those Czech prisoners. Again, you know, get my petty revenge wherever I can. What are we working on here? Novo Wotsits. Once I have Novo Wotsits, I think I'll work an expansion here, but it looks like I've got a long way around to go if I want to go this way. Actually, Tomsk should be pretty fast, right? Nah, I think I'll take it this way. We have enough connection as it is. Just down and up and around. Also depends on what the RGOs are out there. Fur, fish, wild game. Okay, it's nothing too interesting. I think we already grabbed the nice stuff over here, didn't we? Well, we will when we get to it. But yeah, the idea of bringing my country along here and then reigning terror over in Asia also sounds good. Nothing to do with me getting my arse kicked in Europe. Heavens no. Let's not jump to such conclusions. I'm a little curious what happens when I do something that's partially already part of a colonial nation, so let's give it a go. How did the Czech war go? Very poorly. First, I decided to attack from here, but I got cut off from food supplies. Then I attacked from here. It takes me forever to siege these forts, even with cannons. And the cannons just died anyway from attrition. So that was all very bad. And then I had a disastrous fight here. The game even thought I would win, very likely it said. But we got bodied because they have better tactics. And then we just got completely out-sieged, and I had to give up. And what did I give up? I gave up this tiny little country, who never really paid me any tribute to begin with. And, well, maybe I can... Well, no, we don't care about them, do we? Do we? Anyway, I don't really feel like I lost out big time. Losing money would have been worse. Yeah, you know, just claim that it was actually a victory for us. That'll go far. Come on, Tavera. I'm actually curious about your diplomacy. You've still got all these bleeding subjects. I wonder if you'll integrate them someday. How much respect did you lose? I think you have a better idea than I do, JJ. Means we need to put the chieftains back in command, Jake. We never lost while they had their privileges. Oh god, you might not be wrong about that one. We got rid of the primacy of the nobility, so we lost quality and discipline. If only we'd still had it. Alright, well. We'll get our units back, don't you worry. Okay, tell you what I would really like to get as well is some dinner. I think we're going to call it there. Wonderful place to leave off. Massive defeat by me. But we've learned a lesson. We will learn from military tactics. We will make our own cannons. And then we will absolutely butcher the Czechs. It has to be done, right? After everything they just put me through. Make lots of money. Have a giant standing army. At least more large than I have right now. And then absolutely not get fooled again. I need to consider how much it's going to take. Professional armies or not. To get my hands on... Jeez, we're only 8% exposed to it, but it'll be a lot more exposed in Sarai. Come on now, come on. Yeah, the tactics is a big one, and making my own cannons is a big one. Unfortunately, it requires tin. Tin can only be mined. And we have no access to it. Wait a second. Look at that little tin mine. Alright, we're going to be dragging all the tin we can out of Damask. And using it to make our cannons then. And then we will have our revenge. But yeah, in a way it's kind of good to get your teeth kicked in. Like I said, this is a learning campaign. I don't have some great overarching goals, and I don't have some incredible skills to show off. There's meant to be a but there, but I'm sure something will happen. but maybe I'll come up with a justification for next stream. In any case, let's save and save often until I'm back with more of 2 Golden Horde. To cheerio.